Chapter 15. By the end of August 1915, particulars of the coming offensive against La Bassée were beginning to leak through the young staff officers. The French civilians knew about it, and so, naturally, did the Germans. Every night now, new batteries and lorry trains of shells came rumbling up the Bethune-La Bassée road. Other signs of movement included sapping forward at Vermelles and Cambrin, where the lines lay too far apart for a quick rush across, and the joining up of the sap heads to make a new front line. Also, orders for evacuation of hospitals, the appearance of cavalry and new army divisions, issue of new types of weapons. Then, Royal Engineer officers supervised the digging of pits at intervals along the front line. They were sworn not to reveal what these were for, but we knew that it would be gas cylinders. Ladders for climbing quickly out of the trenches were brought up by the lorry road and dumped at Cambrin village. As early as September 3rd, I had a bet with Robertson that our division would attack from the Cambrin-Quincy line. When I went home on leave 6 days later, the sense of impending events had become so strong that I almost hated to go. Leave came round for officers about every 6 or 8 months in ordinary times. Heavy casualties shortened the period. General offenses cut leave altogether. Only one officer in France ever refused to go on leave when his turn came. Cross of the 52nd Light Infantry, the 2nd Battalion of the Oxford and Bucks Light Infantry, which insisted on its original style as jealously as we kept our C in Welch. Cross is alleged to have refused leave on the following grounds. My father fought with the regiment in the South African War and had no leave. My grandfather fought in the Crimea with the regiment and had no leave. I do not regard it in the regimental tradition to take home leave when on active service. Cross, a professional survivor, was commanding the battalion in 1917 when I last heard of him. London seemed unreally itself. Despite the number of uniforms in the street, the general indifference to and ignorance about the war surprised me. Enlistment remained voluntary. The universal catchword was business as usual. My family were living in London now at the house formerly occupied by my uncle Robert van Rank, the German consul general. He had been forced to leave in a hurry on August 4th, 1914, and my mother undertook to look after the house for him while the war lasted. So, when Edward Marsh rang me up from the Prime Minister's office at Downing Street to arrange a meal, someone intervened and cut him off. The telephone of the German consul general's sister was, of course, closely watched by the anti-espionage section of Scotland Yard. The Zeppelin scare had just begun. Some friends of the family came in one night and began telling me of the Zeppelin air raids, of bombs dropped only 3 streets off. "Well, do you know," I said, "the other day I was sleeping in a house, and in the early morning, a bomb dropped next door and killed 3 soldiers who were billeted there, a woman and a child." "Good gracious," they cried. "What did you do then?" "It was at a place called Bouvry, about 4 miles behind the trenches," I explained. "And I was tired out, so I went to sleep again." "Oh," they said, "but that happened in France." And the look of interest faded from their faces as though I had taken them in with a stupid catch. "Yes," I agreed, "and it was only an airplane that dropped the bomb." I went up to Harlech for the rest of my leave and walked about on the hills in an old shirt and a pair of shorts. When I got back to France, the actor, a regular officer in A Company, asked me, "Had a good time on leave?" "Yes." "Go to many dances?" "Not one." "What shows did you go to?" "I didn't go to any shows." "Hunt?" "No." "Slept with any nice girls?" "No, I didn't. Sorry to disappoint you." "What the hell did you do then?" "Oh, I just walked about on some hills." "Good God," he said. "Chaps like you don't deserve leave." On September 19th, we relieved the Middlesex Regiment at Cambrin and were told that these would be the trenches from which we attacked. The preliminary bombardment had already started, a week in advance. As I led my platoon into the line, I recognized with some disgust the same machine gun shelter where I had seen the suicide on my first night in the trenches. It seemed ominous. This was by far the heaviest bombardment from our own guns we had seen yet, The trenches shook properly, and a great cloud of drifting shell smoke obscured the German lines. Shells went over our heads in a steady stream. We had to shout to make our neighbors hear. Dying down a little at night, the racket began again every morning at dawn, a little louder each time. "Damn it," we said. "There can't be a living soul left in those trenches." But still, it went on. The Germans retaliated, though not very vigorously. Most of their heavy artillery had been withdrawn from this sector, we were told, and sent across to the Russian front. More casualties came from our own shorts and blowbacks than from German shells. Much of the ammunition that our batteries were using came from the United States and contained a high percentage of duds. The driving bands were always coming off. We had 50 casualties in the ranks and 3 officer casualties, including Buzzoff, badly wounded in the head. This happened before steel helmets were issued. We would not have lost nearly so many with those. I got 2 insignificant wounds on the hand, which I took as a favorable omen. On the morning of the 23rd, Thomas came back from battalion headquarters carrying a notebook and 6 maps, one for each of us company officers. "Listen," he said, "and copy out all this skite on the back of your maps. You'll have to explain it to your platoons this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, we go back to dump our blankets, packs, and greatcoats in Bethune. The next day, that's Saturday the 25th, we attack." This being the first definitive news we had been given, we looked up, half startled, half relieved. I still have the map, and these are the orders as I copied them down. First objective: Les Briques Farm. The big house plainly visible to our front, surrounded by trees. To get this, it is necessary to cross 3 lines of enemy trenches. The first is 300 yards distant, the second 400, and the third about 600. We then cross 2 railways. Behind the second railway line is a German trench called the Brick Trench. Then comes the farm, a strong place with moat and cellars and a kitchen garden strongly staked and wired. Second objective: the town of Oshi. This is also plainly visible from our trenches. It is 400 yards beyond the farm and defended by a first line of trench halfway across and a second line immediately in front of the town. When we have occupied the first line, our direction is half right, with the left of the battalion directed on Tall Chimney. Third objective: Village of Haines. Conspicuous by a high-spired church, our eventual line will be taken up the railway behind this village, where we will dig in and await reinforcements. When Thomas had reached this point, the actor's shoulders were shaking with laughter. "What's up?" Thomas asked irritably. The actor giggled. "Who in God's name is responsible for this little effort?" "Don't know," Thomas said. "Probably Paul the Pimp or someone like that." Paul the Pimp was a captain of the divisional staff, young, inexperienced, and much disliked. He wore red tabs upon his chest and even on his undervest. "Between the 6 of us, but you youngsters must be careful not to let the men know. This is what they call a subsidiary attack. There will be no troops in support. We've just got to go over and keep the enemy busy while the folks on our right do the real work. You notice that the bombardment is much heavier over there. They've knocked the Hohenzollern redoubt to bits. Personally, I don't give a damn either way. We'll get killed whatever happens." We all laughed. "All right, laugh now. But by God, on Saturday we've got to carry out this funny scheme." I had never heard Thomas so talkative before. "Sorry," the actor apologized. "Carry on with the dictation." Thomas went on. "The attack will be preceded by 40 minutes discharge of the accessory, which will clear the path for 1,000 yards so that the 2 railway lines will be occupied without difficulty. Our advance will follow closely behind the accessory. Behind us are 3 fresh divisions and the cavalry corps. It is expected that we will have no difficulty in breaking through. All men will parade with their platoons, pioneers, servants, etc., to be warned, all platoons to be properly told off under NCOs. Every NCO is to know exactly what is expected of him and when to take over command in case of casualties. Men who lose touch must join up with the nearest company or regiment and push on. Owing to the strength of the accessory, men should be warned against remaining too long in captured trenches where the accessory is likely to collect, but to keep the open, and above all, to push on. It is important that if smoke helmets have to be pulled down, they must be tucked in under the shirt. The actor interrupted again. Tell me, Thomas, do you believe in this funny accessory? Thomas said, It's damnable. It's not soldiering to use stuff like that, even though the Germans did start it. It's dirty, and it'll bring us bad luck. We're sure to bungle it. Take those new gas companies. Sorry, excuse me this once. I mean accessory companies. Their very look makes me tremble. Chemistry dons from London University, a few lads straight from school, 1 or 2 NCOs of the old soldier type, trained together for 3 weeks, then given a job as responsible as this? Of course they'll bungle it. How could they do anything else? But let's be merry. I'm going on again. Men of the company. What they are to carry. 200 rounds of ammunition. Bomb throwers, 50, and signalers, 150 rounds. Heavy tools carried in sling by the strongest men. Waterproof sheet in belt. Sandbag in right tunic pocket. Field dressing and iodine. Emergency ration, including biscuit. 1 tube helmet, to be worn when we advance, rolled up on the head. It must be quite secure and the top part turned down. If possible, each man will be provided with an elastic band. 1 smoke helmet, old pattern, to be carried for preference behind the back where it is least likely to be damaged by stray bullets, etc. Wire cutters, as many as possible, by wiring party and others. Hedging gloves by wire party. Platoon screens for artillery observation, to be carried by a man in each platoon who is not carrying a tool. Packs, capes, greatcoats, blankets will be dumped, not carried. No one is to carry sketches of our position or anything to be likely of service to the enemy. That's all. I believe we're going over first with the Middlesex in support. If we get through the German wire, I'll be satisfied. Our guns don't seem to be cutting it. Perhaps they're putting that off until the intense bombardment. Any questions? That afternoon, I repeated the whole rigmarole to the platoon and told them of the inevitable success attending our assault. They seemed to believe it, all except Sergeant Townsend. Do you say, sir, that we have 3 divisions and the cavalry corps behind us? He asked. Yes, I answered. Well, excuse me, sir. I'm thinking it's only those chaps on the right that'll get reinforcements. If we get half a platoon of Mons Angels, that's about all we will get. Sergeant Townsend, I said, you're a well-known pessimist. This is going to be a really good show. We spent the night repairing damaged trenches. When morning came, we were relieved by the Middlesex and marched back to Bethune, where we dumped our spare kit at the Montmorency barracks. The battalion officers messed together in a chateau nearby. This billet was claimed at the same time by the staff of a new Army division, due to take part in the fighting next day. The argument ended amicably with the division and battalion messing together. It was, someone pointed out, like a brutal caricature of the Last Supper in duplicate. In the middle of the long table sat the 2 pseudo-Christs, our colonel and divisional general. Everybody was drinking a lot. The subalterns, allowed whiskey for a treat, grew rowdy. They raised their glasses with, "Cheerio! We will be messing together tomorrow night in La Bassée." Only the company commanders were looking worried. I remember C Company Commander especially, Captain A.L. Sampson, biting his thumb and refusing to join in the excitement. I think it was Child Freeman of B Company who said that night, "The last time the regiment visited these parts, we were under decent leadership. Old Marlborough had more sense than to attack the La Bassée lines. He massed them and went around." The GSO of the new Army Division, a staff colonel, knew the adjutant well. They had played polo together in India. I happened to be sitting opposite them. The GSO said, rather drunkenly, "Charlie, see that old silly woman over there? Calls himself General Commanding. Doesn't know where he is, doesn't know where his division is, can't even read a map properly. He's marched the poor sods off their feet and left his supplies behind. God knows how far back. They've had to use their iron rations and what they could pick up in the villages. And tomorrow, he's going to fight a battle. Doesn't know anything about battles. The men's have never been in trenches before, and tomorrow's going to be a glorious balls up. The day after tomorrow, he'll be sent home." Then he ended quite seriously. "Really, Charlie, it's just like that. No exaggeration. You mark my words." That night, we marched back again to Cambrin. The men were singing. Being mostly from the Midlands, they sang comic songs rather than Welsh hymns. "Slippery Sam," "When We've Wound Up the Watch on the Rhine," and "I Do Like a Snice Mince Pie" to concertina accompaniment. The tune of Snice Mince Pie ran in my head all next day, and for a week following I could not get rid of it. The second Welsh would never have sung a song like "When We've Wound Up the Watch on the Rhine." Their only songs about the war were defeatist. "I want to go home, I want to go home. The coal box and shrapnel, they whistle and roar. I don't want to go to the trenches no more. I want to go over the sea, where the Kaiser can't shoot bombs at me. Oh, I don't want to die. I want to go home." There were several more verses in the same strain. Hewitt, the Welsh machine gun officer, had written one in a more offensive spirit. "I want to go home, I want to go home. One day at Givenchy the week before last, the Almonds attacked and they nearly got past. They pushed their way up to the keep. Through our Maxim gun sights we did peep. Oh my, they let out a cry. They never got home." But the men would not sing it, though they all admired Hewitt. The Bethune-la-Bassée road was choked with troops, guns, and transport, and we had to march miles north out of our way to circle round to Cambrin. Even so, we were held up 2 or 3 times by massed cavalry. Everything radiated confusion. A casualty clearing station had been planted astride one of the principal crossroads and was already being shelled. By the time we reached Cambrin, the battalion had marched about 20 miles that day. Then we heard that the Middlesex would go over first, with us in support, and to their left the 2nd Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, with the Cameronians in support. The young Royal Welsh officers complained loudly at our not being given the honor of leading the attack. As the senior regiment, they protested, we were entitled to the right of the line. An hour or so past midnight, we moved into trench sidings just in front of the village. Half a mile of communication trench, known as Mason Rouge Alley, separated us from the firing line. At 5:30, the gas would be discharged. We were cold, tired, sick, and not at all in the mood for a battle, but tried to snatch an hour or 2 of sleep squatting in the trench. It had been raining for some time. A gray, watery dawn broke at last behind the German lines. The bombardment, surprisingly slack all night, brisked up a little. "Why the devil don't they send them over quicker?" the actor complained. "This isn't my idea of a bombardment. We're getting nothing opposite us. What little there seems to be is going into the Hohenzollern." "Shell shortage. Expected it," was Thomas's laconic reply. We were told afterwards that on the 23rd, a German aeroplane had bombed the Army Reserve shell dump and sent it up. The bombardment on the 24th and on the day of the battle itself compared very poorly with that of the previous days. Thomas looked strained and ill. "Time they were sending that damned accessory off. I wonder what's doing." The events of the next few minutes are difficult for me now to sort out. I found it more difficult still at the time. All we heard back there in the sidings was a distant cheer, confused crackle of rifle fire, yells, heavy shelling on our front line, more shouts and yells, and a continuous rattle of machine guns. After a few minutes, lightly wounded men of the Middlesex came stumbling down Mason Rouge Alley to the dressing station. I stood at the junction of the siding and the alley. "What's happened? What's happened?" I asked. "Bloody balls up," was the most detailed answer I could get. Among the wounded were a number of men yellow-faced and choking, their buttons tarnished green, gas cases. Then came the badly wounded. Mason Rouge Alley being narrow, the stretchers had difficulty in getting down. The Germans started shelling it with 5.9s. Thomas went back to battalion headquarters through the shelling to ask for orders. It was the same place that I had visited on my first night in the trenches. This cluster of dugouts in the reserve line showed very plainly from the air as battalion headquarters and should never have been occupied during a battle. Just before Thomas arrived, the Germans put 5 shells into it. The adjutant jumped one way, the colonel another, the RSM a third. One shell went right into the signals dugout, killed some signalers, and destroyed the telephone. The colonel, slightly cut on the hand, joined the stream of wounded and was carried back as far as the base with it. The adjutant took command. Meanwhile, A Company had been waiting in the siding for the rum to arrive, the tradition of every attack being a double tot of rum beforehand. All the other companies got theirs. The actor began cursing. "Where the bloody hell's that Stormin' gone?" We fixed bayonets in readiness to go up and attack as soon as Captain Thomas returned with orders. Hundreds of wounded streamed by. At last, Thomas's orderly appeared. "Captain's orders, sir. A Company to move up to the front line." At that moment, the storeman arrived, without rifle or equipment, hugging the rum bottle, red-faced and retching. He staggered up to the actor and said, "There you are, sir," then fell on his face in the thick mud of a sump pit at the junction of the trench and the siding. The stopper of the bottle flew out, and what remained of the 3 gallons bubbled on the ground. The actor made no reply. This was a crime that deserved the death penalty. He put one foot on the storeman's neck, the other on the small of his back, and trod him in the mud. Then he gave the order, "Company forward!" The company advanced with a clatter of steel, and that was the last I ever heard of the storeman. It seems that at 4:30, an RE captain commanding the gas company in the front line phoned through to divisional headquarters. Dead calm, impossible discharge accessory. The answer he got was, "Accessory to be discharged at all costs." Thomas had not overestimated the gas company's efficiency. The spanners for unscrewing the cocks of the cylinders proved, with 2 or 3 exceptions, to be misfits. The gas men rushed about shouting for the loan of an adjustable spanner. They managed to discharge 1 or 2 cylinders. The gas went whistling out, formed a thick cloud a few yards off in no man's land, then gradually spread back into our trenches. The Germans, who had been expecting gas, immediately put on their gas helmets, semi-rigid ones, better than ours. Bundles of oily cotton waste were strewn along the German parapet and set alight as a barrier to the gas. Then their batteries opened on our lines. The confusion in the front trench must have been horrible. Direct hits broke several of the gas cylinders. The trench filled with gas. The gas company stampeded. No orders could come through because the shell in the signals dugout at battalion headquarters had cut communication not only between companies and battalion, but between battalion and division. The officers in the front trench had to decide on immediate action. So 2 companies of the Middlesex, instead of waiting for the intense bombardment which would follow the advertised 40 minutes of gas, charged at once and got as far as the German wire, which our artillery had not yet cut. So far it had been treated only with shrapnel, which had no effect on it. The barbed wire needed high explosive and plenty of it. The Germans shot the Middlesex men down. One platoon is said to have found a gap and gotten into the German trench, but there were no survivors of the platoon to confirm this. The Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders went over also on the Middlesex left, but 2 companies, instead of charging at once, rushed back out of the gas-filled assault trench to the support line and attacked from there. It will be recalled that the trench system had been pushed forward nearer the enemy in preparation for the battle. These companies were therefore attacking from the old front line, but the barbed wire entanglements protecting it had not been removed, so that the Highlanders got caught and machine-gunned between their own assault and support lines. The other 2 companies were equally unsuccessful. When the attack started, the German NCOs had jumped on the parapet to encourage their men. These were Jäger, famous for their musketry. The survivors of the 2 leading Middlesex companies now lay in shell craters close to the German wire, sniping and making the Germans keep their heads down. They had bombs to throw, but these were nearly all of a new type issued for the battle. The fuses were lighted on the matchbox principle, and the rain had made them useless. The other 2 companies of the Middlesex soon followed in support. Machine gun fire stopped them halfway. Only 1 German machine gun remained in action, the others having been knocked out by rifle or trench mortar fire. Why the single gun survived is a story in itself. It starts with the privilege granted British colonial governors and high commissioners of nominating 1 or 2 officers from their countries for attachment in wartime to the regular army. Under this scheme, the officers began as full lieutenants. The Captain General of Jamaica, if that is his correct style, nominated the 18-year-old son of a rich planter who went straight from Kingston to the 1st Middlesex. He was good-hearted enough, but of little use as an officer, having never been out of the island in his life, or, except for a short service with the West India militia, seen any soldiering. His company commander took a fatherly interest in young Jamaica and tried to teach him his duties. This company commander was known as the Boy. He had 20 years' service with the Middlesex and the unusual boast of having held every rank from boy to captain in the same company. His father, I believe, had been the regimental sergeant major. But Jamaica, as a full lieutenant, ranked senior to the other experienced subalterns in the company, who were only second lieutenants. The Middlesex colonel decided to shift Jamaica off some course of the extra regimental appointment at the earliest opportunity. Somewhere about May or June, when instructed to supply an officer for the Brigade Trench Mortar Company, he had sent Jamaica. Trench mortars being then both dangerous and ineffective, the appointment seemed suitable. At the same time, the Royal Welch had also been asked to detail an officer, and the colonel selected Tiley, an ex-planter from Malaya, and what is called a fine natural soldier. Tiley had been chosen because, when attached to us from a Lancashire regiment, he showed his resentment at the manner of his welcome somewhat too plainly. But, by September, mortars had improved in design and become an important infantry arm. So Jamaica, being senior to Tiley, held the responsible position of brigade mortar officer. When the Middlesex charged, the boy fell mortally wounded as he climbed over the parapet. He tumbled back and began crawling down the trench to the stretcher-bearer's dugout, past Jamaica's trench mortar emplacement. Jamaica had lost his gun team and was boldly serving the trench mortars himself. On seeing the boy, however, he deserted his post and ran off to fetch a stretcher party. Tiley, meanwhile, on the other flank opposite Mine Point, had knocked out all the machine guns within range. He went on until his mortar burst. Only one machine gun in the Pope's nose, a small salient facing Jamaica, remained active. At this point, the Royal Welch Fusiliers came up Mason Rouge Alley. The Germans were shelling it with 5.9s, called Jack Johnsons because of their black smoke, and lacrimatory shells. This caused a continual scramble backwards and forwards to cries of, "Come on, get back, you bastards! Gas turning on us! Keep your heads, men! Back like hell, boys! Whose orders? What's happening? Gas! Back! Come on! Gas! Back!" Wounded men and stretcher-bearers kept trying to squeeze past. We were alternately putting on and taking off our gas helmets, which made things worse. In many places, the trench had caved in, obliging us to scramble over the top. Child Freeman reached the front line with only 50 men of B Company. The rest had lost their way in some abandoned trenches halfway up. The adjutant met him in the support line. "Ready to go over, Freeman?" he asked. Freeman had to admit that he had lost most of his company. He felt this disgrace keenly. It was the first time that he had commanded a company in battle. Deciding to go over with his 50 men in support of the Middlesex, he blew his whistle and the company charged. They were stopped by machine gun fire before they had gotten through our own entanglements. Freeman himself died, oddly enough, of heart failure as he stood on the parapet. A few minutes later, Captain Sampson with C Company and the remainder of B reached our front line. Finding the gas cylinder still whistling and the trench full of dying men, he decided to go over too. He could not have it said that the Royal Welch had let down the Middlesex. A strong camaraderie feeling bound the Middlesex and the Royal Welch, intensified by the accident that the other 3 battalions in the brigade were Scottish, and that our Scottish brigadier was, unjustly no doubt, accused of favoring them. Our adjutant voiced the extreme non-Scottish view. The Jocks are all the same, both the trousered kind and the bare-arsed kind. They're dirty in trenches, they skite too much, and they all charge like hell, both ways. The first Middlesex, who were the original diehards, had more than once, with the Royal Welch, considered themselves let down by the Jocks. So Sampson charged with C and the remainder of B Company. One of C's officers told me later what happened. It had been agreed to advance by platoon rushes with supporting fire. When his platoon had gone about 20 yards, he signaled them to lie down and open covering fire. The din was tremendous. He saw the platoon on his left flopping down too, so he whistled the advance again. Nobody seemed to hear. He jumped up from his shell hole, waved and signaled, "Forward!" Nobody stirred. He shouted, "You bloody cowards! Are you leaving me to go on alone?" His platoon sergeant, groaning with a broken shoulder, gasped, "Not cowards, sir. Willing enough, but they're all fucking dead." The Pope's nose machine gun, traversing, had caught them as they rose to the whistle. A Company, too, had become separated by the shelling. I was with the leading platoon. The Surrey man got a touch of gas and went coughing back. The actor accused him of scrimshanking. I thought this unfair. The Surrey man looked properly sick. I don't know what happened to him, but I heard that the gas poisoning was not serious and that he managed, a few months later, to get back to his own regiment in France. I found myself with the actor in a narrow communication trench between the front and support lines. This trench had not been built wide enough for a stretcher to pass the bends. We came on the boy lying in his stretcher, wounded in the lungs and stomach. Jamaica was standing over him in tears, blubbering, "Poor old boy, poor old boy. He's going to die, I'm sure he is. He's the only one who treated me decently." The actor, finding that we could not get by, said to Jamaica, "Take the poor sod out of the way, will you? I've got to get my company up. Put him into a dugout or somewhere." Jamaica made no answer. He seemed paralyzed by the horror of the occasion and kept repeating, "Poor old boy, poor old boy." "Look here," said the actor. "If you can't shift him into a dugout, we'll have to lift him up on top of the trench. He can't live now, and we're late getting up." "No, no," Jamaica shouted wildly. The actor lost his temper and shook Jamaica roughly by the shoulders. "You're the bloody trench mortar wallah, aren't you?" he shouted. Jamaica nodded miserably. "Well, your battery is 100 yards from here. Why the hell aren't you using your gas pipes to some purpose? Buzz off back to them." And he kicked him down the trench. Then he called over his shoulder, "Sergeant Rose and Corporal Jennings, lift this stretcher up across the top of the trench. We've got to pass." Jamaica leaned against a traverse. "I do think you're the most heartless beast I ever met," he said weakly. We went up to the corpse-strewn front line. The captain of the gas company, who was keeping his head and wore a special oxygen respirator, had by now turned off the gas cocks. Vermorel sprayers had cleared out most of the gas, but we were still warned to wear our gas masks. We climbed up and crouched on the fire step where the gas was not so thick. Gas, being heavy stuff, kept low. Then Thomas brought up the remainder of A Company, and, with D, we waited for the whistle to follow the other two companies over. Fortunately, at this moment, the adjutant appeared. He was now left in command of the battalion, and told Thomas that he didn't care a damn about orders. He was going to cut his losses and not send A and D over to their deaths until he got definite orders from brigade. He had sent a runner back, and we must wait. Meanwhile, the intense bombardment that was to follow the 40 minutes discharge of gas began. It concentrated on the German front trench and wire. A good many shells fell short, and we had further casualties from them. In no man's land, the survivors of the Middlesex and our B and C companies suffered heavily. My mouth was dry, my eyes out of focus, and my legs quaking under me. I found a water bottle full of rum and drank about half a pint. It quieted me, and my head remained clear. Sampson lay groaning about 20 yards beyond the front trench. Several attempts were made to rescue him. He had been very badly hit. 3 men got killed in these attempts, 2 officers and 2 men wounded. In the end, his own orderly managed to crawl out to him. Sampson waved him back, saying that he was riddled through and not worth rescuing. He sent his apologies to the company for making such a noise. We waited a couple of hours for the order to charge. The men were silent and depressed. Only Sergeant Townsend was making feeble, bitter jokes about the good old British Army muddling through, and how he thanked God we still had a navy. I shared the rest of my rum with him, and he cheered up a little. Finally, a runner arrived with a message that the attack had been postponed. Rumors came down the trench of a disaster similar to our own in the Brickstack sector, where the 5th Brigade had gone over, and again at Givenchy, where men of the 6th Brigade at the Duxville salient had fought their way into enemy trenches, but been repulsed, their supply of bombs failing. It was said, however, that things were better on the right, where there had been a slight wind to take the gas over. According to one rumor, the 1st, 7th, and 47th Divisions had broken through. My memory of that day is hazy. We spent it getting the wounded down to the dressing station, spraying the trenches and dugouts to get rid of the gas, and clearing away the earth where the trenches were blocked. The trenches stank with a gas, blood, lyddite latrine smell. Late in the afternoon, we watched through our field glass the advance of reserves under heavy shell fire towards Lewes and Hill 70. It looked like a real breakthrough. They were troops of the New Army Division, whose staff we had messed with the night before. Immediately to the right of us, we had the Highland Division, whose exploits on that day Ian Hay has celebrated, in the first 100,000. I suppose that we were the flat caps on the left, who let down his comrades in arms. At dusk, we all went out to get in the wounded, leaving only sentries in the line. The first dead body I came upon was Sampson's, hid in 17 places. I found that he had forced his knuckles into his mouth to stop himself crying out and attracting any more men to their death. Major Swainson, the second in command of the Middlesex, came crawling in from the German wire. He seemed to be wounded in lungs, stomach, and one leg. Choate, a Middlesex second lieutenant, came back unhurt. Together, we bandaged Swainson and got him into the trench and on a stretcher. He begged me to loosen his belt. I cut it with a bowie knife I had bought at Bethune for use during the battle. He said, "I'm about done for." We spent all that night getting in the wounded of the Royal Welch, the Middlesex, and those Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders who had attacked from the front trench. The Germans behaved generously. I do not remember hearing a shot fired that night, though we kept on until it was nearly dawn and we could see plainly. Then they fired a few warning shots and we gave it up. By this time we had recovered all the wounded and most of the Royal Welch dead. I was surprised at some of the attitudes in which the dead stiffened, bandaging friends' wounds, crawling, cutting wire. The Argyll and Sutherland had seen 700 casualties, including 14 officers killed out of the 16 who went over. The Middlesex, 550 casualties, including 11 officers killed. 2 other Middlesex officers besides Choate came back unwounded. Their names were Henry and Hill, recently commissioned second lieutenants, who had been lying out in shell holes all day under the rain, sniping and being sniped at. Henry, according to Hill, had dragged 5 wounded men into a shell hole and thrown up a sort of parapet with his hands and the bowie knife which he carried. Hill had his platoon sergeant beside him, screaming with a stomach wound, begging for morphia. He was done for, so Hill gave him 5 pellets. We always carried morphia for emergencies like that. Choate, Henry, and Hill, returning to the trenches with a few stragglers, reported at the Middlesex headquarters. Hill told me the story. The colonel and the adjutant were sitting down to a meat pie when he and Henry arrived. Henry said, "Come to report, sir. Ourselves and about 90 men of all companies. Mr. Choate is back, unwounded too." They looked up dully. "So, you've survived, have you?" the colonel said. "Well, all the rest are dead. I suppose Mr. Choate had better command of what's left of A Company. The bombing officer will command what's left of B." The bombing officer had not gone over, but remained with headquarters. "Mr. Henry goes to C Company, Mr. Hill to D. The Royal Welch are holding the front line. We are here in support. Let me know where to find you if you're needed. Good night." Not having been offered a piece of meat pie or a drink of whiskey, they saluted and went miserably out. The adjutant called them back. "Mr. Hill, Mr. Henry." "Sir?" Hill said that he expected a change of mind as to the propriety with which the hospitality could be offered by a regular colonel and adjutant to temporary second lieutenants in distress. But it was only, "Mr. Hill, Mr. Henry, I saw some men in the trench just now with their shoulder straps unbuttoned and their equipment fastened anyhow. See that this does not occur in the future. That's all." Henry heard the colonel from his bunk complaining that he had only 2 blankets, that it was a deucedly cold night. Choate, in peacetime a journalist, arrived a few minutes later. The other officers had told him of their reception. After he had saluted and reported that Major Swainson, hitherto thought killed, was wounded on the way down to the dressing station, he boldly leaned over the table, cut a large piece of meat pie, and began eating it. This caused such a surprise that no further conversation took place. Choate finished his meat pie and drank a glass of whiskey, saluted, and joined the others. Meanwhile, I took command of what remained of B Company. Only 6 company officers survived in the Royal Welch. Next morning, we were only 5. Thomas was killed by a sniper while despondently watching through a field glass the return of the new army troops on the right. Pushed blindly into the gap made by the advance of the 7th and 47th Divisions on the previous afternoon, they did not know where they were or what they were supposed to do. Their ration supply broke down, so they flocked back, not in panic, but stupidly, like a crowd returning from a cup final, with shrapnel bursting above them. We could scarcely believe our eyes. It was so odd. Thomas need not have been killed, but everything had gone so wrong that he seemed not to care one way or the other. The actor took command of A Company. We lumped A and B companies together after a couple of days, for the sake of relieving each other on night watch and getting some sleep. I agreed to take the first watch, waking him up at midnight. When the time came, I shook him, shouted in his ear, poured water over him, banged his head against the side of the bed. Finally, I threw him on the floor. I was desperate for a lie down myself, but he had attained a depth of sleep from which nothing could rouse him. So I heaved him back on the bunk and had to finish the night without relief. Even Stand 2 failed to wake him. In the end, I got him out of bed at 9 o'clock in the morning, and he was furious with me for not having called him at midnight. We had spent the day after the attack carrying the dead down for burial and cleaning the trench up as best we could. That night, the Middlesex held the line, while the Royal Welch carried all the unbroken gas cylinders along to a position on the left flank of the brigade, where they were to be used on the following night, September 27th. This was worse than carrying the dead. The cylinders were cast iron, heavy, and hateful. The men cursed and sulked. Only the officers knew of the proposed attack. The men must not be told until just beforehand. I felt like screaming. Rain was still pouring down, harder than ever. We knew definitely this time that ours would be only a diversion to help troops on our right make the real attack. The scheme was the same as before. At 4 p.m., gas would be discharged for 40 minutes, and after a quarter of an hour's bombardment, we should attack. I broke the news to the men about 3 o'clock. They took it well. The relations of officers and men and of senior and junior officers had been very different in the excitement of battle. There had been no insubordination, but a greater freedom of speech, as though we were all drunk together. I found myself calling the adjutant Charlie on one occasion. He appeared not to mind in the least. For the next 10 days, my relations with the men were like those I had in the Welsh regiment. Later, discipline reasserted itself, and it was only occasionally that I found them intimate. At 4 p.m., then, the gas went off again with a strong wind. The gasmen had brought enough spanners this time. The Germans stayed absolutely silent. Flares went up from the reserve lines, and it looked as though all the men in the front trench were dead. The brigadier decided not to take too much for granted. After the bombardment, he sent out a Cameronian officer and 25 men as a feeling patrol. The patrol reached the German wire. There came a burst of machine gun and rifle fire, and only 2 wounded men regained the trench. We waited on the fire step from 4 to 9 o'clock with fixed bayonets, for the order to go over. My mind was a blank, except for the recurrence of snice mince pie, snice mince pie. I don't like ham, lamb, or jam, and I don't like roly-poly. The men laughed at my singing. The acting CSM said, "It's murder, sir." "Of course it's murder, you bloody fool," I agreed. "But there's nothing else for it, is there?" It was still raining. When I sees a snice mince pie, I asks for a helping twice. At 9 o'clock, brigade called off the attack. We were told to hold ourselves in readiness to go over at dawn. No order came at dawn, and no more attacks were promised us after this. From the morning of September 24th to the night of October 3rd, I had in all 8 hours of sleep. I kept myself awake and alive by drinking about a bottle of whiskey a day. I had never drunk it before, and have seldom drunk it since. It certainly helped me then. We had no blankets, greatcoats, or waterproof sheets, nor any time or material to build new shelters. The rain poured down. Every night we went out to fetch in the dead of the other battalions. The Germans continued indulgent, and we had few casualties. After the first day or two, the corpses swelled and stank. I vomited more than once while superintending the carrying. Those we could not get in from the German wire continued to swell until the wall of the stomach collapsed, either naturally or when punctured by a bullet. A disgusting smell would float across. The color of the dead faces changed from white to yellow-gray to red to purple to green to black to slimy. On the morning of the 27th, a cry arose from no man's land. A wounded soldier of the Middlesex had recovered consciousness after 2 days. He lay close to the German wire. Our men heard it and looked at each other. We had a tender-hearted lance corporal named Baxter. He was a man to boil up a special Dixie for the sentries of his section when they came off duty. As soon as he heard the wounded Middlesex man, he ran along the trench calling for a volunteer to help fetch him in. Of course, no one would go. It was death to put one's head over the parapet. When he came running to ask me, I excused myself as being the only officer in the company. I would come out with him at dusk, I said. Not now. So, he went alone. He jumped quickly over the parapet, then strolled across no man's land, waving a handkerchief. The Germans fired to frighten him, but since he persisted, they let him come up close. Baxter continued towards them and, when he got to the Middlesex man, stopped and pointed to show the Germans what he was at. Then he dressed the man's wounds, gave him a drink of rum and some biscuit that he had with him, and promised to be back again at nightfall. He did come back with a stretcher party, and the man eventually recovered. I recommended Baxter for the Victoria Cross, being the only officer who had witnessed the action, but the authorities thought it worth no more than a Distinguished Conduct Medal. The actor and I had decided to get in touch with the battalion on our right. It was the 10th Highland Light Infantry. I went down their trench sometime in the morning of the 26th and walked nearly a quarter of a mile without seeing either a sentry or an officer. There were dead men, sleeping men, wounded men, gassed men, all lying anyhow. The trench had been used as a latrine. Finally, I met a Royal Engineer officer who said, "If the Boche knew what an easy job he had, he'd just walk over and take this trench." So I reported to the actor that we might find our flank in the air at any moment. We converted the communication trench, which made the boundary between the two battalions, into a fire trench facing right, and mounted a machine gun to put up a barrage in case the Highlanders ran. On the night of the 27th, they mistook some of our men, who were out in no man's land getting in the dead, for the enemy, and began firing wildly. The Germans retaliated. Our men caught the infection, but were at once ordered to cease fire. "Cease fire!" went along the trench until it reached the HLI, who misheard it as, "Retire!" A panic seized them, and they went rushing away, fortunately down the trench instead of over the top. They were stopped by Sergeant MacDonald of the 5th Scottish Rifles, a pretty reliable territorial battalion now in support to ourselves and the Middlesex. He chased them back at the point of the bayonet, and was decorated for this feat. On October 3rd, we were relieved by a composite battalion consisting of about 100 men of the 2nd Warwickshire Regiment and about 70 Royal Welsh Fusiliers, all that was left of our own 1st Battalion. Hanmer Jones and Frank Jones Bateman had both been wounded. Frank had his thigh broken with a rifle bullet while stripping the equipment off a wounded man in no man's land. The cartridges in the man's pouches had been set on fire by a shot and were exploding. We went back to Sailly-le-Bourse for a couple of days, where the colonel rejoined us with his bandaged hand, and then farther back to Annisson, a little village near Bethune, where I lodged in a 2-room cottage with a withered old woman called Adelphine Hugh. You are about to hear Goodbye to All That by Robert Graves, narrated by Joel Schrank. Chapter 1. As a proof of my readiness to accept autobiographical convention, let me at once record my 2 earliest memories. The first is being loyally held up at a window to watch a procession of decorated carriages and wagons for Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee in 1897. This was at Wimbledon, where I had been born on July 24, 1895. The second is gazing upwards with a sort of despondent terror at a cupboard in the nursery which stood accidentally open, filled to the ceiling with octavo volumes of Shakespeare. My father had organized a Shakespeare reading circle. I did not know until long afterwards that this was the Shakespeare cupboard, but apparently I already had a strong instinct against drawing-room activities. And when distinguished visitors came to the house, such as Sir Sidney Lee with his Shakespearean scholarship, or Lord Ashburn, not yet a peer, with his loud talk of Irish for the Irish and his saffron kilt, or Mr. Eustace Miles, the English real tennis champion and vegetarian with his samples of exotic nuts, I knew all about them in my way. Nor had I any illusions about Algernon Charles Swinburne, who often used to stop by my perambulator when he met it on Nurse's Walk at the edge of Wimbledon Common and pat me on the head and kiss me. He was an inveterate pram stopper and patter and kisser. Nurse's Walk lay between the Pines, Putney, where he lived with Watts Dunton, and the Rose and Crown public house, where he went for his daily pint of beer. Watts Dunton allowed him 2 pence for it and no more. I did not know that Swinburne was a poet, but I knew that he was a public menace. Swinburne, by the way, when a very young man, had gone to Walter Savage Landor, then a very old man, and been given the poet's blessing he asked for, and Landor, when a child, had been patted on the head by Dr. Samuel Johnson, and Johnson, when a child, had been taken to London to be touched by Queen Anne for scrofula, the king's evil, and Queen Anne, when a child. But I mentioned the Shakespeare reading circle. It went on for years, and when I was 16, curiosity finally sent me to one of the meetings. I remember the vivacity with which my utterly unshrewish mother read the part of Catherine in The Taming of the Shrew to my amiable father's Petruchio. Mr. and Mrs. Maurice Hill were 2 of the most popular members of the circle. This meeting took place some years before they became Mr. Justice Hill and Lady Hill, and some years, too, before I looked into the shrew. I remember the lemonade glasses, the cucumber sandwiches, the petite fours, the drawing-room knickknacks, the chrysanthemums in bowls, and the semicircle of easy chairs around the fire. The gentle voice of Maurice Hill as Hortensio admonished my father, "Thou go thy ways, thou hast tamed a cursed shrew." I myself, as Lucio, ended the performance with, "'Tis a wonder, by your leave, she will be tamed so." I must go one day to hear him speak his lines as judge of the divorce courts. His admonitions have become famous. After earliest memories, I should perhaps give a passport description of myself and let the items enlarge themselves. Date of birth, place of birth, I have already given those. Profession. In my passport, I am down as university professor. That was a convenience for 1926, when I first took out a passport. I thought of putting writer, but passport officials often have complicated reactions to the word. University professor wins a simple reaction. Dull respect. No questions asked. So also with Army captain, pensioned list. My height is given as 6 feet 2 inches, my eyes as gray, and my hair is black. to black should be added thick and curly. I am untruthfully described as having no special peculiarity. For a start, there is my big, once aquiline nose, which I broke at Charterhouse while foolishly playing rugger with soccer players. I broke another player's nose myself in the same game. That unsteadied it, and boxing sent it askew. Finally, it was operated on by an unskillful army surgeon, and no longer serves as a vertical line of demarcation between the left and right sides of my face, which are naturally undistorted, my eyes, eyebrows, and ears being all set noticeably crooked, and my cheekbones, which are rather high, being on different levels. My mouth is what is known as full, and my smile is tight-lipped. When I was 13, I broke 2 front teeth and became sensitive about showing them. My hands and feet are large. I weigh about 12 stone 4. My best comic turn is a double-jointed pelvis. I can sit on a table and tap like the Fox sisters with it. One shoulder is distinctly lower than the other because of a lung wound. I do not carry a watch because I always magnetize the mainspring. During the war, when an order went out that officers should carry watches and synchronize them daily, I had to buy 2 new ones every month. Medically, I am a good life. My passport gives my nationality as British subject. Here I might parody Marcus Aurelius, who begins his golden book with the various ancestors and relatives to whom he owes the virtues of a worthy Roman emperor, explaining why I am not a Roman emperor, or even, except on occasions, an English gentleman. My mother's father's family, the von Ranks, were Saxon country pastors, not anciently noble. Leopold von Rank, the first modern historian, my great-uncle, introduced the von. I owe something to him. He wrote, to the scandal of his contemporaries, "I am a historian before I am a Christian. My object is simply to find out how the things actually occurred." And when discussing Michelet, the French historian, he wrote history in a style in which the truth could not be told. That Thomas Carlyle decried him as dry as dust is no discredit. To Heinrich von Rank, my grandfather, I owe my clumsy largeness, my endurance, energy, seriousness, and my thick hair. He was rebellious and even atheistic in his youth. As a medical student at a Prussian university, he took part in the political disturbances of 1848, when students demonstrated in favor of Karl Marx at the time of his trial for high treason. Like Marx, they had to leave the country. My grandfather came to London and finished his medical course there. In 1854, he went to the Crimea with the British Army as a regimental surgeon. All I know about this is a chance remark that he made to me when I was a child. It is not always the big bodies which are the strongest. At Sevastopol in the trenches, I saw the great British guards crack up and die by the score, while the little sappers took no harm. Still, his big body carried him very well. He married in London my grandmother, a tiny, saintly, frightened Schleswig Dane, daughter of Tyerx, the Greenwich astronomer. Before her father took to astronomy, the Tyerx family had, it seems, followed the Danish country system, not at all a bad one, of alternate professions for father and son. The odd generations were tinsmiths, and the even generations were pastors. My gentler characteristics trace back to my grandmother. She had 10 children. The eldest of these, my mother, was born in London. My grandfather's atheism and radicalism sobered down. He eventually returned to Germany, where he became a well-known children's doctor at Munich and about the first in Europe to insist on clean milk for his child patients. Finding that he could not get clean milk to the hospitals by ordinary means, he started a model dairy farm himself. His agnosticism grieved my devoutly Lutheran grandmother. She never ceased to pray for him, but concentrated more particularly on saving the souls of her children. My grandfather did not die entirely unregenerate. His last words were, "The God of my fathers, to him at least I hold." I do not know what he meant by that, but it was a statement consistent with his angry patriarchal moods, with his acceptance of a prominent place in Bavarian society as Herr Geheimrat Ritter von Rank, and with his loyalty to the Kaiser, with whom once or twice he went deer shooting. It meant, practically, that he considered himself a good liberal in religion as in politics, and that my grandmother need not have worried. I admire my German relatives. They have high principles, are easy, generous, and serious. The men have fought duels not for cheap personal honor, but in the public interest. Called out, for example, because they have protested against the scandalous behavior of some superior officer or official. One of them lost seniority in the German consular service because he refused to use the consulate in London as a clearinghouse for Secret Service reports. They are not heavy drinkers either. My grandfather, as a student at the regular university drunks, had a habit of pouring superfluous beer into his 1840-ish riding boots when nobody was watching. He brought up his children to speak English at home and always looked to England as the center of culture and progress. The women were noble and patient and used to keep their eyes on the ground when walking. At the age of 18, my mother went to England as a companion to Miss Britain, a lonely old woman who had befriended my grandmother as an orphan, and waited hand and foot on her for 17 years. When she finally died under the senile impression that my mother, her sole heiress, would benefit hardly at all from the will, it turned out that she had been worth £100,000. Characteristically, my mother divided the inheritance among her 4 younger sisters, keeping only a 5th share. She was determined to go to India after a short training as a medical missionary. This ambition was presently balked by her meeting my father, a widower with 5 children. It became plain to her that she could do as good work on the home mission field. The Graves family have a pedigree that goes back to a French knight who landed with Henry VII at Milford Haven in 1485. Colonel Graves, the Roundhead, is claimed as the founder of the Irish branch of the family. He was once wounded and left for dead in the marketplace at Thame. Afterwards, had charge of King Charles I's person at Carisbrooke Castle, and later turned royalist. Limerick was the center of this branch. The occasional soldiers and doctors in it were mainly collaterals. The direct male line had a sequence of rectors, deans, and bishops, apart from my great-grandfather John Crosby Graves, who was chief police magistrate of Dublin. The Limerick Graves have no hands or mechanical sense, but a wide reputation as conversationalists. In those of my relatives who have the family characteristics most strongly marked, unnecessary talk is a nervous disorder. Not bad talk as talk goes, usually informative, often witty, but it goes on and on and on. The Von Ranks seem to have little mechanical aptitude either. I find it most inconvenient to be born into the age of the internal combustion engine and the electric dynamo, and to have no sympathy with them. A bicycle, a Primus stove, and an army rifle mark the bounds of my mechanical capacity. My paternal grandfather, the Protestant Bishop of Limerick, had 8 children. He was a remarkable mathematician. He first formulated some theory or other of spherical conics, and also the leading authority on the Irish Brehon laws and Occam script, but by reputation, far from generous. He and O'Connell, the Catholic bishop, lived on the very best terms. They cracked Latin jokes at each other, discussed fine points of scholarship, and were unclerical enough not to take their religious differences too seriously. While in Limerick as a soldier of the garrison, some 19 years after my grandfather's death, I heard stories about him from the townsfolk. Bishop O'Connell had once rallied him on the size of his family, and my grandfather had retorted warmly with the text about the blessedness of the man who has his quiver full of arrows. To which O'Connell answered briefly, the ancient Jewish quiver only held 6. My grandfather's wake, they said, was the longest ever seen in the town of Limerick. It stretched from the cathedral right down O'Connell Street and over Sarfield Bridge, and I do not know how many miles Irish beyond. He had blessed me as a child, but I do not remember that. Of my father's mother, a Cheney from Aberdeen, I have been able to get no information at all beyond the fact that she was a very beautiful woman and daughter of the Physician General to the forces of Ireland. I can only conclude that most of what she said or did passed unnoticed in the rivalry of family conversations. The Cheney pedigree was flawless right back to Sir Reginald Cheney, Lord Chamberlain of Scotland in 1267. In later times, the Cheneys had been lawyers and physicians. But my father is at present engaged on his autobiography, and no doubt will write at length about all this. My father, then, met my mother sometime in the early 90s. He had previously married one of the Irish Coopers of Cooper's Hill near Limerick. The Coopers were an even more Irish family than the Graveses. The story goes that when Cromwell came to Ireland and ravaged the country, Moira O'Brien, the last surviving member of the great clan O'Brien, who were the paramount chiefs of the country around Limerick, came to him one day with, "General, you have killed my fathers and my uncles, my husband and my brothers. I am left as the sole heiress of these lands. Do you intend to confiscate them?" Cromwell is said to have been struck by her magnificent presence, and to have answered that this certainly had been his intention, but that she could keep her lands, or a part of them, on condition that she married one of his officers, Ensign Cooper. Jane Cooper, whom my father married, died of consumption. The Graves family were thin-nosed and inclined to petulance, but never depraved, cruel, or hysterical. A persistent literary tradition of Richard, a minor poet and a friend of Shenstone, and John Thomas, who was a mathematician and contributed to Sir William Rowan Hamilton's discovery of quaternions, and Richard, a divine and Regius professor of Greek, and James, an archaeologist, and Robert, who invented the disease called after him and was a friend of Turner's, and Robert, classicist and theologian and friend of Wordsworth's, and Richard, another divine, and Robert, another divine, and various Roberts, Jameses, Thomases, and Richards, and Clarissa, one of the toasts of Ireland, who married Leopold von Ranke at Windermere Church, and linked the Graves and von Ranke families a couple of generations before my father and mother married. See the British Museum catalogue for an 18th and 19th century record of Graves' literary history. It was through this Clarissa-Leopold relationship that my father met my mother. My mother told him at once that she liked Father O'Flynn, the song for writing which my father will be chiefly remembered. He had put the words to a traditional jig tune, The Top of Cork Road, which he remembered from his boyhood. Sir Charles Stanford supplied a few chords for the setting. My father sold the complete rights for 1 guinea. Boosey, the publisher, made thousands. Sir Charles Stanford, who drew a royalty as the composer, also collected a very large sum. Recently, my father has been sent a few pounds from gramophone rights. He is not bitter at all about this, but has more than once impressed upon me almost religiously never to sell for a sum down the complete rights of any work of mine whatsoever. That my father is a poet has at least saved me from any false reverence for poets.
This audiobook is free to listen to. Take a rest, enjoy the background music, and thank you for being part of our audience.
I am even delighted when I meet people who know of him and not me. I sing some of his songs while washing up after meals or shelling peas or on similar occasions. He never once tried to teach me how to write or showed me any understanding of my serious poetry, being always more ready to ask advice about his own. Nor did he ever try to stop me writing. His light-hearted early work is the best. His Invention of Wine, for instance, which begins, "Ere Bacchus could talk, or decently walk, down Olympus he jumped from the arms of his nurse. And though 10 years in all were consumed by the fall, he might have fallen farther and fared a dale worse." After marrying my mother and turning teetotaler, he is said to have lost something of his playfulness. My father resisted the family temptation to take holy orders, never rising higher than lay reader. He broke the geographical connection with Ireland, for which I cannot be too grateful to him. Though much harder on my relatives, and much more careful of associating with them than I am with strangers, I can admire my father and mother. My father for his simplicity and persistence, and my mother for her seriousness and strength. Both for their generosity. They never bullied me, and were grieved rather than angered by my default from formal religion. In physique and general characteristics, my mother's side is, on the whole, stronger in me. But I have many habits of speech and movements peculiar to the Graveses, most of them eccentric. Such as finding it difficult to walk straight down a street, fidgeting with bits of bread at table, getting tired of sentences when halfway through and leaving them in the air, walking with the hands folded in a particular way behind the back, and being subject to sudden and most disconcerting spells of complete amnesia. These fits, so far as I can discover, serve no useful purpose, and tend to produce in the victim the same sort of dishonesty that afflicts deaf people who miss the thread of conversation. They hate to be left behind, and rely on intuition and bluff to get them through. This disability is most marked in very cold weather. I do not now talk too much, except when I have been drinking or when I meet someone who fought with me in France. The Graveses have good minds for such purposes as examinations, writing graceful Latin verse, filling in forms and solving puzzles. When invited as children to parties where guessing games and brain tests were played, we never failed to win. They have a good eye for ball games and a graceful style. I inherited the eye, but not the style. My mother's family are entirely without style. I have an ugly but secure seat on a horse. There is a coldness in the Graveses which is anti-sentimental to the point of insolence, a necessary check to the goodness of heart from which my mother's family suffers. The Graveses, it is fair to generalize, though loyal to the British governing class to which they belong, and so to the Constitution, are individualists. The von Ranks regard their membership of corresponding class in Germany as a sacred trust, enabling them to do the more responsible work for the service of humanity. Recently, when a von Rank entered a film studio, the family felt itself disgraced. The most useful, and at the same time most dangerous gift that I owe to my father's side of the family, probably more to the Cheneys than to the Graveses, is that I am always able, when dealing with officials or getting privileges from public institutions which grudge them, to masquerade as a gentleman. Whatever I happen to be wearing, and because my clothes are not what gentlemen usually wear, and yet I do not seem to be an artist or effeminate, and my accent and gestures are irreproachable, I have been placed as their heir to a dukedom, whose perfect confidence in his rank would explain all such eccentricity. Thus, I may seem, by a paradox, to be more of a gentleman than even one of my elder brothers, who spent a number of years as a consular official in the Near East. His wardrobe is almost too obviously a gentleman's, and he does not allow himself the pseudodical privilege of having disreputable acquaintances, and saying on all occasions what he really means. About this business of being a gentleman, I paid so heavily for the 14 years of my gentleman's education that I feel entitled now and then to get some sort of return. Chapter 2. My mother married my father, largely, it seems, to help him out with his 5 motherless children. Having any herself was a secondary consideration. Yet, first she had a girl, then she had another girl, and it was very nice, of course, to have them, but slightly disappointing, because she belonged to the generation and tradition that made a son the really important event. Then I came, a fine, healthy child. She was 40 at my birth, and my father 49. 4 years later, she had another son, and 4 years later, still another son. The desired preponderance of male over female had been established, and twice 5 made 10. I found the gap of 2 generations between my parents and me easier in a way to bridge than a single generation gap. Children seldom quarrel with their grandparents, and I have been able to think of my mother and father as grandparents. Also, a family of 10 means a dilution of parental affection. The members tend to become indistinct. I have often been called Philip, Richard, Robert. My father, being a very busy man, an inspector of schools for the Southwark district of London, we children saw practically nothing of him except during the holidays. Then he behaved very sweetly and told us stories with the formal beginning, not once upon a time, but always, and so the gardener blew his nose on a red pocket handkerchief. He occasionally played games with us, but for the most part, when not busy with educational work, was writing poems or being president of literary or temperance societies. My mother kept busy running the household, and conscientiously carrying out her social obligations as my father's wife, did not see so much of us as she would have liked, except on Sundays or when we happened to be ill. We had a nurse and one another, and found that companionship sufficient. My father's chief part in our education was to insist on our speaking grammatically, pronouncing words correctly, and using no slang. He left our religious instruction entirely to my mother, though he officiated at family prayers, which the servants were expected to attend every morning before breakfast. Light punishments, such as being sent to bed early or being stood in a corner, were in the hands of my mother. The infliction of corporal punishment, never severe and given with a slipper, she reserved for my father. We learned to be strong moralists and spent much of our time on self-examination and good resolutions. My sister Rosaline put up a printed notice in her corner of the nursery. It might just as well have been put up by me. I must not say bang bust or pig bucket, for it is rude. We were given very little pocket money, a penny a week with a rise to 2 pence at the age of 12 or so, and encouraged to give part at least of any odd money that came to us from uncles or other visitors to Dr. Barnardo's homes and to beggars. A blind beggar used to sit on the Wimbledon Hill pavement, reading the Bible aloud in Braille. He was not really blind, but could turn up his eyes and keep the pupils concealed for minutes at a time under drooping lids, which were artificially inflamed. We often gave to him. He died a rich man, and had been able to provide his son with a college education. The first distinguished writer I remember meeting after Swinburne was P.G. Wodehouse, a friend of my brother Percival. Wodehouse was then in his early 20s, on the staff of the Globe, and writing school stories for The Captain magazine. He gave me a penny, advising me to get marshmallows with it. Though too shy to express my gratitude at the time, I have never since permitted myself to be critical about his work. I had great religious fervor, which persisted until shortly after my confirmation at the age of 16, and remember the incredulity with which I first heard that there were actually people baptized like myself into the Church of England, who did not believe in Jesus' divinity. I had never met an unbeliever. Though I have asked many of my acquaintances at what stage in their childhood or adolescence they became class-conscious, none has ever given me a satisfactory answer. I remember how it happened to me. At the age of 4.5, I caught scarlet fever. My younger brother had just been born, and I could not be nursed at home, so my parents sent me off to a public fever hospital. The ward contained 20 little proletarians, and only one bourgeois child besides myself. I did not notice particularly that the nurses and my fellow patients had a different attitude towards me. I accepted the kindness and spoiling easily, being accustomed to it. But the respect and even reverence given to this other little boy, a clergyman's child, astonished me. "Oh," the nurses would cry after he had gone, "oh, he did look a little gentleman in his pretty white pelisse when they took him away." "That young Matthew was a fair toff," echoed the little proletarians. On my return from 2 months in hospital, my accent was deplored, and I learned that the boys in the ward had been very vulgar. I did not know what vulgar meant. It had to be explained to me. About a year later, I met Arthur, a boy of 9, who had been in the ward and taught me how to play cricket when we were convalescent together. He turned out to be a ragged errand boy. In hospital, we had all worn the same institutional nightgowns, and I did not know that we came off such different shelves. But I suddenly realized with my first shudder of gentility that 2 sorts of Christians existed: ourselves and the lower classes. The servants were trained to call us children, even when we were tiny, Master Robert, Miss Rosaline, and Miss Clarissa. But I had not recognized these as titles of respect. I had thought of Master and Miss merely as vocative prefixes used for addressing other people's children. But now I found that the servants were the lower class, and that we were ourselves. I accepted this class separation as naturally as I had accepted religious dogma, and did not finally discard it until nearly 20 years later. My parents were never of the aggressive, shoot-'em-down type, but liberals, or more strictly, liberal unionists. In religious theory, at least, they treated their employees as fellow creatures, but social distinctions remained clearly defined. The hymn book sanctioned these. He made them high or lowly, and ordered their estates. I can well recall the tone of my mother's voice when she informed the maids that they could have what was left of the pudding, or scolded the cook for some carelessness. It had forced hardness, made almost harsh by embarrassment. My mother, being gemütlich by nature, would, I believe, have loved to dispense with servants altogether. They seemed a foreign body in the house. I remember the servants' bedrooms. They were on the top landing, at the dullest side of the house, and, by a convention of the times, the only rooms without carpets or linoleum. Those gaunt, unfriendly-looking beds, and the hanging cupboards with faded cotton curtains, instead of wardrobes with glass doors as in the other rooms. All this uncouthness made me think of the servants as somehow not quite human. Besides, the servants who came to us were distinctly below the average standard. Only those with no particularly good references would apply for a situation in a family of 10. And because we had such a large house, and hardly a single person in the household kept his or her room tidy, they were constantly giving notice. Too much work, they said. Our nurse made a bridge between the servants and ourselves. She gave us her own passport immediately on arrival. Emily Dykes is my name, England is my nation, Netheravon is my dwelling place, and Christ is my salvation. Though calling us Miss and Master, she used no menial tone. In a practical way, Emily came to be more to us than our mother. I did not despise her until about the age of 12. She was then nurse to my younger brothers, when I found that my education now exceeded hers, and that if I struggled with her, I could trip her up and bruise her quite easily. Besides, she went to a Baptist chapel. I had learned by that time that the Baptists were, like the Wesleyans and Congregationalists, the social inferiors of the Church of England. My mother taught me a horror of Roman Catholicism, which I retained for a very long time. In fact, I discarded Protestantism not because I had outgrown its ethics, but in horror of its Catholic element. My religious training developed in me a great capacity for fear. I was perpetually tortured by the fear of hell, a superstitious conscience and a sexual embarrassment from which I have found it very difficult to free myself. The last thing that Protestants lose when they cease to believe is a vision of Christ as the perfect man. That persisted with me, sentimentally, for years. At the age of 18, I wrote a poem called In the Wilderness, about Christ greeting the scapegoat as it roamed the desert, which of course would have been impossible since the scapegoat always got pushed over a cliff by its Levite attendants. In the Wilderness has since appeared in at least 70 anthologies. Strangers are always writing me to say how much strength it has given them, and would I, etc. Chapter 3. I went to several preparatory schools beginning at the age of 6. The very first was a dame's school at Wimbledon, but my father, as an educational expert, would not let me stay there long. He found me crying one day at the difficulty of the 23 times table and disapproved of a question-and-answer history book that we used, which began, Question: Why were the Britons so called? Answer: Because they painted themselves blue. Also, they made me do mental arithmetic to a metronome. I once wetted myself with nervousness under this torture. So my father sent me to King's College School, Wimbledon. I was just 7 years old, the youngest boy there, and they went up to 19. My father took me away after a couple of terms because he heard me using naughty words and because I did not understand the lessons. I had started Latin, but nobody explained what Latin meant. Its declinations and conjugations were pure incantations to me. For that matter, so were the strings of naughty words. And I felt oppressed by the huge hall, the enormous boys, the frightening rowdiness of the corridors, and the compulsory rugby football of which nobody told me the rules. From there I went to Rugby, a preparatory school of the ordinary type, also at Wimbledon, where I stayed for about 3 years. Here I began playing games seriously, grew quarrelsome, boastful, and domineering, won prizes, and collected things. The main difference between myself and the other boys was that I collected coins instead of stamps. The value of coins seemed less fictitious to me. The headmaster caned me only once for forgetting to bring my gym shoes to school, and then gave me no more than 2 strokes on the hand. Yet even now, the memory makes me hot with resentment. My serious training as a gentleman began here. I seem to have left out one school, Penralt, right away in the little hills behind Llanbedra. I had never been away from home before. I went there for just a term, for my health. Here I had my first beating. The headmaster, a parson, caned me on the bottom because I learned the wrong collect one Sunday by mistake. I had never before come upon forcible training in religion. At my dame's school, we learned collects too, but were not punished for mistakes. We competed for prizes, ornamental texts to take home and hang over our beds. A boy at Penralt called Ronnie was the greatest hero I had ever met. He had a house on the top of a pine tree which nobody else could climb, and a huge knife made from the tip of a scythe which he had stolen, and he killed pigeons with a catapult, cooked them, and ate them in the treehouse. Ronnie treated me very kindly. He went into the Navy afterwards, deserted on his first voyage, and, we were told, was never heard of again. He used to steal rides on cows and horses which he found in the fields. At Penralt, I found a book that had the ballads of Chevy Chase and Sir Andrew Barton in it. These were the first 2 real poems I remember reading. I saw how good they were. But, on the other hand, there was an open-air swimming bath where all the boys bathed naked, and I was overcome by horror at the sight. One boy of 19 had red hair, real bad Irish red hair all over his body. I did not know that hair grew on bodies. Also, the headmaster had a little daughter with a little girlfriend, and I sweated with terror whenever I met them, because, having no brothers, they once tried to find out about male anatomy from me by exploring down my shirt neck when we were digging up pig nuts in the garden. Another frightening experience from this part of my life. I once had to wait in the school cloakroom for my sisters, who went to the Wimbledon High School. We were going on to be photographed together. I waited for perhaps a quarter of an hour in a corner of the cloakroom. I must have been 10 years old, and hundreds of girls went to and fro. They all looked at me and giggled and whispered to one another. I knew they hated me because I was a boy sitting in the cloakroom of a girls' school, and my sisters, when they arrived, looked ashamed of me and seemed quite different from the sisters I knew at home. I had blundered into a secret world, and for months and even years afterwards, my worst nightmares were of this girls' school, which was always filled with colored toy balloons. Very Freudian, as one says now. My normal impulses were set back for years by these 2 experiences. In 1912, we spent our Christmas holidays in Brussels. An Irish girl staying at the same pension made love to me in a way that I see now was really very sweet. It frightened me so much I could have killed her. In English preparatory and public schools, romance is necessarily homosexual. The opposite sex is despised and treated as something obscene. Many boys never recover from this perversion. For every 1 born homosexual, at least 10 permanent pseudo-homosexuals are made by the public school system. 9 of these 10 as honorably chaste and sentimental as I was. I left the day school at Wimbledon because my father decided that the standard of work was not high enough to get me a scholarship at a public school. He sent me to another preparatory school at Rugby, where the headmaster's wife happened to be a sister of an old literary friend of his. I did not like the place. There was a secret about the headmaster which some of the elder boys shared, a somehow sinister secret. Nobody ever let me into it, but he came weeping into the classroom one day, beating his head with his fists and groaning, "Would to God I hadn't done it! Would to God I hadn't done it!" My father took me away suddenly a week later. The headmaster, having been given 24 hours to leave the country, was succeeded by the second master, a good man who had taught me how to write English by eliminating all phrases that could be done without and using verbs and nouns instead of adjectives and adverbs wherever possible, and when to start new paragraphs, and the difference between O, spelled O, and O, spelled O-H. Mr. Lush was a very heavy man who used to stand at his desk and lean on his thumbs until they bent at right angles. A fortnight after taking over the school, he fell out of a train on his head, and that was the end of him. But the school seems to be still in being. I am occasionally asked to subscribe to Old Boys funds for memorial windows and miniature rifle ranges and so on. I first learned rugger here. What surprised me most about this school was when a boy of about 12, whose father and mother were in India, heard by cable that they had both suddenly died of cholera. We all watched him sympathetically for weeks after, expecting him to die of grief, or turn black in the face, or do something to match the occasion. Yet he seemed entirely unmoved, and because nobody dared discuss the tragedy with him, he seemed oblivious of it, playing about and ragging just as he had done before. We found that rather monstrous, but he had not seen his parents for 2 years, and preparatory schoolboys live in a world completely dissociated from home life. They have a different vocabulary, a different moral system, even different voices. On their return to school from the holidays, the changeover from home self to school self is almost instantaneous, whereas the reverse process takes a fortnight at least. A preparatory schoolboy, when caught off his guard, will call his mother, "Please, matron," and always addresses any male relative or friend of the family as "sir," like a master. I used to do it. School life becomes the reality, and home life the illusion. In England, parents of the governing classes virtually lose all intimate touch with their children from about the age of 8, and any attempts on their part to insinuate home feeling into school life are resented. Next, I went to Copthorne, a typically good school in Sussex. The headmaster had been chary of admitting me at my age, particularly since I came from a school with such a bad recent history. However, family literature connections did the trick, and the headmaster saw that I could win a scholarship if he took trouble over me. The depressed state I had been in ended the moment I arrived. My younger brother, Charles, followed me to this school, being taken away from the day school at Wimbledon, and later, my youngest brother, John, went there straight from home. How good and typical the school was can be seen in the case of John, a typical, good, normal person who, as I say, went straight there from home. He spent 5 or 6 years at Copthorne, played in the 11s, got the scholarship at a public school, became head boy with athletic distinctions, won a scholarship at Oxford and further athletic distinctions, and a good degree. And then, what did he do? Because he was such a typically good, normal person, he naturally went back as a master to his old, typically good preparatory school, and now that he has been there some years and needs a change, he is applying for a mastership at his old public school. If he gets it and becomes a housemaster after a few years, he will at last, I suppose, become a headmaster, and eventually take the next steps as head of his old college at Oxford. That is the sort of typically good preparatory school it was. There, I learned to keep a straight bat at cricket and to have a high moral sense, and mastered my 5th different pronunciation of Latin and my 5th or 6th way of doing simple arithmetic. They put me into the top class, and I got a scholarship. In fact, I got the first scholarship of the year, at Charterhouse. And why at Charterhouse? Because of Eastme and Eme. Charterhouse was the only public school whose scholarship examination did not contain a Greek grammar paper, and though smart enough at Greek unseen and Greek composition, I could not conjugate isthmi and imi conventionally. But for these two verbs, I should almost certainly have gone to the very different atmosphere of Winchester. Chapter 4. My mother took us abroad to stay at my grandfather's house in Germany 5 times between my 2nd and 12th year. Then he died, and we never went again. He owned a big old manor house at Diessenhofen, 10 miles from Munich, by name Laufzorn, which means, "Be gone, anger." Our summers there were easily the best things of my early childhood. Pine forests and hot sun, red deer, black and red squirrels, acres of blueberries and wild strawberries, 9 or 10 different kinds of edible mushrooms which we went into the forest to pick, and unfamiliar flowers in the fields. Munich lies high, and outcrops of alpine flowers occur here and there. A farm with all the usual animals, except sheep, drives through the countryside in a break behind my father's graze, and bathing in the Isar under a waterfall. The Isar was bright green and said to be the fastest river of Europe. We used to visit the uncles who kept a peacock farm a few miles away, and a granduncle, Johannes von Rank, the ethnologist, who lived on the lakeshore of Tegernsee, where everyone had buttercup blonde hair, and occasionally my Aunt Agnes, Freifrau Baronin von Aufsus of Aufsus Castle, some hours away by train, high up in the Bavarian Alps. Aufsus, built in the 9th century, stood so remote that it had never been sacked, but remained Aufsus property ever since. To the original building, a keep with only a ladder entrance halfway up, a medieval castle had been added. Its treasure of plate and armor were amazing. My uncle Siegfried showed us children the chapel, its walls hung with enameled shields of each Aufsus baron, impaled with the arms of the noble family into which he had married. He pointed to a stone in the floor which pulled up by a ring, and said, "That is the family vault, where all Aufsuses go when they die. I'll be down there one day." He scowled comically. But he got killed in the war as an officer of the Imperial German staff, and, I believe, they never found his body. Uncle Siegfried had a peculiar sense of humor. One day we children saw him on the garden path, eating pebbles. He told us to go away, but of course we stayed, sat down, and tried to eat pebbles too, only to be told very seriously that children should not eat pebbles. We would break our teeth. We agreed after trying 1 or 2, so he chose us each a pebble which looked just like all the rest, but which crushed easily and had a chocolate center. This was on condition that we went away and left him to his picking and crunching. When we returned later in the day, we searched and searched, but only found the ordinary hard pebbles. He never once let us down in a joke. Among the castle treasures were a baby's lace cap that had taken 2 years to make, and a wine glass which my uncle's old father had noticed in the Franco-Prussian War standing upright in the middle of a square in an entirely ruined French village. For dinner, when we went there, we ate some enormous trout. My father, a practiced fisherman, asked my uncle in astonishment where they came from. He explained that an underground river welled up close to the castle, and the fish which emerged with it were quite white from the darkness, of extraordinary size, and stone blind. They also gave us jam made of wild roseberries, which they called hetchipetch, and showed us an iron chest in a small, thick-walled, whitewashed room at the top of the keep. A tremendous chest, twice the size of the door, and obviously made inside the room, which had no windows except arrow slits. It had 2 keys and must have been a 12th or 13th century work. Tradition ruled that it should never be opened unless the castle stood in the most extreme danger. The baron held 1 key, his steward the other. The chest could be opened only by using both keys, and nobody knew what lay inside. It was even considered unlucky to speculate. Of course, we speculated. It might be gold, more likely a store of corn in sealed jars, or even some sort of weapon, Greek fire perhaps. From what I know of the Alsaces and their stewards, it is inconceivable that the chest ever got the better of their curiosity. A ghost walked the castle, the ghost of a former baron known as the Red Knight. His terrifying portrait hung halfway up the turret staircase, which led to our bedrooms. We slept on feather beds for the first time in our lives. Laufsorn, which my grandfather had bought and restored from a ruinous condition, could not compare in tradition with Alsace, though it had for a time been a shooting lodge of the Bavarian kings. Still, 2 ghosts went with the place. The farm laborers used to see them frequently. One of them was a carriage which drove furiously along without horses, and, before the days of motor cars, horrible enough. Not having visited the banqueting hall since childhood, I find it difficult to recall its true dimensions. It seemed as big as a cathedral, with stained glass armorial windows and bare floorboards furnished only at the 4 corners with small islands of tables and chairs. Swallows had built rows of nests all along the sides of the ceiling. There were roundels of colored light from the windows, the many-tined stag's head, shot by my grandfather, mounted on the walls, swallow droppings under the nests, and a little harmonium in one corner where we sang German songs. These concentrate my memories of Laufsorn. The bottom story formed part of the farm. A carriage drive ran right through it, with a wide, covered courtyard in the center, where cattle were often driven to safety in times of baronial feud. One side of the drive lay the estate steward's quarters, on the other, the farm servant's inn and kitchen. In the middle story lived my grandfather and his family. The top story was a store for corn, apples, and other farm produce, and up here, my cousin, Wilhelm, later shot down in air battle by a schoolfellow of mine, used to lie for hours picking off mice with an air gun. Bavarian food had a richness and spiciness that we always missed on our return to England. We liked the rye bread, the dark pine honey, the huge ice cream puddings made with fresh raspberry juice and the help of snow stored during the winter in an ice house, my grandfather's venison, the honey cakes, the pastries, and particularly the sauces made with different kinds of mushrooms. Also the pretzels, the carrots cooked in sugar, and summer puddings of cranberries and blueberries. In the orchard close to the house, we could eat as many apples, pears, and green gages as we liked. There were also rows of black currant and gooseberry bushes in the garden. The estate, despite the recency of my grandfather's tenure, his liberalism, and his experiments in modern agricultural methods, remained feudalistic. The poor, sweaty, savage-looking farm servants, who talked a dialect we could not understand, frightened us. They ranked lower even than the servants at home. And as for the colony of Italians settled about half a mile from the house, whom my grandfather had imported as cheap labor for his brick factory, we associated them in our minds with the gypsies in the wood of the song. My grandfather took us over the factory one day and made me taste a lump of Italian polenta. My mother told us afterwards, when milk pudding at Wimbledon came to table burned and we complained, "Those poor Italians in your grandfather's brick yard used to burn their polenta on purpose, sometimes just for a change of flavor." Beyond the farm buildings at Laufsorn lay a large pond, fringed with irises and full of carp. My uncles netted it every 3 or 4 years. Once we watched the fun and shouted when we saw the net pull closer and closer to the shallow landing corner. It bulged with wriggling carp, and big pike threshed about among them. I waded in to help and came out with 6 leeches like black rubber tubes fastened to my legs. Salt had to be put on their tails before they would leave go. The farm laborers grew wildly excited. One of them gutted a fish with his thumb and ate it raw. I also remember the truck line between the railway station, 2 miles away, and the brickyard. Since the land had a fall of perhaps 1 in 100 between the factory and the station, the Italian used to load their trucks with bricks. Then a squad of them would give the trucks a hard shove and run along the line, pushing for 20 or 30 yards, after which the trucks sailed off all by themselves toward the station. We were allowed to climb up into the rafters of the big hay barn and jump down into the springy hay. We gradually increased the height of the jumps. It was exciting to feel our insides left behind us in the air. Once we visited the Lauchzorn cellar, not the ordinary beer cellar, but another into which descended from the courtyard, quite dark except for a little slit window. A huge heap of potatoes lay on the floor. To get the light, they had to put out a twisted mass of long white feelers. In one corner was a dark hole closed by a gate, a secret passage from the house to a ruined monastery a mile away, so we were told. My uncles had once been down some distance, but the air got bad and they came back. The gate had to be put up to prevent anyone else trying it and never returning. Come to think of it, they were probably teasing us, and the hole led to the bottom of the guard robe, which is a polite name for a medieval earth closet. When we drove out beside my grandfather, he was acclaimed with "Grüß Gott, Herr Professor," by the principal personages of each village we went through. It always had a big inn with a rumbling skittle alley and a tall maypole banded like a barber's pole with blue and white, the Bavarian national colors. Apple and pear trees lined every road. The idea of these unguarded public fruit trees astonished us. We could not understand why any fruit remained on them. On Wimbledon Common, even the horse chestnut trees were pelted with sticks and stones long before the chestnuts ripened, and in defiance of an energetic common keeper. What we least liked in Bavaria were the wayside crucifixes with their realistic blood and wounds, and the ex-voto pictures, like signboards, of naked souls in purgatory, grinning for anguish among high red and yellow flames. Though taught to believe in hell, we did not like to be reminded of it. Munich we found sinister, disgusting fumes of beer and cigar smoke, and intense sounds of eating in the restaurants, the hotly dressed, enormously stout population in trams and trains, the ferocious officials. Then, the terrifying morgue, which children were not allowed to visit. Any notable who died was taken to the morgue, they told us, and put in a chair to sit in state for a day or two. If a general, he had his uniform on, or if a burgomaster's wife, she had on her silks and jewels. Strings were to be tied to their fingers, and the slightest movement of a single string would ring a bell, in case any life remained in the corpse after all. I have never verified the truth of this, but it was true enough to me. When my grandfather died about a year after our last visit, I pictured him in the morgue with his bushy white hair, his morning coat, his striped trousers, his decorations, and his stethoscope. And perhaps, I thought, a silk hat, gloves, and cane on a table beside him. Trying in a nightmare to be alive, but knowing himself dead. The headmaster of Rugby School, who caned me for forgetting my gymnastics shoes, loved German culture, and impressed this feeling on the school so that it stood to my credit that I could speak German and had visited Germany. At my other preparatory schools, this German connection seemed something at least excusable and perhaps even interesting. Only at Charterhouse did it rank as a social offense. My history from the age of 14, when I went to Charterhouse, until just before the end of the war, when I began to think for myself, is a forced rejection of the German in me. I used to insist indignantly on being Irish, and took my self-protective stand on the technical point that solely the father's nationality counted. Of course, I also accepted the whole patriarchal system of things, convinced of the natural supremacy of male over female. My mother took the love, honor, and obey contract literally. My sisters were brought up to wish themselves boys, to be shocked at the idea of woman's suffrage, and not to expect so expensive an education as their brothers. The final decision in any domestic matter always rested with my father. My mother would say, "If two ride together, one must ride behind." We children did not talk German well. Our genders and minor parts of speech were shaky, and we never learned to read Gothic characters or script. Yet we had the sense of German so strongly that I feel I know German far better than French, though able to read French almost as fast as I can read English, and German only painfully and slowly with the help of a dictionary. I use different parts of my mind for the two languages. French is a surface acquirement, which I could forget quite easily if I had no reason to speak it every now and then. Chapter 5. I spent a good part of my early life at Wimbledon. We did not get rid of the house, a big one near the Common, until soon after the end of the war. Yet I can recall little or nothing of significance that happened there. But after the age of 11 or 12, I was always at some boarding school, and in the spring and summer holidays, we went to the country, so that I saw Wimbledon only at Christmas and for a day or two at the beginning and end of the other holidays. London lay half an hour away, yet I seldom went there. We were never taken to the theater, even to pantomimes, and by the middle of the war, I had been to the theater exactly twice in my life, and then merely to children's plays by courtesy of an aunt. My mother brought us up to be serious and to benefit humanity in some practical way, but allowed us no hint of its dirtiness, intrigue, and lustfulness, believing that innocence would be the surest protection against.
This audiobook comes to you for free. We invite you to relax, enjoy the calming soundtrack, and thank you for your support.
Them. She carefully censored our reading. I was destined to be, if not a great man, at least a good man. Our treats were educational or aesthetic. To Kew Gardens, Hampton Court, the Zoo, the British Museum, or the Natural History Museum. I remember my mother in the treasure room of the British Museum telling us with bright eyes that all these wonderful things were ours. We looked at her astonished. She said, "Yes, they belong to us as members of the public. We can look at them, admire them, and study them for as long as we like. If we had them back at home, we couldn't do better. Besides, they might get stolen." We read more books than most children do. There must have been 4,000 or 5,000 books in the house altogether. They consisted of an old-fashioned scholars' library bequeathed to my father by my namesake, whom I have mentioned as a friend of Wordsworth, but who had a tenderer relationship with Felicia Hemans. To this were added my father's own collection of books, mostly poetry, with a particular cupboard for Anglo-Irish literature. Devotional works contributed by my mother, educational books sent to my father by publishers in the hope that he would recommend them for use in government schools, and novels and adventure books brought into the house by my elder brothers and sisters. My mother used to tell us stories about inventors and doctors who gave their lives for the suffering, and poor boys who struggled to the top of the tree, and saintly men who made examples of themselves. Also, the parable of the king who had a very beautiful garden, which he threw open to the public. 2 students entered, and one, of whom my mother spoke with a slight sneer in her voice, noticed occasional weeds even in the tulip beds. But the other, and here she brightened up, found beautiful flowers even on rubbish heaps. She kept off the subject of war as much as possible, always finding it difficult to explain how it was that God permitted wars. The Boer War clouded my early childhood. Philip, my eldest brother, who called himself a Fenian, also called himself a pro-Boer, and I remember great tension at the breakfast table between him and my father, whose political views were never extreme. The eventual sale of Wimbledon House solved a good many problems. My mother hated throwing away anything that could possibly, in the most remote contingency, be of any service to anyone, and after 25 years, lumber had piled high. The medicine cupboard was perhaps the most telltale corner of the house. Nobody could call it untidy, all the bottles had stoppers, but stood so crowded together that nobody except my mother, who had a long memory, could recognize the ones at the back. Every few years, no doubt, she went through them, Any doubtful bottle she would tentatively relabel. This must be Alfred's old bunion salve, or strychnine, query? Even special medicines prescribed for scarlet fever or whooping cough were kept, in case of reinfection. An energetic labeler, she wrote in one of my school prizes, "Robert Rank Graves won this book as a prize for being first in his class in the term's work and second in examinations. He also won a special prize for divinity, though the youngest boy in the class." Written by his affectionate mother, Amy Graves. Summer, 1908. Homemade jam always used to arrive at table well documented. One small pot read, "Gooseberry, lemon, and rhubarb. A little shop gooseberry added. Nellie reboiled." 3 sayings and a favorite story of my mother's. "Children, I command you as your mother never to swing objects around in your hands. The King of Hanover put out his eye by swinging a bead purse. Children, I command you as your mother to be careful when you carry your candles upstairs. The candle is a little cup of grease. There was a man once, a Frenchman, who died of grief because he could never become a mother." She used to tell the story by candlelight. There was once a peasant family living in Schleswig-Holstein, where they all have crooked mouths. One night, they wished to blow out the candle. The father's mouth was twisted to the left so, and he tried to blow out the candle so, but he was too proud to stand anywhere but directly before the candle, so he puffed and he puffed, but could not blow the candle out. And then the mother tried, but her mouth was twisted to the right so, and she tried to blow so, and she was too proud to stand anywhere but directly before the candle, and she puffed and puffed, but could not blow the candle out. Then there was the brother, with mouth twisted upward so, and the sister with mouth twisted downward so, and they tried each in turn, so and so, and the idiot baby with his mouth twisted in an eternal grin so. At last the maid, a beautiful girl from Copenhagen with a perfectly formed mouth, put it out with her shoe, so flap. These quotations make it clear how much I owe, as a writer, to my mother. She also taught me to speak the truth and shame the devil. Her favorite biblical exhortation went, "My son, whatever thy hand findeth to do, do it with all thy might." I always considered Wimbledon a wrong place, neither town nor country. The house was at its worst on Wednesday, my mother's at-home day. We went down in our Sunday clothes to eat cakes in the drawing room, be kissed, and behave politely. My sisters had to recite. Around Christmas, celebrated in the German style, came a dozen or so children's parties. We would make ourselves sick with excitement. I don't like thinking of Wimbledon. Every spring and summer, unless we happened to visit Germany, or France as we did once, we went to Harlech in North Wales. My mother had built a house there. Before motor traffic reached the North Welsh coast, Harlech was a very quiet place and little known, even as a golf center. It consisted of 3 parts. First, the village itself, 500 feet up on a steep range of hills, granite houses with slate roofs and ugly windows and gables, chapels of 7 or 8 different denominations, enough shops to make it the marketing center of the smaller villages around, and the castle, a favorite playground of ours. Second, the Morpha, a flat sandy plain from which the sea had receded. Part of this formed the golf links, but to the north lay a stretch of wild country, which we used to search in the spring for plovers' eggs. The seaside stretched beyond the links good, hard sand for miles, safe bathing, sand hills for hide-and-seek. The third part of Harlech was never visited by golfers or the few other summer visitors, and seldom by the village people themselves. The desolate, rocky hill country at the back of the village. As we grew older, we spent more and more of our time up here, and less on the beach and the links. There were occasional farms and crofts in these hills, but one could easily walk 15 or 20 miles without crossing a road or passing close to a farm. Originally, we went up with some practical excuse. for the blueberries on the hills near Meisigarned, or the cranberries at Gulauschen, or bits of Roman hypocaust tiling, with the potter's thumb marks still on them, and the ruined Roman villas by Castle Tomenemer, or globe flowers on the banks of the upper Artro, or a sight of the wild goats which lived behind Riednachthauer, the biggest of the hills in the next range, or raspberries from the thickets near Kompefun Lake, or white heather from a nameless hill, away to the north of the Roman steppes. But after a time, we visited those hills simply because they were good to walk about on. Their penny plain quality pleased us even more than the twopence-colored quality of the Bavarian Alps. My best friend at the time, my sister Rosaline, was 1 year older than myself. This country, and I know no country like it, seemed to be independent of formal nature. One hardly noticed the passage of the seasons there. The wind always blew across the stunted grass. The black streams always ran cold and clear over black stones. The mountain sheep were wild and free, capable of scrambling over a 6-foot stone wall, unlike the slow, heavy, smutty-fleeced Southdown flocks that fattened in the fields beyond Wimbledon, and, when in repose, easily mistaken for the lichen-covered granite boulders strewn everywhere. Few trees grew except hazels, rowans, stunted oaks, and thorn bushes in the valleys. Winters were always mild, so that last year's bracken and last year's heather survived in a faded way through to the next spring. We saw hardly any birds, bar an occasional buzzard, and curlews wheeling in the distance, and wherever we went, the rocky skeleton of the hill seemed only an inch or two beneath the turf. Having no Welsh blood in us, we felt little temptation to learn Welsh, still less to pretend ourselves Welsh, but we knew that country as a quite ungeographical region. Any stray sheep farmers whom we met seemed intruders on our privacy. Clarissa, Rosaline, and I were once put out on the remotest hills and had not seen a soul all day. At last we came to a waterfall and found 2 trout lying on the bank beside it. 10 yards away stood the fisherman, disentangling his line from a thorn bush. He had not seen us, so I crept up quietly to the fish and put a sprig of white bell heather, which we had picked that afternoon, in the mouth of each. We hurried back to cover, and I asked, "Shall we watch?" But Clarissa said, "No, don't spoil it." We came home and never spoke of it again, even to each other, and never knew the sequel. Had this been Ireland, we should have self-consciously learned Irish and local legends, but we did not go to Ireland except once when I was an infant in arms. Instead, we came to know Wales more purely, as a place with a history too old for local legends. While walking there, we made up our own. We decided who laid buried under the Standing Stone, and who had lived in the ruined Round Hut encampment, and in the caves of the valley where the big rowans grew. On our visits to Germany, I had felt a sense of home in a natural human way, but above Harlech, I found a personal peace independent of history or geography. The first poem I wrote as myself concerned those hills. The first poem I wrote as a Graves was a neat translation of one of Catulus's satires. Our busy and absent-minded father would never worry about us children. Our mother did worry. She allowed us to go off into the hills immediately after breakfast and did not complain much when we came back long after supper time. Though she had a bad head for heights, she never restrained us from climbing in dangerous places, and we never got hurt. Having a bad head for heights myself, I trained myself deliberately and painfully to overcome it. We used to go climbing in the turrets and towers of Harlech Castle. I have worked hard on myself in defining and dispersing my terrors. The simple fear of heights was the first to be overcome. A quarry face in the garden of our Harlech house provided 1 or 2 easy climbs, but gradually I invented more and more difficult ones. With each new success behind me, I would lie down, twitching with nervousness, in the safe meadow grass at the top. Once I lost my foothold on a ledge and should have been killed, but it seems as though I improvised a foothold in the air and kicked myself up to safety from it. When I examined the place afterwards, I recalled the devil's temptation to Jesus, the freedom to cast oneself from the rock and be restored to safety by the angels. Yet Such events are not uncommon in mountain climbing. My friend George Mallory, for instance, who later disappeared close to the summit of Mount Everest, once did an inexplicable climb on Snowdon. He had left his pipe on a ledge halfway down one of the Hued precipices and scrambled back by a shortcut to retrieve it, then up again by the same route. No one saw what route he took, but when they came to examine it the next day for official record, they found an overhang nearly all the way. By a rule of the Climbers Club, climbs are never named in honor of their inventors, but only describe natural features. An exception was made here. The climb was recorded as follows: Mallory's Pipe, a variation on Route 2. See adjoining map. This climb is totally impossible. It has been performed once, in failing light, by Mr. G.H.L. Mallory. Chapter 6. Let me begin my account of Charterhouse School by recalling the day that I left, a week before the outbreak of war. I discussed my feelings with Neville Barber, then head of the school. First, we agreed that there were perhaps even more typical public schools than Charterhouse in existence, but that we preferred not to believe it. Next, that no possible remedy could be found because tradition was so strong that to break it, one would have to dismiss the whole school and staff and start all over again. However, even this would not be enough. The school buildings being so impregnated with what passed as the public school spirit, but what we felt as fundamental evil, that they would have to be demolished and the school rebuilt elsewhere under a different name. Finally, that our only regret at leaving the place was that for the last year we had been in a position, as members of the sixth form, to do more or less what we pleased. Now we were both going on to St. John's College, Oxford, which promised to be merely a more boisterous repetition of Charterhouse. We should be freshmen there, but would naturally refuse to be hardy and public schoolish, and therefore be faced with the stupidity of having our rooms raided and being forced to lose our temper and hurt somebody and get hurt ourselves. There would be no peace, probably, until we reached our third year, when we should be back again in the same sort of position as now, and in the same sort of position as in our last year at our preparatory school. In 1917, said Neville, the official seal will be put on all this dreariness. We'll get our degrees, and then we'll have to start as new boys again in some dreadful profession. Correct, I told him. My God, he said, turning to me suddenly, I can't stand the prospect. Something has to be put in between me and Oxford. I must at least go abroad for the whole vacation. 3 months were not long enough to my mind. I had a vague thought of running away to sea. Do you realize, Neville asked me, that we have spent 14 years of our lives principally at Latin and Greek, not even competently taught, and that we are now going to start another 3 years of the same thing? Yet, when we had said our very worst of Charterhouse, I reminded him, or he me, I forget which, of course, the trouble is that at any given time, one always finds at least 2 really decent masters in the school among the 40 or 50, and 10 really decent fellows among the 500 or 600. We shall always remember them and have lots feelings about not damning Sodom for the sake of 10 persons. And in another 20 years' time, we'll forget this conversation and think that we were mistaken, and that perhaps everybody, with a few criminal exceptions, was fairly average decent, and say, I was a young fool then, insisting on impossible perfection, and we'll send our sons to Charterhouse for sentiment's sake, and they'll go through all we did. This must not be construed as an attack on my old school. It is merely a record of my mood at the time. No doubt I was unappreciative of the hard knocks and character training that public schools are advertised as providing, and a typical old Carthusian remarked to me recently, the moral tone of the school has improved out of all recognition since those days. But so it always will have. As a matter of fact, I did not go up to Oxford until 5 years later, in 1919, when my brother Charles, 4 years younger than myself, was already in residence, and did not take my degree until 1926, by which time my brother John had caught up with me, though 8 years younger than myself. From my first moment at Charterhouse, I suffered an oppression of spirit that I hesitate to recall in its full intensity. Something like being in that chilly cellar at Laufsorn among the potatoes, but a potato out of a different sack from the rest. The school consisted of about 600 boys, whose chief interests were games and romantic friendships. Everyone despised schoolwork. The scholars were not concentrated in a single dormitory house as at Winchester or Eton, but divided among 10 and known as pros. Unless good at games and able to pretend that they hated work even more than the non-scholars, and ready whenever called on to help these with their work, they always had a bad time. I happened to be a scholar who really liked work, and the apathy of the classroom surprised and disappointed me. My first term, I was left alone more or less, it being a rule that new boys should neither be encouraged nor baited. The other boys seldom addressed me except to send me on errands or coldly point out breaches of school convention. In the second term, the trouble began. A number of things naturally made for my unpopularity. Besides being a scholar and not outstandingly good at games, I was also short of pocket money. Since I could not conform to the social custom of treating my contemporaries to tuck at the school shop, I could not accept their treating. My clothes, though conforming outwardly to the school pattern, were ready-made and not of the best quality cloth that all the other boys wore. Even so, I had not been taught how to make the best of them. Neither my mother nor my father had any regard for the niceties of dress, and my elder brothers were abroad by this time. Nearly all the other boys in my house, except for 5 scholars, were the sons of businessmen, a class whose interests and prejudices I knew nothing, having hitherto met only boys of the professional class. Also, I talked too much for their liking. A further disability was that I remained as prudishly innocent as my mother had planned I should. I knew nothing about simple sex, let alone the many refinements of sex constantly referred to in school conversation, to which I reacted with horror. I wanted to run away. The most unfortunate disability of all was that my name appeared on the school list as R. von R. Graves. I had hitherto believed my second name to be Rank. The von encountered on my birth certificate disconcerted me. Carthusians behaved secretively about their second names and usually managed to conceal fancy ones. I could no doubt have passed off Rank without the von as monosyllabic in English, but von Rank was glaring. Businessman's son at this time used to discuss hotly the threat and even the necessity of a trade war with the Reich. German meant dirty German. It meant cheap, shoddy goods competing with our sterling industries. It also meant military menace, Prussianism, useless philosophy, tedious scholarship, loving music, and saber-rattling. Another boy in my house with a German name, though English by birth and upbringing, got much the same treatment as I did. On the other hand, a French boy in the house became very popular, though poor at games. King Edward VII had done his Entente Cordiale work thoroughly. Considerable anti-Jewish feeling worsened the situation. Someone started the rumor that I was not only a German, but a German Jew. Of course, I always claimed to be Irish, but an Irish boy who had been in the house about a year and a half longer than myself resented this claim. He went out of his way to hurt me, not only by physical acts of spite, like throwing ink over my school books, hiding my game clothes, attacking me suddenly from behind corners, pouring water over my bed at night, but by continually forcing his bawdy humor on my prudishness and inviting everybody to laugh at my disgust. He also built up a humorous legend of my hypocrisy and concealed depravity. I came near a nervous breakdown. School ethics prevented me from informing the housemaster of my troubles. The house monitors, though supposed to keep order and preserve the moral tone of the house, never interfered in any case of bullying among the juniors. I tried violent resistance, but, as the odds were always heavily against me, this merely encouraged the ragging. Complete passive resistance would probably have been wiser. I got accustomed to bawdy talk only during my last 2 years at the school, and had been a soldier for some little time before I got hardened and could reply in kind to insults. G.H. Rendell, the then headmaster at Charterhouse, is reported to have innocently said at a headmaster's conference, "My boys are amorous, but seldom erotic." Few cases of eroticism indeed came to his notice. I remember no more than 5 or 6 big rows during my time at Charterhouse, and expulsions were rare. The housemasters knew little about what went on in their houses, their living quarters being removed from the boys. Yet I agree with Rendell's distinction between amorousness, by which he meant a sentimental falling in love with younger boys, and eroticism or adolescent lust. The intimacy that frequently took place was very seldom between an elder boy and the object of his affection. That would have spoiled the romantic illusion. But almost always between boys of the same age who were not in love and used each other as convenient sex instruments. So the atmosphere was always heavy with romance of a conventional early Victorian type, complicated by cynicism and foulness. Chapter 7. Halfway through my second year, I wrote to tell my parents that they must take me away, because I could not stand life at Charterhouse any longer. The house had made it plain that I did not belong and was not wanted. I gave them details in confidence to make them take my demand seriously, but they failed to respect this confidence, believing that their religious duty would be to inform the housemaster of all I had written them. Nor did they even warn me of what they were doing, but contented themselves with visiting me and preaching the power of prayer and faith. I must endure all, they said, for the sake of, I have forgotten what exactly, perhaps my career. Fortunately, I had withheld any account of sex irregularities in the house, so all that the headmaster did was to make a speech that night, after prayers, deterrent of bullying in general. He told us that he had just received a complaint from a boy's parents, making it plain at the same time how much he disliked informers and outside interference in affairs of the house. My name did not come up, but the visit of my parents on a non-holiday had excited comment. I was obliged to stay on and to be treated as an informer. Being now in the upper school, I had a study of my own, but studies could not be locked, and mine was always being wrecked. I could no longer even use the ordinary house changing room, so removed my game clothes to a disused shower bath. Then my heart went wrong, and the school doctor decided that I must play no more football. My last resource, to sham insanity, succeeded unexpectedly well. Soon, nobody troubled except to avoid any contact with me. I got the idea from the Book of Kings, where David had scrabbled on the prison wall. This is not to charge my parents with treachery. Their honor is beyond reproach. Next term, I went to Charterhouse by the special train, but arrived at Waterloo too late to take a ticket. I just managed to get into a compartment before the train started. The railway company not having provided enough coaches, I had to stand all the way. At Godalming Station, the crowd of boys rushing out into the station yard to secure taxis swept me past the ticket collectors, so I got a very uncomfortable ride free. I mentioned this in my next letter home, just for something to say, and my father wrote to reproach me. He said that he had himself made a special visit to Waterloo Station, bought a ticket to Godalming, and tore it up. My mother could be even more scrupulous. A young couple on their honeymoon once stopped the night with us in Wimbledon and left behind a package of sandwiches, 2 already half-eaten. My mother sent them on. Thrown entirely on myself, I began to write poems, which the house considered stronger proof of insanity than the formal straws I wore in my hair. On the strength of a poem I had sent to the school magazine, The Carthusian, I was invited to join the School Poetry Society, a most anomalous organization for Charterhouse. It consisted of 7 members. The meetings, for the reading and discussion of poetry, were held once a month at the house of Guy Kendall, then form master at the school, now headmaster of University College School at Hampstead. The members were 4 sixth form boys and 2 boys a year and a half older than me. None was in the same house as myself. At Charterhouse, no friendship might exist between boys of different houses or ages, though related or next-door neighbors at home, beyond a formal acquaintance at work or organized games like cricket and football. Even if they played a friendly game of tennis or squash rackets together, they would never hear the last of it. So the friendship that began between me and Raymond Rodakowski, one of the two younger members, was highly unconventional. Coming home one evening from a meeting of the society, I told Raymond about life in the house. A week or two before, my study had been raided, and one of my more personal poems seized and pinned up on the public notice board in writing school, the living room for members of the lower school. As a member of the fifth form, I was excluded from writing school, and therefore could not rescue the poem. Raymond, the first Carthusian to whom I had been able to talk humanly, grew indignant and took my arm in his. "They are bloody barbarians." He told me that I must pull myself together and do something positive, because I was a good poet and a good person. I loved Raymond for that. He said, "You're not allowed to play football. Why don't you box? It's supposed to improve the heart." I laughed and promised that I would. Then Raymond asked, "I expect they rag you about your initials?" "Yes, they call me a dirty German." I had trouble too, he told me, before I took up boxing. Raymond's mother was Scottish, his father an Austrian Pole, a founder of the Brooklands racing track. Very few boys boxed, and the boxing room over the school tuck shop made a convenient place to meet Raymond, whom otherwise I would not have seen except at poetry society meetings. I began boxing seriously and savagely. Raymond said, "These cricketers and footballers are all afraid of boxers, almost superstitious. They won't box themselves for fear of losing their good looks. The annual inter-house competitions are such bloody affairs. But do you remember the Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor show? That's a useful tradition to keep up." Of course I remembered. 2 terms previously, there had been a famous meeting of the School Debating Society, the committee of which consisted of sixth form boys. Though the debates were pretty dull, what passed for intellectual life at Charterhouse was represented by the Debating Society and the Carthusian, always edited by 2 members of this committee, both institutions being free from the control of masters. One Saturday debate night, the usual decorous conventions were broken by a riotous entry of Bloods, members of the cricket and football 11s. The Bloods were the ruling caste at Charterhouse. The 11th man in the football 11, though he might be a member of the under 4th form, enjoyed far more prestige than the most brilliant scholar in the 6th. Even head of the school was an empty title. But the 6th form intellectuals and the Bloods never fought. The Bloods had nothing to gain by a clash. The intellectuals were happy to be left alone. So this invasion of the Bloods, just returned from winning an away match against the Casuals and full of beer, caused the Debating Society a good deal of embarrassment. The Bloods disturbed the meeting by cheers and catcalls and slammed the library magazine folders on the table. Mansfield, as president of the society, called them to order, and when they continued the disturbance, closed the debate. The Bloods thought the incident finished, but they thought wrong. A letter appeared in the Carthusian a few days later, protesting against the bad behavior in the Debating Society of certain first 11 babies. The 3 sets of initials were those of Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor. The school, astonished by this suicidally daring act, waited for Cora, Dathan, and Abiram to be swallowed up. The captain of football swore that he'd chuck the 3 signatories into the fountain in Founder's Court. But somehow, he did not. The fact was that this happened early in the autumn term, and only 2 other first 11 colors had been left over from the preceding year. New colors were given gradually as the football season advanced. The other rowdies had been merely embryo Bloods, so the matter had to be settled between these 3 sixth form intellectuals and the 3 colors of the first 11. But the first 11 were uncomfortably aware that Mansfield was the heavyweight boxing champion of the school, Waller the runner-up for the middleweights, and that Taylor was also a tough fellow to be reckoned with. While they were wondering what on earth to do, Mansfield decided to take the war into his enemy's country. The social code of Charterhouse rested on a strict caste system, the caste marks, or posties, being slight distinctions in dress. A new boy had no privileges at all. A boy in his second term might wear a knitted tie instead of a plain one. A boy in his second year might wear colored socks. The third year gave most of the main privileges: turned-down collars, colored handkerchiefs, a coat with a long roll, and so on. Fourth year, a few more, such as the right to get up raffles. But peculiar distinctions were reserved for the Bloods. These included light gray flannel trousers, butterfly collars, jackets slid up the back, and the right of walking arm in arm. So, the next Sunday, Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor did the bravest deed ever done at Charterhouse. Chapel began at 11 in the morning, but the school had to be in its seats by 5 minutes to 11 and sit waiting there. At 2 minutes to 11, the Bloods used to stalk up. At 1.5 minutes to came the masters. At 1 minute to came the choir in their surplices. Then the headmaster arrived, and the service began. If any boy accidentally late sneaked in between 5 minutes to and 2 minutes to the hour, 600 pairs of eyes followed him. He heard whispering and giggling at his apparent foolhardiness in pretending to be a Blood. On this Sunday, then, when the Bloods had entered with their usual swaggering assurance, an extraordinary thing happened. The 3 sixth formers slowly walked up the aisle, magnificent in light gray flannel trousers, slit jackets, butterfly collars, and each wore a pink carnation in his lapel. Astonished and horrified by this spectacle, everyone turned to gaze at the captain of the first 11. He had gone quite white. But by this time the masters had entered, followed by the choir, and the opening hymn, though raggedly sung, ended the tension. When chapel emptied, the Bloods not being at all high in school order, Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor had the start of them. After chapel on Sunday, the custom in the autumn term was for the boys to meet and gossip in the library. So, to the library, Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor went. On the way, they buttonholed a talkative master, drew him in with them, and kept talking until dinner time. If the Bloods had dared to do anything violent, they would have had to do it at once, but to make a scene in the presence of a master was impossible. Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor went down to their houses for dinner, still talking to the master. After that, they always went about together in public, and the school, particularly the lower school, which had long chafed under the dress regulations, made heroes of them and began scoffing at the Bloods as weak-kneed. Finally, the captain of the 11 complained to Rendell about this breach of school conventions, asking for permission to enforce the Bloods' rights by disciplinary measures. Rendell, who was a scholar and disliked the game's tradition, refused his request, insisting that the sixth form deserved as distinctive privileges as the first 11, and were, in his opinion, entitled to hold what they had assumed. The prestige of the Bloods declined greatly. On Raymond's encouragement, I pulled myself together, and when the next school year started, found things very much easier. My chief persecutor, the Irishman, had gone away with a nervous breakdown. He wrote me a hysterical demand for forgiveness, saying at the same time that, if I refused it, he still had a friend in the house to give me a bad time. I did not answer the letter. Chapter 8. I still had no friends except among the junior members of the house, from whom I did not conceal my dislike of the seniors. I found the juniors on the whole a decent lot. Towards the end of this year, in the annual boxing and gymnastics display, I fought 3 rounds with Raymond. There is a lot of love in boxing. The dual play, the reciprocity, the pain not felt as pain. We were out neither to hurt nor win, though we hit each other hard. This public appearance improved my position in the house. Then the doctor allowed me to play football again, and I played it fairly well. But things went wrong in a different way. It began with confirmation, for which I was prepared by a zealous evangelical master. For a whole term I concentrated all my thoughts on religion, looking forward to the ceremony as a spiritual climax. When it came, and the Holy Ghost failed to descend in the form of a dove, and I did not find myself gifted with tongues, and nothing spectacular happened, except that the boy whom the Bishop of Zululand was blessing at the same time as myself slipped off the narrow footstool on which we were both kneeling, I was bound to feel a reaction. Raymond had not been confirmed, and astonished me by admitting, and even boasting, that he was an atheist. I argued with him about the existence of God and the divinity of Christ and the necessity of the Trinity. He said of the Trinity that anybody who could agree with the Athanasian Creed that whoever will be saved must confess that there are not three incomprehensible, but one incomprehensible, was asserting that a man must go to hell if he does not believe that something is, by definition, impossible to understand. His own respect for himself as a reasonable being forbade him to believe such things. He also asked me, "What's the good of having a soul if you have a mind? What's the function of a soul? It seems a mere pawn in the game." Because I loved and respected Raymond, I felt bound to find an answer to this shocking question. But the more I considered it, the less certain I became of my ground. So in order not to prejudice religion, and I set religion and my chances of salvation before human love, I at first broke my friendship with Raymond entirely. Later I weakened, but as a complete and ruthless atheist, he would not even meet me when I approached him with any broad church compromise. For the rest of our time at Charterhouse, I kept my distance. Yet, in 1917, when he was serving with the Irish Guards, I rode over to his billets one afternoon, having by then become a complete agnostic, and felt as close to him as ever. He got killed at Cambrai soon after. My relations with Raymond were comradely, not amorous. But in my 4th year, I fell in love with a boy 3 years younger than myself, who was exceptionally intelligent and fine-spirited. Call him Dick. Dick was not in my house, but I had recently joined the school choir, and so had he, which gave me opportunities for speaking to him occasionally after choir practice. I was unconscious of any sexual desire for him, and our conversations were always impersonal. This illicit acquaintance did not escape comment, and one of the masters who sang in the choir warned me to end it. I replied that I would not have my friendships in any way limited, pointing out that Dick was interested in the same things as myself, particularly in books, that, though the disparity in our ages might seem unfortunate, a lack of intelligence among the boys of my own age obliged me to find friends where I could. Finally, the headmaster took me to task for it. I lectured him loftily on the advantage of friendship between elder and younger boys, citing Plato, the Greek poets, Shakespeare, Michelangelo, and others who had felt as I did. He let me go without taking any action. In my 5th year, I reached the 6th form and became a house monitor. There were 6 of us. One of them, Jack Young, the house games captain, a friendly, easygoing fellow, said one day, "Look here, Graves, I have to send in a list of competitors for the inter-house boxing competitions. Shall I put your name down?" Since my coolness with Raymond, boxing had lost its interest. I had been busy with football and played for the house team now. "I'm not boxing these days," I told Young. "Well," he said, "young Allen is entering for the welterweights. He's got a fair chance. Why don't you enter for the welterweights too? You might be able to damage 1 or 2 of the stronger men and make things easier for him." I did not altogether like the idea of making things easier for Allen, but obviously I had to enter the competition. Realizing that my wind, though all right for football, would not be equal to boxing round after round, I decided that my fights must be short. The house butler smuggled a bottle of cherry whiskey in for me. I would shorten the fights on that. I had never drunk anything alcoholic before in my life. At 7 years old, my mother persuaded me to sign a pledge card, which bound me to abstain by the grace of God from all spirituous liquors so long as I retained it. But my mother took the card away and put it safely in the box room with the Queen Anne silver inherited from my Cheney grandmother, Bishop Graves's diamond ring, which Queen Victoria gave him when he preached before her at Dublin, our christening mugs, and the heavy early Victorian jewelry bequeathed by Miss Britain. And since box-room treasures never left the box room, I regarded myself as permanently parted from my pledge. This cherry whiskey delighted me. The competitions began at about 1 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon and went on until 7. I was drawn for the very first fight, and my opponent, by ill luck, was Allen. Alan wanted me to scratch. I told him it would look bad to do so. We consulted Jack Young, who said, "No, the most sporting thing will be to box it out, and let the decision be given on points, but don't either of you hurt each other." So, we boxed. Alan started showing off to his friends who were sitting in the front row. I muttered, "Stop that. We're boxing, not fighting." But a few seconds later, he hit me again, unnecessarily hard. I got angry and knocked him out with a right swing on the side of his neck. This was the first time I had ever knocked anyone out, and the feeling combined well with my cherry whiskey exaltation. I muzzily realized that the swing did not form part of the ordinary school boxing curriculum. Straight lefts, lefts to the body, rights to the head, left and right hooks, all these were known, but the swing had somehow been neglected, probably because it was not so pretty. I went to the changing room for my coat, and stout Sergeant Harris, the boxing instructor, said, "Look here, Mr. Graves, why don't you put your name down for the middleweight competition too?" I cheerfully agreed. Then I went back to the house where I took a cold bath and more cherry whiskey. My next fight, for the first round of the middleweights, would take place a half an hour later. This time, my opponent, who was a stone heavier than myself but had little science, bustled me about for the first round, and I could see that he would tire me out unless I did something pretty soon. In the second round, I knocked him down with my right swing, but he got up. Feeling a bit winded, I hastened to knock him down again. I must have knocked him down 4 or 5 times that round, but he refused to take the count. I discovered afterwards that he, like myself, was conscious of Dick watching the fight. Finally, I thought, as he lurched towards me once more, "If you don't go down, and stay down this time, I won't be able to hit you again at all." I just pushed at his jaw as it offered itself to me, but that was enough. He went down, and he stayed down. This second knockout made quite a stir. Knockouts were rare in these boxing competitions. As I returned to the house for another cold bath and some more cherry whiskey, I noticed the fellows looking at me curiously, almost with admiration. The later stages of the competition are vague in my memory. I now had to worry only about Raymond, nearly a stone heavier than myself, and expected to win the middleweights. But he had also gone in for 2 weights, the middle and the heavy, and just been through a tough fight with the eventual winner of the heavyweights that left him in no proper state to continue. So he scratched his fight with me. I believe that Raymond would have fought all the same had it been against anyone else, but he wanted me to win, and he knew that his scratching would give me a rest between bouts. Then, a semifinalist scratched against me in the welterweights, so only 3 more fights remained, and I let none of them go beyond the first round. The swing won me both weights, for which I received 2 silver cups, but I had also dislocated both my thumbs by not getting my elbow high enough over. When I tried to sell the cups some years later to keep food in my mouth, they turned out to be only silver-plated. The most important thing that happened in my last 2 years, apart from my attachment to Dick, was that I got to know George Mallory, a 26 or 27-year-old master, not long up from Cambridge, and so youthful-looking as to be often mistaken for a member of the school. From the first, he treated me as an equal, and I used to spend my spare time reading in his room or going for walks with him in the country. He told me of the existence of modern authors. My father, being 2 generations older than myself and my only link with books, I had never heard of people like Shaw, Samuel Butler, Rupert Brooke, Wells, Flecker, or Masefield, and the discovery excited me. It was in George Mallory's rooms that I first met Edward Marsh, then secretary to the Prime Minister, Mr. Asquith, who has always been a good friend to me, and with whom, though we seldom see each other now, I have never quarreled. In this, he is almost unique among my pre-war friends. Marsh liked my poems, which Mallory had showed him, but pointed out that they were written in the poetic diction of 50 years ago, and that, though the quality of the poem was not necessarily impaired by this, many readers would be prejudiced against work written in 1913 in the fashions of 1863. George Mallory, Cyril Hartman, Raymond, and I published a magazine in the summer of 1913 called Green Chartreuse. It was intended to have only 1 number, New magazines at public school always sell out the first number and lose heavily on the second. From Green Chartreuse, I shall quote one of my own contributions of autobiographical interest, written in the school dialect. My New Bugs Exam. When lights went out at 9:30 in the evening on the second Friday in the quarter, and the faint footfalls of the departing housemaster were heard no more, the fun began. The head of under cubicles constituted himself examiner and executioner, and was ably assisted by a timekeeper, a question recorder, and a staff of disreputable friends. I was a timorous new bug then, and my pajamas were damp with the perspiration of fear. 3 of my fellows had been examined and sentenced before the inquisition was directed against me. "It's Jones's turn now," said a voice. "Here's the little hash bro who hacked me in runabout today. We must set him some tight questions." "I say, Jones, what's the color of the housemaster? I mean, what's the name of the housemaster of the house whose colors are black and white? 1, 2, 3... "Mr. Girdlestone," my voice quivered in the darkness. "He evidently knows the simpler colors. We'll muddle him. What are the colors of the club to which blockhouses belong? 1, 2, 3, 4... I had been slaving at getting up these questions for days, and just managed to blurt out the answer before being counted out. 2 questions, no misses. "We must buck up," said someone. "I say, Jones, how do you get to Fancombe from Weekites?" 1, 2, 3... I had issued directions only as far as Bridge before being counted out. 3 questions, 1 miss. You're allowed 3 misses out of 10. "Where is Charterhouse Magazine?" 1, 2, 3, 4... "Do you mean the Carthusian office?" I asked. Everyone laughed. 4 questions, 2 misses. I say, Robinson, he's answered far too many. We'll set him a couple of stingers. Much whispering. "What is the age of the horse that rolls under green?" 1, 2, 3... 6, I said at a venture. "Wrong. 38. 6 questions, 3 misses. Think yourself lucky you weren't asked its pedigree." "What are canoeing colors?" 1, 2, 3... There aren't any. You'll get cocked up for festivity, but you can count it. 7 questions, 3 misses. Jones? Yes? What was the name of the girl to whom rumor stated that last year's football secretary was violently attached? 1, 2, 3, 4... Daisy. It sounded a likely name. Oh, really? Well, I happen to know last year's football secretary, and he'll simply kill you for spreading scandal. You're wrong, anyhow. 8 questions, 4 misses. You'll come to my cube at 7 tomorrow morning. See? Good night. Here, he waved his hairbrush over the candle, and a colossal shadow appeared on the ceiling. The Poetry Society died about this time, and this is how it died. 2 of its 6th form members came to a meeting, and each read a rather dull and formal poem about love and nature. None of us paid much attention to them. But the following week they came out in the Carthusian, and soon everyone began pointing and giggling, because both poems, signed with pseudonyms, were acrostics, the initial letters spelling out a case. Case meant romance, a formal coupling of 2 boys' names, with the name of the elder boy first. In both poems, the first names mentioned were those of Bloods. It was a foolish act of aggression in the feud between 6th form and the Bloods. But nothing much would have come of it, had not another of the 6th form members of the Poetry Society been idealistically in love with one of the smaller boys whose name appeared in the acrostics. In rage and jealousy, he went to the headmaster, Frank Fletcher, who had superseded G.H. Rendell, and called his attention to the acrostic, which otherwise none of the masters would have noticed. He pretended not to know the authors, but though he had missed the particular poetry meeting at which the verses were read, he could easily have guessed them from the style. Meanwhile, I had incautiously told someone the authors' names, so I got dragged into the row as a witness against them. The headmaster took a very serious view of the matter. The two poets lost their monitorial privileges. The editor of the Carthusian, who, though aware of the acrostics, had accepted the poems, lost his editorship and his position as head of school. The informer, who happened to be next in school order, succeeded him in both capacities. He had not expected this development, which made him most unpopular. His consolation was a real one, that he had done it all for love, to avenge the public insult done by his young friend. The Poetry Society was ignominiously dissolved by the headmaster's orders. It was an I told you so for the other masters, who did not believe either in poetry or in school uplift societies. But I owed a great debt of gratitude to Kendall, one of the few masters who insisted on treating the boys better than they deserved. The meetings of the Poetry Society had been all that I could look forward to when things were at their worst for me. My last year at Charterhouse, I did everything possible to show how little respect I had for school tradition. In the winter of 1913, I won a classical exhibition at St. John's College, Oxford, which allowed me to go slow on schoolwork. Neville Barber and I were editing the Carthusian, and a good deal of my time went on that. Neville, who as a scholar had met the same sort of difficulties as myself, shared my dislike of most Charterhouse traditions, and decided that compulsory games were among the worst. Of these, we considered cricket the most objectionable, because it wasted most time in the best part of the year. Neville suggested a campaign in favor of lawn tennis. We were not seriously devoted to tennis, but found it our handiest weapon against cricket, the game, we wrote, in which the selfishness of the few did not excuse the boredom of the many. Tennis was quick and busy. We asked old Carthusian tennis internationals to contribute letters proposing tennis as the manlier and more vigorous game. We even persuaded Anthony Wilding, the world champion, to write. These games masters, who called tennis patball, a game for girls, were scandalized at this assault on cricket, and even more so by an ironical letter in its support, which I had signed Judas Iscariot. One of them came to Neville and asked would he please be less controversial. "This is not a deputation," he explained. "No," Neville said. "I thought it was. You were the only member of the staff considered tactful enough to approach the governing body for a rise of salary last year." The result of our campaign surprised us. When we revealed the scandal that subscriptions to the two derelict school tennis courts had been, for several years, appropriated by the cricket committee, not only did we double our sales, but a fund was started for providing several more tennis courts and making Charterhouse the cradle of public school tennis. Though delayed by the war, these courts did in fact appear one day. I noticed them as recently as I drove past in a car. There seemed to be plenty of them. I wonder, are there tennis bloods at Charterhouse now? Poetry and Dick were still almost all that really mattered. Life with my fellow house monitors was one of perpetual discord. I had grudges against every one of them, except Jack Young and the head monitor. Young, the only blood in the house, spent most of his time with fellow bloods in other houses. The head monitor was a scholar who, though well-principled, had been embittered by his first 3 years in the house, and now stood too much on his dignity. He did more or less what the other monitors wanted him to do, and I hated having to lump him in with the rest. My love for Dick provoked a constant facetiousness, but they never dared go too far. I once caught one of them in the bathroom, scratching up a pair of hearts conjoined, with Dick's initials and mine above them. I pushed him into the bath and turned the taps on. The next day, he got a hold of a manuscript notebook of mine which I had left, with some other books, in the monitor's room. He and all the others, except Jack Young, annotated it critically in blue chalk and signed their initials. Jack would have nothing to do with this ungentlemanly behavior. When I discovered what had been done, I demanded a signed apology, threatening that if it did not arrive within 5 minutes, I would choose one of them as being solely responsible and punish him. I was now off to take a cold bath, and the first monitor whom I met afterwards would get knocked down. Whether by accident or whether he thought that his position protected him, the first I met in the corridor was the head monitor. I knocked him down. It was the time of evening preparation from which we were excused, but a fag happened to pass on an errand, and saw the spurt of blood. So the incident could not be hushed up. Presently, the housemaster sent for me. He was an excitable, elderly man with some difficulty in controlling his spittle when angry, a trait that had earned him the name of Gosh Perry. I went to his study, where he made me sit down in a chair, then stood over me, clenching his fists and crying in falsetto, "Do you realize that you have committed a very brutal act?" His mouth bubbled with spittle. I jumped up and clenched my fists too, saying that I would do the same thing again to anyone else who, after scribbling impertinent remarks on my private papers, refused to apologize. "Private papers? Filthy poems," said Gosh Perry. I had another difficulty with the headmaster as a result. But, this being my last term, he allowed me to finish my 5 years without ignominy. I puzzled him by the frankness with which I confessed my love for Dick when he reopened the question. I refused to be ashamed, and heard afterwards that he had described this as one of the rare friendships between boys of unequal ages, which, he felt, was essentially moral. A week or two later, I went through one of the worst quarters of an hour of my life on Dick's account. When the master who sang in the choir warned me about exchanging glances with Dick in chapel, I had been infuriated. But when one of the choir boys told me that he had seen the master surreptitiously kissing Dick once, on a choir treat, I went quite mad without asking for any details or confirmation. I went to the master and told him that unless he resigned, I would report the matter to the headmaster. He already had a reputation in the school for this sort of thing, and kissing boys was a criminal offense. No doubt my sense of moral outrage concealed a murderous jealousy. When he vigorously denied the charge, I could not guess what would happen next. But I said, "Well, come to the headmaster and deny it in his presence." He asked, "Did the boy tell you this himself?" "No." "Well then, I'll send for him, and he'll tell us the truth." Dick was sent for and arrived looking very scared. The master said menacingly, "Graves tells me that I once kissed you. Is that true?" Dick answered, "Yes, it is." So Dick was dismissed, the master collapsed, and I felt thoroughly miserable. He undertook to resign at the end of the term, which was quite close, on grounds of ill health. He even thanked me for speaking directly to him and not going to the headmaster. This was the summer of 1914. He went into the army and was killed the following year. Dick told me later that he had not been kissed at all, but he saw I was in a jam. It must have been some other member of the choir. One of my last recollections at Charterhouse is a school debate on the motion that this house is in favor of compulsory military service. The Empire Service League, with Earl Roberts of Kandahar V.C. as its president, sent down a propagandist in support. Only 6 votes out of 119 were no's. I was the principal opposition speaker, having recently resigned from the Officers' Training Corps in revolt against the theory of implicit obedience to orders. And during a fortnight spent the previous summer at the OTC camp near Tidworth on Salisbury Plain, I had been frightened by a special display of the latest military fortifications. Barbed wire entanglements, machine guns, and field artillery in action. General, now Field Marshal Sir William Robertson, who had a son at the school, visited the camp and impressed upon us that war with Germany must inevitably break out within 2 or 3 years, and that we must be prepared to take our part in it as leaders of the new forces which would assuredly be called into being. Of the 6 no's, Neville Barber and I are, I believe, the only ones who survived the war. My last memory is the headmaster's parting shot. "Well, goodbye, Graves, and remember that your best friend is the wastepaper basket." This has proved good advice, though not perhaps in the sense he intended. Few writers seem to send their work through as many drafts as I do. I used to speculate on which of my contemporaries would distinguish themselves after they left school. The war upset these calculations. Many dull boys had brief, brilliant military careers, particularly as air fighters, becoming squadron and flight commanders. Fuzzy McNair, the head of the school, won the V.C. as a rifleman. Young Sturgis, who had been my study fag, distinguished himself more unfortunately by flying the first heavy bombing machine of a new pattern across the Channel on his first trip to France. He made a perfect landing, having mistaken his course, at an aerodrome behind the German lines. A boy whom I had admired during my first year at Charterhouse was the Honorable Desmond O'Brien, the only Carthusian of that time who cheerfully disregarded all school rules. Having cut skeleton keys for the library, chapel, and science laboratories, he used to break out of his house at night and carefully disarrange things there. O'Brien had the key to the headmaster's study, too, and, entering one night with an electric torch, carried off a memorandum which he showed to me. Must expel O'Brien. He had a wireless receiving station in one of the out-of-bounds copses on the school grounds, and discovered a ventilator shaft down which he could hoot like an owl into the library without detection. Once, we were threatened with the loss of a half-holiday because some member of the school had catapulted a cow, which died of shock, and nobody would own up. O'Brien was away at the time on special leave for a sister's wedding. A friend wrote to tell him about the half-holiday. He sent Rendell a telegram. "Killed cow. Sorry, coming. O'Brien." At last, Rendell did expel him from having absented himself from every lesson and chapel for 3 whole days. O'Brien was killed early in the war while bombing Bruges. At least 1 in 3 of my generation at school died, because they all took commissions as soon as they could, most of them in the infantry and Royal Flying Corps. The average life expectancy of an infantry subaltern on the Western Front was, at some stages of the war, only about 3 months, by which time he had either been wounded or killed. The proportions worked out about 4 wounded to every 1 killed. Of these 4, 1 got wounded seriously, and the remaining 3 more or less lightly. The 3 lightly wounded would return to the front after a few weeks or months of absence, and again faced the same odds. Flying casualties were even higher. Since the war lasted for 4.5 years, it is easy to see why most of the survivors, if not permanently disabled, got wounded several times. 2 well-known sportsmen were contemporaries of mine. A.G. Bauer, late captain of England at soccer, but only an average player at Charterhouse, and Wolf Barnado, the Surrey cricketer and millionaire racing motorist, also only an average player. Though Barnado was in the same house as myself, we had not a word to exchange for the 4 years we were together. 5 scholars have so far made names for themselves: Richard Hughes as a playwright, Richard Goulden as an actor of old man parts, Vincent Seligman as author of A Propagandist Life of Venizelos, Cyril Hartman as an authority on historical French scandals, and my brother Charles as society columnist on the middle page of the Daily Mail. Occasionally, I see another name or 2 in the papers. The other day, M was in the news for escaping from a private lunatic asylum. He had once offered a boy 10 shillings to hold his hand in a thunderstorm, and frequently threatened to run away from Charterhouse. Chapter 9. George Mallory did something better than lend me books. He took me climbing on Snowdon in the school vacations. I knew Snowdon very well from my bedroom at Harlech. In the spring, its distant white cap lent a sentimental glory to the landscape. The first time I went with George to Snowdon, we stayed at the Snowdon Ranger Hotel near Quellan Lake. It was January, and we found the mountain covered in snow. We did little rock climbing, but went up some good snow slopes with rope and ice axe. I remember one climb to the summit. Finding the hotel there with its roof blown off in the previous night's blizzard, we sat by the cairn and ate Carlsbad plums and liver sausage sandwiches. Geoffrey Keynes, the editor of Nonesuch Blake, was in the team. He and George, who used to go drunk with excitement at the end of his climbs, picked stones off the cairn and shied them at the hotel chimney stack until it joined the ruins of the roof. George is still rated as one of the 3 or 4 best climbers in climbing history. Nobody had expected him to survive his first spectacular season in the Alps. He never afterwards lost his almost foolhardy daring, yet knew all there could be known about mountaineering technique. I always felt absolutely safe with him on the rope. George went through the war as a gunner lieutenant, but kept his nerve by rock climbing while on leave. When the war ended, George loved mountains more than ever. His death on Mount Everest came 5 years later. No one knows whether he and Irvine actually made the last 500 yards of the ascent, or whether they turned back, or what happened. But anyone who has climbed with George is convinced that he got to the summit and rejoiced in his accustomed way, without leaving himself sufficient reserve of strength for the descent. I did not see it mentioned in the newspaper account of his death that he originally took to climbing while a scholar at Winchester as a corrective to his weak heart. He told me that life at Winchester had made him so miserable that he once ran away, taking nothing with him but his beloved mathematics books. George's other claim to fame is that he wrote the first modern biography of James Boswell. He was wasted at Charterhouse, where, in my time at least, the boys generally despised him as neither a disciplinarian nor interested in cricket or football. He tried to treat his class in a friendly way, which puzzled and offended them because of the school tradition of concealed warfare between boys and masters. We considered it no shame to cheat, lie, or deceive where a master was concerned, though the same treatment of a schoolfellow would have been immoral. George also antagonized the housemasters by refusing to accept this state of war and fraternizing with the boys whenever possible. When two housemasters, who had been unfriendly to him, happened to die within a short time of each other, he joked to me, "See, Robert, how mine enemies flee before my face." I always called him by his Christian name, and so did 3 or 4 more of his friends in the school. This lack of dignity put him beyond the pale with most boys and all masters. Eventually, the falseness of his position told on his temper, yet he always managed to find 4 or 5 boys who were, like him, out of their element, befriending and making life tolerable for them. Before the final Everest expedition, he had decided to resign and take a job at Cambridge with the Workers' Educational Association, tired of trying to teach gentlemen to be gentlemen. I spent a season with George and a large number of climbers at the Penny Pass Hotel on Snowdon in the spring of 1914. This time, we did a real precipice climbing, and I had the luck to climb with George, H.E.L. Porter, a renowned technician, Kitty O'Brien, and Connor O'Brien, her brother, who afterwards made a famous voyage round the world in a ridiculously small boat. Connor climbed, he told us, principally as a corrective to bad nerves. He would get very excited when any slight hitch occurred. His voice usually rose to a scream. Kitty used to chide him, "Ah, Connor, dear, have a bit of wit." And Connor would apologize. Being a sailor, he used to climb in bare feet. Often in climbing, one has to support the entire weight of one's body on a couple of toes, but toes in stiff boots. Connor claimed that he could force his naked toes farther into crevices than a boot would go. The most honored man there was Geoffrey Young, an Eton master, and the president of the Climbers' Club. His 4 closest friends had all been killed climbing, a comment on the extraordinary care which he always took himself. It appeared not merely in his preparations for an ascent, the careful examination, strand by strand, of the alpine rope, the attention to his boot nails, and the balanced loading of his rucksack, but also in his caution on the rock face. Before making any move, he thought it out foot by foot, as though it were a chess problem. If the next handhold happened to be just a little out of his reach, or the next foothold seemed at all precarious, he would stop to think of a safe way round the difficulty. George used sometimes to grow impatient, but Geoffrey refused to be hurried. His shortness put him at a disadvantage in the matter of reach. Though not as double-jointed and prehensile as Porter, or magnificent as George, he was the perfect climber, and still remained so. This in spite of having lost a leg with a Red Cross unit on the Italian front. He climbs with an artificial leg, and has recently published the only reliable textbook on rock climbing. I felt very proud to be on the same rope as Geoffrey Young, and when he told me one day, "Robert, you have the finest natural balance that I have ever seen in a climber," this compliment pleased me far more than if the poet laureate had told me that I had the finest sense of rhythm that he had ever met in a young poet. I certainly must have a good balance. Once in Switzerland, it saved me from a broken leg, or legs. My mother took us there in the Christmas holidays of 1913-14, ostensibly for winter sports, but really because she thought that my sisters should be given a chance to meet nice young men of means. About my third day on skis, I went up from Champéry, where we were staying, and the snow was too soft, to Morgan's 1,000 feet higher, where it closely resembled castor sugar. Here, I found an ice run for skeleton toboggans. Without pausing to consider that skis have no purchase on ice at all, I launched myself down it. After a few yards, my speed increased alarmingly, and I realized with a shock what I was in for. There were several sharp turns in the run, protected by high banks, and I had to trust entirely to my body balance and swerving round them. On reaching the terminus still upright, I had my eyes damned by a frightened sports club official for having endangered my life on his territory. In an essay on climbing written at the time, I said that the sport made all others seem trivial. New climbs or new variations of old climbs are not made in a competitive spirit, but only because it is good to stand somewhere on the earth's surface where nobody else has stood before. It is good, too, to be alone with a specially chosen band of people in whom one can trust completely. Rock climbing, one of the most dangerous sports possible unless one keeps to the rules, becomes reasonably safe if one does keep to them. With physical fitness in every member of the team, careful watch on the weather, proper overhauling of climbing apparatus, and no hurry, anxiety, or stunts, mountaineering can be much safer than fox hunting. Hunting implies uncontrollable factors, such as hidden wire, holes in which a horse may stumble, caprice or vice in the horse. Climbers must trust entirely to their own feet, legs, hands, shoulders, sense of balance, judgment of distance. My first precipice was Kripa Deskau, a test climb for beginners. About 50 feet above the scree, a height that is more frightening than 500, because death seems almost as certain and far more immediate, a long sloping shelf of rock about the length of an ordinary room had to be crossed from right to left. This offered no handholds or footholds worth mentioning, and was too steep to stand or kneel on without slipping. It shelved at an angle of, I suppose, 45 or 50 degrees. One rolled across upright and trusted in friction as a maintaining force. Once across the shelf without disaster, I felt that the rest of the climb would be easy. They called this climb the Gambit. Robert Trevelyan, the poet, had been given the test in the previous season, but been unlucky enough to fall off. He was pulled up short after a few feet by the leader's well-belayed rope, but the experience disgusted him with climbing, and he spent the rest of his time at Penny Pass just walking about. Belaying means making fast on a projection of rock a loop of the rope which is wound round one's waist, and so disposing the weight of the body that, if the climber above or below happens to fall, the belay will keep the whole party from going down together. Alpine rope has a breaking point of 1/3 of its own length. Only one member of the climbing team moves at any given time. The others wait, belayed. Sometimes the leader has to move up 50 or 60 feet until he finds a secure belay from which to start the next upward movement, so that if he slips and cannot pull on any sort of brake, he must fall more than twice that length before being pulled up. That same day, I was taken on a spectacular, though not particularly difficult climb on Crib Goak. At one point, we traversed around a knife-edged buttress. From this knife edge, a pillar-like rock, technically known as a monolith, had split away. We scrambled up the monolith, which overhung the valley with a clear 500 feet drop, and each in turn stood on the top balanced. Next, he had to make a long, careful stride from the top of the monolith to the rock face. Here there was a ledge just wide enough to admit the toe of a boot, and a handhold at convenient height to give an easy pull-up to the next ledge. I remember George shouting down from above, "Be careful of that foothold, Robert. Don't chip the edge off, or the climb will be impossible for anyone who wants to do it again. It's got to last another 500 years at least." I was in danger only once. Porter took me climbing on an out-of-the-way part of the mountain. The climb, known as the Ribbon Track and Girdle Traverse, had not been attempted for 10 years. About halfway up, we reached a chimney. A chimney is a vertical fissure in the rock wide enough to admit the body, whereas a crack is only wide enough to admit the boot. One works up a chimney sideways with back and knees, but up a crack with one's face to the rock. Porter, 50 feet above me in the chimney, made a spring to a handhold slightly out of reach. In doing so, he dislodged a pile of stones which had been wedged in the chimney. They rattled down, and one, rather bigger than a cricket ball, struck me unconscious. Fortunately, I was well belayed, and Porter had made his objective. The rope held me up. I recovered my senses a few seconds later and managed to continue. At Penny Pass, we used to take a leisurely breakfast and lie in the sun with a tankard of beer before starting for the precipice foot in the late morning. Snowdon is a perfect mountain for climbers, its rock being sound and not slippery. And once they reach the top of any of the precipices, some of which are 1,000 feet high, but all just climbable one way or another, there is always an easy track to jog home down. In the evening, when we got back to the hotel, we laid and stewed in hot baths. I remember wondering at my body, the worn fingernails, the bruised knees, and the lump of climbing muscle which had begun to bunch above my instep, seeing it as beautiful in relation to this new purpose. My worst climb was on Hued, the most formidable of the precipices, when, at a point that needed most concentration, a raven circled round the party in great sweep. I found this curiously unsettling, because one climbs only up and down, or sideways, and the raven seemed to be suggesting diverse other possible dimensions of movement, tempting us to let go our hold and join him. Chapter 10. I had just finished with Charterhouse and gone up to Harlech when England declared war on Germany. A day or two later, I decided to enlist. In the first place, though the papers predicted only a very short war, over by Christmas at the outside, I hoped that it might last long enough to delay my going to Oxford in October, which I dreaded. Nor did I work out the possibilities of getting actively engaged in the fighting, expecting garrison service at home while the regular forces were away. In the second place, I was outraged to read of the German cynical violation of Belgian neutrality. Though I discounted perhaps 20% of the atrocity details as wartime exaggeration, that was not, of course, sufficient. Recently, I saw the following contemporary newspaper cuttings put in chronological sequence. When the fall of Antwerp became known, the church bells were rung, that is, at Cologne and elsewhere in Germany. Kölnische Zeitung. According to the Kölnische Zeitung, the clergy of Antwerp were compelled to ring the church bells when the fortress was taken. Le Matin. According to what the Times has heard from Cologne via Paris, the unfortunate Belgian priests who refused to ring the church bells when Antwerp was taken have been sentenced to hard labor. Corriere della Sera. According to the information which has reached the Corriere della Sera from Cologne via London, it is confirmed that the barbaric conquerors of Antwerp punished the unfortunate Belgian priests for their heroic refusal to ring the church bells by hanging them as living clappers to the bells with their heads down. Le Matin. In the trenches a few months later, I happened to belong to a company mess in which 4 of us young officers out of 5 had, by a coincidence, either German mothers or naturalized German fathers. One of them said, "I'm glad I joined when I did. If I'd put it off for a month or two, they'd have accused me of being a German spy. As it is, I have an uncle interned in Alexandra Palace, and my father's only been allowed to retain the membership of his golf club because he has 2 sons in the trenches." I told him, "Well, I have 3 or 4 uncles sitting somewhere opposite, and a number of cousins, too. One of those uncles is a general. But that's all right. I don't brag about them. I only advertise my Uncle Dick Poor, the British admiral commanding at the Nore." Among these enemy relatives was my cousin Conrad, only son of the German consul at Zurich. In January 1914, I had gone skiing with him between the trees in the woods above the city. And once we tobogganed together down the Deuterstrasse in Zurich itself, where the lamp posts were sandbagged and family toboggans, skidding broadside on at the turns, were often crashed into by single-seater skeletons. Arms and legs got broken by the score, and the crowds thought it a great joke. Conrad served with a crack Bavarian regiment throughout the war, and won the Pour le Mérite, an order even more rarely awarded than the British Victoria Cross. Soon after the war ended, a party of Bolsheviks killed him in a Baltic village, where he had been sent to make requisitions. Conrad was a gentle, proud creature, chiefly interested in natural history, who used to spend hours in the woods studying the habits of wild animals. He had strong feelings against shooting them. Perhaps my family's most outstanding military feat was a German uncle's. He had been dug out at the age of 45 as a lieutenant in the Bavarian artillery. My brother John met him a year or two ago and happened to mention a coming to visit Reims. My uncle nudged him. "Have a look at the cathedral." One day during the war, my divisional general called for me. "Gunner Lieutenant von Rank, I understand that you are a Lutheran, not a Roman Catholic?" I admitted this was so. Then he said, "I have a very disagreeable service for you to perform, Lieutenant. Those misbegotten French are using the cathedral for an observation post. They think they can get away with it because it's Reims Cathedral, but they have our trenches taped from there. I call upon you to dislodge them." I fired only 2 rounds, and down came the pinnacle of the Frenchman with it. A very neat bit of shooting. I felt proud to have limited the damage like that. Really, you must take a look at it. The Harlech Golf Club secretary suggested my taking a commission instead of enlisting. He rang up the nearest regimental depot, the Royal Welsh Fusiliers at Wrexham, and told the adjutant that I had served in the officers' training corps at Charterhouse. The adjutant said, "Send him right along." On August 11th, I began my training and immediately became a hero. My mother announced, "Our race has gone mad," and regarded my going as a religious act. My father felt proud that I had done the right thing. I even recovered, for a time, the respect of C.L. Graves, of The Spectator and Punch, the uncle with whom I had recently had a tiff. When he tipped me a sovereign 2 terms previously, I had written to thank him, saying that I was at last able to buy Samuel Buter's Notebooks, The Way of All Flesh, and the 2 Eriphans. This had infuriated him as a good Victorian. Most of the other applicants for commission at Wrexham were boys who had recently failed to pass into the Royal Military College at Sandhurst and were now trying to get into the regular army at the old militia back door, renamed the Special Reserve. Only 1 or 2 fellows had come, like myself, for the sake of the war and not for the sake of a career. There were about a dozen of us recruit officers on the square, learning to drill and be drilled. My OTC experience helped me here, but I knew nothing of Army tradition and made all the worst mistakes, saluting the bandmaster, failing to recognize the colonel when in mufti, walking in the street without a belt, talking shop in the mess. Though I soon learned to conform, my greatest difficulty was talking to the men of my platoon with the proper air of authority. Many of them were re-enlisted old soldiers, and I disliked bluffing that I knew more than they did. We had 2 or 3 very old soldiers employed on the depot staff, wearing ribbons of Burma, 1885, and even earlier campaigns, and usually also the ribbon of the Rudy, or Good Service Medal, awarded for 18 years of undetected crime. Of one old fellow called Jackie Barrett, a Kipling character, I heard it said, "There goes Jackie Barrett. He and his mucking-in chum deserted the regiment at Quetta and crossed the northwest frontier on foot. 3 months later, Jackie gave himself up as a deserter to the British consul in Jerusalem. He buried his chum, by the way." After only 3 weeks on the square, I went off on detachment duty to a newly formed internment camp for enemy aliens at Lancaster. The camp was a disused wagon works near the river, a dirty, drafty place littered with old scrap metal and guarded by high barbed wire fences. About 3,000 prisoners had already arrived there, and more crowded in every day. Seamen arrested on German vessels in Liverpool Harbor, waiters from large hotels in the north, an odd German band or 2, harmless German commercial travelers and shopkeepers. The prisoners resented being interned, particularly family men who had lived at peace in England for many years. The one comfort that we could offer them was, "You are safer inside than out." For anti-German feeling had begun to run high. Shops with German names were continually raided, and even German women made to feel that they were personally responsible for the alleged Belgian atrocities. Besides, we pointed out, in Germany they would be forced to join the army. At this time, we could make a boast of our voluntary system, and never foresaw the time when these internees would be bitterly envied by forcibly enlisted Englishmen for being kept safe until the war ended. In the summer of 1915, the Times reprinted a German newspaper account by Herr Wolf, an exchanged prisoner, of his experiences at Lancaster in 1914. The Times amused itself with Wolf's allegations that he and 40 other waiters from the Midland Hotel, Manchester, had been arrested and taken, handcuffed and fettered, in special railway carriages to Lancaster, escorted by 50 Manchester policemen armed with carbines. But it was true, because I myself took over from the chief inspector, a fine figure in frogged tunic, who gave me a splendid salute. He had done his job well and seemed proud of it, the only mishap being the accidental breaking of 2 carriage windows by the slung carbines. Wolf reported that even children were interned in the camp, and this was also true. A dozen or so little boys from the German bands had been interned because it seemed more humane to keep them with their friends than to send them to a workhouse. But their moral safety in the camp caused the commandant great concern. I commanded a detachment of 50 special reservists, most of them with only 6 weeks' service, a rough lot of Welshmen from the border counties. They had joined the army just before the war started, as a cheap way of getting a training camp holiday. Being forced to continue beyond the usual fortnight exasperated them. They were constantly deserting and having to be fetched back by the police, and seemed more scared of the prisoners than the prisoners were of them. I hated doing my round of sentries on a dark night at 2 or 3 a.m. Very often, the lantern used to blow out, and, fumbling to light it again in the dark, I would hear the frightened voice of a sentry roar, "Halt! Who goes there?" I knew that he would be standing with his rifle aimed and 5 live rounds in his magazine, but always gave him the password just in time. Sentries often fired at shadows. The prisoners, particularly the sailors, fought a good deal among themselves. I saw a prisoner spit out teeth and blood one morning and asked him what was wrong. "Oh, sir, one no-good friend gave me one clap on the chops." Frequent deputations came to complain of the dullness of the food, the same ration food served to the troops. But after a while, the prisoners settled down to sullen docility, starting hobbies, glee parties, games, and plans for escape. I had far more trouble with my Welshmen, who were always escaping from their quarters, though I guarded all possible exits. Finally, I discovered that they had begun crawling out through a sewer. They boasted of their successes with the women. Private Kirby said to me, "Do you know, sir, on the Sunday after we arrived, all the preachers in Lancashire took as their text, 'Mothers, take care of your daughters. The Royal Welch have come to town.'" An inconvenient accident happened to me at Lancaster. The telephone was installed at an office where I slept on a sloping desk. One night, Packsaddle, the code name for the Chief Supply Officer, Western Command, rang up from Chester after midnight with orders for the Commandant. They concerned the rationing of another batch of 400 prisoners who were being sent to him from Chester in North Wales. In the middle of a conversation made difficult by a thunderstorm, my sleepiness, and Packsaddle's irritability, the line got struck by lightning somewhere. An electric shock spun me round, and I could not use a telephone again without sweating and stammering until some 12 years later. Guarding prisoners seemed an unheroic part to be playing in the war, which, by October, had reached a critical stage. I wanted to be abroad fighting. My training had been interrupted, and I knew that even when recalled from detachment duty, I should have to wait a month or 2 at least before getting sent out. When I returned to the depot, Tibbs Crawshay, the adjutant, a keen regular soldier, found 2 things wrong with me. First of all, I had not only gone to an inefficient tailor, but also had a soldier servant who neglected to polish my buttons and shine my belt and boots as he should have done. Never having owned a valet before, I did not know what to expect of him. Crawshay finally summoned me to the orderly room. He would not send me to France, he said, until I had entirely overhauled my wardrobe and looked more like a soldier. My company commander's report on me was unsoldier-like and a nuisance. But my pay only just covered the mess bills, and I could hardly ask my parents to buy me another outfit so soon, after assuring them that I had everything necessary. Crawshay next decided that I must be a poor sportsman, probably because on the day of the Grand National, in which a horse of his was running, all the young officers applied for leave to see the race, except myself. I volunteered to take the job of orderly officer for the day for someone who wanted to go. One by one, my contemporaries were sent out to France to take the place of casualties in the 1st and 2nd battalions, while I remained despondently at the depot. But again, boxing helped me. Johnny Basham, a sergeant in the regiment, was training at the same time for his fight, which he won, with Boswell for the Lonsdale belt, welterweight. I visited the training camp one evening where Basham was offering to fight 3 rounds with any member of the regiment, the more the merrier. A young officer pulled on the gloves, and Basham got roars of laughter from the crowd as soon as he had taken his opponent's measure by dodging around and playing the fool with him. I asked Basham's manager if I could have a go. He lent me some shorts, and I stepped into the ring. Pretending to know nothing of boxing, I led off with my right and moved clumsily. Basham saw a chance of getting another laugh. He dropped his guard and danced about with a "you can't hit me" challenge. I caught him off his balance and knocked him across the ring. He recovered and went for me, but I managed to keep on my feet. When I laughed at him, he laughed too. We had 3 very brisk rounds, and he very decently made me seem a much better boxer than I was by accommodating his pace to mine. As soon as Crawshay heard the story, he rang me up at my billet and told me that he had learned with pleasure of my performance, that for an officer to box like that was a great encouragement for the men, and that he was mistaken about my sportsmanship, and that, to show his appreciation, he would put me down for a draft to France in a week's time. Of the officers sent out before me, several had already been killed or wounded. The killed included a Liberal MP, 2nd Lieutenant W.G. Gladstone, whom we called Glad-Eyes. He was in his early 30s, a grandson of old Gladstone, whom he resembled in feature, and Lord Lieutenant of his county. While war hung in the balance, he had declared himself against it, whereupon his Howarden tenantry, much ashamed, threatened to duck him in the pond. Realizing that once war was declared, further protest would be useless, he joined the regiment as a 2nd lieutenant. His political convictions remained unaltered, but being a man of great integrity, he refused to take the non-combative employment as a staff colonel offered him in the War Office. Soon after joining the 1st Battalion in France, he was killed by a sniper while unnecessarily exposing himself. General French sent his body home for a military funeral at Hawarden. I attended it. 1 or 2 random memories remain of this training period in Wrexham. The landlord of my billet, a Welsh solicitor, greatly overcharged us, though pretending amicability. He wore a wig, or, to be more exact, 3 wigs, with hair of progressive lengths. After wearing the medium-sized hair for a few days, he would put on the long-haired wig and say that, dear him, he really ought to get a haircut. Then he would leave the house and, in a public lavatory perhaps, or a wayside copse, change into the short-haired wig, which he wore until he thought it time to change to the medium once more. The deception came to light when one of the officers billeted with me got drunk and raided his bedroom. This officer, a Williams, was an extreme example of the sly border Welshman. The drunker he became, the more shocking his confessions. He told me once about a Dublin girl whom he had promised to marry and even slept with on the strength of a diamond engagement ring. Only paste, really, he boasted. The day before the wedding, she lost a foot, cut off by a docky tram, and he hurriedly left Dublin. But Graves, she was a lovely, lovely girl until that happened. Williams had been a medical student at Trinity College, Dublin. Whenever he visited Chester, the nearest town, to pick up a prostitute, he would not only appeal to her patriotism to charge him nothing, but always gave my name. I knew of this because these women wrote me reproachful letters. At last I told him in the mess, "In the future, you are going to be distinguished from all the other Williamses in the regiment by being called Dirty Williams." The name stuck. By one shift or another, he escaped all trench service except for a short spell in a quiet sector and lasted the war out safely. Private Probert came from Anglesey and had joined the Special Reserve in peacetime for his health. In September, the entire battalion volunteered for service overseas, except Probert. He refused to go and could neither be coaxed nor bullied. Finally, he came before the colonel, whom he genuinely puzzled by his obstinacy. Probert explained, "I'm not afraid, Colonel, sir, but I don't want to be shot at. I have a wife and pigs at home." The battalion was now rigged out in a temporary navy blue uniform until khakis might be available. All but Probert. The colonel decided to shame him, and he continued, by order, to wear the peacetime scarlet tunic and blue trousers with a red stripe, a very dirty scarlet tunic, too, because he had been put on the kitchen staff. His mates called him Cock Robin and sang a popular chorus in his honor. "And I'll never get a knock when the boys call cock, cockety-ock-ock-ock, Cock Robin. In my old red vest I mean to cut a shine, walking down the street they call me Danger in the Line." But Probert did not care. "For the more they call me Robin Redbreast, I'll wear it longer still. I will wear a red waistcoat, I will. So in October, he got discharged as medically unfit, of underdeveloped intelligence, unlikely to be of service in His Majesty's forces, and went happily home to his wife and pigs. Of the singers, few who survived Festubert in the following May survived Lewes in the following September. Recruit officers spent a good deal of their time at company and battalion orderly room, learning how to deal with crime. Crime meant any breach of King's regulations, and there was plenty of it. Battalion orderly room would last 4 or 5 hours every day, at the rate of one crime dealt with every 3 or 4 minutes. This being apart from the scores of less serious offenses tried by company commanders. The usual battalion orderly room crimes were desertion, refusing to obey an order, using obscene language to a non-commissioned officer, drunk and disorderly, robbing a comrade, and so forth. On pay nights, hardly a man stayed sober, but no attention was paid if silence reigned as soon as the company officer came on his rounds at lights out. 2 years later, serious crime had diminished to a 20th of that amount, though the battalion was treble its original strength, and though many of the cases that the company officer had dealt with summarily now came before the colonel, and drunkenness practically vanished. Taylor, a young soldier in my company, had been with me at Lancaster, where I bought him a piccolo to play when the detachment went on route marches. He would give us one tune after another for mile after mile. The other fellows carried his pack and rifle. At Wrexham, on pay nights, he used to sit on an upturned bucket in the company billet, a drill hall near the railway station, and play jigs for the drunks to dance to. He never drank himself. The music began slow, but gradually quickened, until he had worked them into a frenzy, delaying this climax for my arrival with the company orderly sergeant. As the sergeant flung open the door and bellowed, "F Company, attention!" Taylor would break off, thrust the piccolo under his blankets, and jump to his feet. The drunks were left frozen in the middle of their capers, blinking stupidly. At the 1st Battalion orderly room that I attended, a case went like this. Sergeant Major, off stage. "Now then, you 99 Davies F Company, cap off. As you were, cap off. As you were, cap off." That's better. Escort and prisoner. Right turn. Quick march. Right wheel. On stage. Left wheel. Mark time. Escort and prisoner. Halt. Left turn. Colonel. Read the charge, Sergeant Major. Sergeant Major. Number 99, Private W. Davies, F Company, at Wrexham on 20th August, improper conduct, committing a nuisance on the barrack square. Witnesses, Sergeant Timmins, Corporal Jones. Colonel. Sergeant Timmins, your evidence. Sergeant Timmins. Sir, on the said date about 2 p.m., I was acting orderly sergeant. Corporal Jones reported the nuisance to me. I inspected it. It was the prisoner, sir. Colonel. Corporal Jones, your evidence. Corporal Jones. Sir, on the said date I was crossing the barrack square when I saw the prisoner in a sitting posture. He was committing excreta, sir. I took his name and reported to the orderly sergeant, sir. Colonel. Well, Private Davies, what have you to say for yourself? 99 Davies, in a nervous sing-song. Sir, I came over queer all of a sudden. I had diarrheas, terrible bad. I had to do it, sir. Colonel. But, my good man, the latrine was only a few yards away. 99 Davies. Colonel, sir, you can't stop nature. Sergeant Major. Don't answer an officer like that. Pause. Sergeant Timmins. Coughs. Sir? Colonel. Yes, Sergeant Timmins? Sergeant Timmins. Sir, I had occasion to examine the nuisance, sir, and it was done with effort, sir. Colonel. Do you take my punishment, Private Davies? 99 Davies. Yes, Colonel, sir. Colonel. You have done a very dirty act and disgraced the regiment and your comrades. I shall make an example of you. 10 days detention. Sergeant Major. Escort and prisoner. Left turn. Quick march. Left wheel. Offstage. Escort and prisoner. Halt. Cap on. March him off to the guard room. Get ready the next case. Orderly room always embarrassed and dispirited me. I never got used to it, even after sentencing thousands of men myself. The sole change brought by the introduction of the civilian element into the Army was that, about halfway through the war, an Army Council instruction laid down that henceforth the word of command must be accused and escort, right turn, quick march, instead of prisoner and escort, right turn, quick march. Few interesting cases ever came up. Even the obscene language, always quoted verbatim, continued drearily the same. The only variation I remember from the 4 stock words was provided by the man charged with using threatening and obscene language to an NCO, who had told a lance corporal, "Corporal Smith, 2 men shall meet before 2 mountains." When the colonel asked what this meant, the lance corporal explained that though 2 mountains could never meet, 2 men might, and these 2 men might be himself and the prisoner, and the meeting might be in peacetime, and the prisoner might be tempted to strike him. Despite the remoteness of this contingency, the prisoner got 7 days' detention in the camp prison. Humor was mainly supplied by the very Welshman from the hills, who had an imperfect command of English. One of them, charged with being absent off ceremonial parade and using obscene language to the sergeant, became very indignant in orderly room and cried out to the colonel, "Colonel, sir, sergeant told me I was for guard. I asked him no, and now the bloody bastard says I was I." The greatest number of simultaneous charges that I ever heard brought against a soldier occurred in the case of Boy Jones at Liverpool in 1917. They accused him first of using obscene language to the bandmaster. The bandmaster, who was squeamish, reported it as, "Sir, he called me a double effing C." Next, breaking out of the detention awarded for this crime. Then, absenting himself from the regiment until apprehended by the Hindenburg Line, France. Fourth, resisting an escort. Fifth, being found in possession of regimental property belonging to the Cheshire Regiment. Boy Jones, who was only 14 and looked 13, had wriggled through the bars of his detention cell and, after getting a few things together in his hut, gone to Liverpool Exchange Station to wait for a victim, who proved to be a private in Cheshire Bantam Battalion, just returning to France from leave. Bantam battalions consisted of volunteers hitherto too short to qualify for the army. Boy Jones treated the Bantam to a lot of drink and robbed him of his rifle, equipment, badges, and papers. He then went off in his place. Arrived in France, he proceeded to the Bantam battalion, but this did not suit him. He wanted to be with his own regiment. So he deserted the Bantams, who were billeted somewhere north of Arras, and walked south along the trenches looking for his regiment, having now resumed his proper badges. A couple of days' walk brought him to the 2nd Battalion headquarters, where he reported, but was immediately sent home after a tough struggle with his escort at the railhead. The punishment awarded for all these heinous offenses, 10 days confined to camp, and a spanking by the bandmaster, seemed to us very nicely calculated. A most unusual charge against the regimental goat major, a corporal, was first framed as lèse-majesty, but later reduced to disrespect to an officer, and that he, at Wrexham, on such and such a date, did prostitute the royal goat, being the gift of His Majesty, the Colonel-in-Chief, from his royal herd at Windsor, by offering it stud services for a fee to, name excluded, Esquire, farmer and goat breeder of Wrexham. Though the goat major pleaded that he had done this out of consideration for the goat, to which he was much attached, the colonel reduced him to the ranks and took away his job. In peacetime, the regular battalions of the regiment, though officered mainly by Anglo-Welshmen of county families, did not contain more than about one Welsh-speaking Welshman in 50. Most recruits came from Birmingham. The only Harlech man besides myself who joined the regiment at the start was a golf caddy. He had gotten into trouble a short time before for stealing clubs. The chapels held soldiering to be sinful, and in Merioneth, the chapels had the last word. Prayers were offered for me by the chapels, but not because of the physical dangers I would run in France, but because of the moral dangers threatening me at home. However, when Lloyd George became Minister of Munitions in 1915 and persuaded the chapels that war was a crusade, we had a sudden tremendous influx of Welshmen from North Wales. They were difficult soldiers who particularly resented having to stand still while NCOs swore at them. At Wrexham, we second lieutenants learned regimental history, drill, musketry, Boer War field tactics, military law and organization, how to recognize bugle calls, how to work a machine gun, and how to conduct ourselves on formal occasions. We dug no trenches, handled no bombs, thought of the company, not of the platoon, still less of the section as the smallest independent tactical unit. Only 2 wounded officers were back from the front at the time. Both had left the 2nd Battalion on retreat from Mons. Neither would talk much of his experiences. One of them, Emu Jones, would tell us no more than this. The first queer sight I saw in France was 3 naked women hanging by their feet in a butcher's shop. The other used to say, "The German shells knock hell out of a man, especially the big black ones. Just hell. And that fellow Emu? He wasn't any good." We marched, and with his weak heart he used to faint daily and expect his poor bloody platoon to carry him as well as the rest of their load. Everyone swore he was scrimshanking. Don't believe what old Emu tells you of the retreat. Chapter 11. I used to congratulate myself on having quite blindly chosen the Royal Welsh Fusiliers of all regiments in the army. Good God, I used to think. Suppose that when war broke out, I had been living in Cheshire and had applied for a commission in the Cheshire Regiment. How ashamed I should have been to find in the history of that regiment, the old 22nd Foot, just senior in the line to the Royal Welsh, the 23rd, that it had been deprived of its old tide, the Royal Cheshires, as a punishment for losing a battle. This was a quite unhistorical libel, but we all believed it. Or how lucky not to have joined the Bedfords, who were making a name for themselves in this war, but we still called the Peacemakers, for they had only 4 battle honors on their colors, none more recent than the year 1711, and we misquoted their regimental motto as, "Thou shalt not kill." Even the Black Watch had a stain on its record, and everyone knew about it. If a Tommy of another regiment went into a public bar where men of the Black Watch were drinking, and felt brave enough to start a fight, he would ask the barmaid not for pig's ear, which is a rhyming slang for beer, but for a pint of broken square. Then belts would be unbuckled. The Royal Welch had 29 battle honors, a number equaled only by a couple of other 2-battalion regiments. And here, too, the Royal Welch had the advantage, since these were not single regiments, but 1888 combinations of 2, each with its separate history. The 1st Battalion of the Royal Welch Fusiliers could boast 26 battle honors of its own, the remaining 3 having fallen to the 2nd Battalion in its short and interrupted existence. They were all good bloody battle honors, none of them like that battle into which, it was said, the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders had gone with 900 men, and from which they emerged with 901, no casualties, and a band boy come of age and promoted a private. For many hard fights, such as the Boyne and Aughrim and the capture of Lille, the Royal Welch had never been honored. The regiment shared in each of the 4 hardest-fought victories of the British Army, as listed by Sir John Fortescue. My regimental history is rusty now, but I believe that they were Malplaquet, Albura, Waterloo, and Inkerman. The Royal Welch was also one of the 6 Minden regiments, who performed the unprecedented feat of charging a body of cavalry many times their own strength and driving it off the field. Even the surrender at Yorktown in the American War of Independence, the regiment's single disaster, could not be accounted a disgrace. The Navy had let the Army down, and the Royal Welch were accorded the full honors of war, won by their conduct in the hard fighting at Lexington and Guildford Courthouse and their suicidal advance up Bunker Hill. The original Thomas Atkins was a Royal Welch Fusilier in that war. I caught the sense of regimental tradition a day or 2 after my arrival at the depot. In a cupboard at the mess, I came across a big leather-bound ledger and pulled it out to read. It proved to be the daily order book of the 1st Battalion in the trenches before Sevastopol, and I opened it at the page giving orders for an attack on the Redon Redoubt. Such and such a company was desired to supply volunteers for the storming party under Lieutenant so-and-so. Next followed details of their arms and equipment, the numbers of ladders they must carry, and the support to be afforded by other companies. Then, details of ration and supply of ammunitions, with an earnest Godspeed from the commanding officer. A sketch of the commanding officer hung on the wall above my head, lying sick in his tent at Scutari, wearing a balaclava helmet, or cap comforter, against the intense cold. The attack failed, and among subsequent entries were the orders for the burial of the dead, appreciation from the headquarters of gallantry vainly displayed, and a notice that the effects of Lieutenant so-and-so, who had led the storming party, would be sold at public auction in the trenches next day. Another daily order contained the citation of a certain Sergeant Luke O'Connor's gallantry, for which he received one of the first Victoria Crosses when the award was instituted in 1856. He still lived, Lieutenant General Sir Luke O'Connor, now Colonel of the regiment. The most immediate piece of regimental history that I met as a recruit officer was the flash, a fan-like bunch of 5 black ribbons, each 2 inches wide, 7.5 inches long, and ending in a dovetail. The angles at which the fan must be spread has been exactly regulated by regimental convention. The flash is stitched to the back of the tunic collar, and only the Royal Welch are privileged to wear it. The story goes that the Royal Welch were abroad on foreign service for several years in the 1830s, and by some mischance never received the Army order abolishing the queue. When the regiment returned and paraded at Plymouth, the inspecting general reprimanded the commanding officer because his men were still wearing their hair in the old fashion. The commanding officer, angered by the slight, immediately rode up to London and won from King William IV, through the intercession of some court official, a regimental privilege of continuing to wear the bunch of ribbons with which the end of the queue was tied, the flash. The king made it a distinctive badge to be worn by all ranks in recognition of exemplary service during the Napoleonic Wars. The Army Council, which is usually composed of cavalry, engineer, artillery, and guards generals, with the line hardly represented, has never encouraged regimental peculiarities, and could not easily forget the irregularity of our direct appeal to the sovereign. The Army Council did not, at any rate, sanction the flash on the new khaki service dress. Yet, our officers and warrant officers continued to wear it. In a pre-war correspondence between the regiment and the Army Council, Sir Luke O'Connor maintained that the flash, being a distinctive mark honorably won, should be worn with service dress, and not merely with peacetime scarlet. The Army Council objected that it would be a distinctive mark for enemy snipers, and particularly dangerous when worn by officers. Sir Luke retorted by inquiring on what occasion, since the retreat from Corunna, when the regiment was last to leave from Spain with the key of the town postern in the pocket of one of its officers, had any of His Majesty's enemies seen the back of a Royal Welch Fusilier officer. The Army Council stood firm, and the matter remained in abeyance throughout the war. Once, in 1917, when an officer of my company went to be decorated with the Military Cross at Buckingham Palace, King George, as Colonel-in-Chief of the regiment, showed a personal interest in the flash. He asked, "You are serving in one of the line battalions?" "The 2nd Battalion, sir." So the king gave him the order, "About turn," for a look at the flash, and then, "About turn again." "Good," he said. "You're still wearing it, I see." And then, in a stage whisper, "Don't ever let anyone take it from you." After the war, when scarlet was abandoned on the grounds of expense, the Army Council saw that it could now reasonably sanction the flash on service dress for all ranks. As an additional favor, it consented to recognize another defiant regimental peculiarity, the spelling of the word Welch with a C. This permission was published in a special Army Council instruction of 1919. The ignorant Daily Herald commented, "Struth," as though it were unimportant. But the spelling with a C was as important to us as the miniature cap badge worn at the back of a cap was to Gloucesters, a commemoration of the time when they fought back-to-back in Egypt. I have seen a young officer sent off battalion parade because his buttons read Welsh instead of Welch. Welch referred us somehow to the archaic North Wales of Henry Tudor and Owen Glendower and Lord Herbert of Cherbury, the founder of the regiment. It dissociated us from the modern North Wales of chapels, liberalism, the dairy and drapery business, slate mines, and the tourist trade. The regiment insisted strictly on the standard measurements of the flash. When the new army battalions were formed, and rumors came to Wrexham that the 18th Battalion officers were wearing flashes nearly down to their waists, great consternation ensued. Our adjutant sent off the youngest subaltern on a special mission to the 18th Battalion, the colonel of which had been borrowed from some Yorkshire regiment. The subaltern had orders to present himself at the orderly room with a large pair of shears. The new army battalions were, however, as anxious to be regimental as the line battalions. Once in France, a regular major of the Royal Fusiliers entered the mess of the 19th Bantam Battalion of the Royal Welch Fusiliers. He greeted the mess with, "Good afternoon, gentlemen," and called for a drink from the mess sergeant. After he had chatted for a while, he asked the senior officer present, "Do you know why I ordered that drink from the mess sergeant?" "Of course. You wanted to see whether we remembered the Peninsular War." The Royal Fusilier nodded. "Our mess is just along behind that wood there. We haven't forgotten either." After Albuera, the few survivors of the Royal Welch Fusiliers and the Royal Fusiliers had messed together on the captured hill, deciding that henceforth and forever, the officers of each regiment would be honorary members of the other's mess, and the NCOs the same. I must tell of St. David's Night, the raw leeks eaten to the roll of the drum, with one foot on a chair and one foot on the mess table, enriched by the spoils of the summer palace at Peking, 1900, when we struck up another solemn friendship with the U.S. Marine Corps. Leeks are not at all bad to eat, despite Shakespeare. And the royal goat with gilded horns that once leapt over the mess table bearing a drummer boy on its back, and the toast to Major Toby Purcell's golden spurs, worn at the Boyne and lost in a shipwreck off Newfoundland about 1840, and the toast to Shenkin ap Morgan, the first gentleman of Wales, and the British Grenadiers, the regimental march past, for the British Grenadiers does not mean, as most people think, merely the Grenadier Guards. The term includes all regiments, the Royal Welch among them, that wear a bursting grenade as a collar and cap badge to recall their early employment as storm troops armed with bombs. During the war, the Royal Welsh Fusiliers swelled to a size that imperiled regimental esprit de corps. Before the war, we had 2 line battalions on the depot. The affiliated and flashless territorials, 4 battalions recruited for home service, could be disregarded, despite their regular adjutants. The Special Reserve Battalion, which trained at the depot, was a poor relation. Now, more and more new Army battalions were added. Even a 25th Battalion went to Palestine in 1917 and proved as good as the 8th. So, the regiment, that is, consensus of opinion in the 2 line battalions, tentatively accepted the new Army battalions one by one as they proved themselves worthy by service in the field. It never accepted the territorials, disowning them contemptuously as dog shooters. The fact was that 3 of the 4 territorial battalions failed signally in the Suvla Bay landing at Gallipoli. One battalion, it became known, had offered violence to its officers. The commanding officer, a regular, had not cared to survive a disgrace which even the good work that these battalions did later at Gaza could not cancel. The remaining territorial battalion joined the 1st Division in France early in 1915 and quite unnecessarily lost its machine guns at Givenchy. Regimental machine guns in 1915 were regarded almost as sacred. To lose them before the wiping out of the entire battalion was considered as shameful as losing the regimental colors would have been in any 18th or 19th century battle. The territorial machine gun officer who abandoned his guns had congratulated himself on removing the bolts. This would make them useless to the enemy. But he had forgotten the box of spare parts. The 2nd Battalion made a raid in the same sector a year and a half later and recaptured one of the guns, which had been busy against our trenches ever since. On our arrival at the depot, we Special Reserve officers were reminded of our great good fortune. If the war lasted, we should have the privilege of serving with one or the other of the line battalions. In peacetime, a candidate for commission had not only to distinguish himself in the passing out examination at the Royal Military College, Sandhurst, and be strongly recommended by 2 officers of the regiment, but to possess a guaranteed independent income that would enable him to play polo and hunt and keep up the social reputation of the regiment. These requirements were waived in our case, but we were to understand that we did not belong to the regiment in the special sense. Permission to serve with it in time of war should satisfy our highest military aspirations. We were not temporary officers, like those of the new army, but held permanent commissions in the Special Reserve Battalion. The Royal Welsh, we were reminded, considered themselves second to none, even to the Guards. Representations had been made to them after the South African War, inquiring whether they would like to become the Welsh Guards, and the offer had been indignantly declined. Such change would have made the regiment junior in the brigade, even to the recently formed Irish Guards. We were warned that while serving with a line battalion, none of us must expect to be recommended for orders or decorations. An ordinary campaigning medal inscribed with a record of battalion service should suffice as reward. Decorations were not considered by the Royal Welsh as personal awards, but as representative awards for the whole regiment. They would, therefore, be kept for the professional soldiers, who would find them useful as aids to extra-regimental promotion. This was what, in fact, happened. There must have been something like 200 or 300 Special Reserve officers serving overseas with the regiment before the war ended. But except for 3 or 4 who were not directly recommended by the battalion commander, but distinguished themselves while attached to brigade or divisional staffs, or who got sent to new army battalions or other regiments, we continued undecorated. I can recall only 3 exceptions. The normal proportion of awards, considering the casualties we suffered, which was about 60 or 70 killed, should have been at least 10 times that amount. Let me hasten to say that I myself never performed any feat for which I might conceivably have been decorated throughout my service in France. The regimental spirit persistently survived all catastrophes. Our 1st Battalion, for instance, was practically annihilated within 2 months of joining the British Expeditionary Force. Young Orme, who joined straight from Sandhurst at the crisis of the First Battle of Ypres, found himself commanding a battalion reduced to only about 40 rifles. With these and another small force, the remnants of the 2nd Battalion of the Queen's Regiment, Reduced to 30 men and 2 officers, he helped to recapture 3 lines of lost trenches and was killed himself. The reconstituted battalion saw heavy fighting at Bois-Grenier in December, but got smashed up at the Aubers Ridge and Festubert in the following May, and again at Loos in September, when only 1 combatant officer survived the attack, a machine gun officer on loan from the South Staffordshire Regiment. The same sort of thing happened time after time in fighting at Fricourt, the Quadrangle, Highwood, Devilwood, and Ginchy on the Somme in 1916, and again at Peugeot and Bulcourt on the spring fighting of 1917, and again until the armistice. In the course of the war, at least 15 or 20,000 men must have passed through each of the 2 line battalions, whose fighting strength never stood at more than 800. After each catastrophe, the ranks were filled up with new drafts from home, with the lightly wounded from the disaster of 3 or 4 months before, and with the more seriously wounded of earlier ones. In the 1st and 2nd battalions throughout the war, not merely the officers and NCOs knew their regimental history. The men had learned far more about Minden, Albuera, and Waterloo, and the Battle of the Pyramids than they had about the fighting on the other fronts or the official causes of the war. Chapter 12. In 1916, when on leave in England after being wounded, I began an account of my first few months in France. Having stupidly written it as a novel, I now have to retranslate it into history. Here is one reconstituted chapter. On arrival in France, we 6 Royal Welsh Fusilier officers went to Harfleur Base Camp near Le Havre. Later, it became an educational center for trench routine, use of bombs, trench mortars, rifle grenades, gas helmets, and similar technicalities. But now, we did a route march or 2 through the French countryside, and that was all, apart from fatigues at the Le Havre docks, helping the Army Service Corps unload stores from ships. The town was gay. As soon as we arrived, numerous little boys accosted us, pimping for their alleged sisters. "I take you to my sister. She very nice, very good jigajag. Not much money, very cheap, very good. I take you now. Plenty champagne for me?" I was glad when we got our orders to go up the line, though disgusted to find ourselves posted not to the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, but to the Welsh Regiment. I had heard little about the Welsh Regiment, except that it was tough and rough, and that the 2nd Battalion, to which we were going, had a peculiar regimental history as the old 69th Foot. It had originally been formed as an emergency force of pensioners and boy recruits, and sent overseas to do the work of a regular battalion, I forget in which 18th century campaign. At one time, the 69th had served as Marines. They were nicknamed the Up and Downs, partly because 69 makes the same sense whichever way up it is written. The 69 was certainly upside down when we joined. All the company officers, with the exception of 2 boys recently posted from Sandhurst and 1 special reserve captain, came from other regiments. There were 6 Royal Welsh Fusiliers, 2 South Wales Borderers, 2 East Surreys, 2 Wiltshires, 1 from the Border Regiment, 1 from the King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry. Even the quartermaster was an alien from the Connaught Rangers. There were still perhaps 4 time-serving NCOs left in the battalion. Of the men, perhaps 50 or so had got more than a couple of months' training before being sent out. Some had only 3 weeks' training. A great many had never fired a musketry course. All this because the 1st Division had been in constant hard fighting since the previous August. In 8 months, the battalion had lost its full fighting strength 5 times over. The last occasion was at Richebourg on May 9th, one of the worst disasters hitherto. The division's epitaph in the official communiqué read, "Meeting with considerable opposition in the direction of the Rue du Bois, our attacks were not pressed." The battalion's ranks were made up first with reservists of the later category, then with re-enlisted men, then with special reservists of pre-war enlistment, then with 1914 recruits of 3 or 4 months' training, but each class in turn had been expended. Now, nothing remained to send, except recruits of the spring 1915 class, with various sweepings and scorings. The 1st Battalion had, meanwhile, suffered the same heavy losses. In Cardiff, the Welsh Regiment advertised, Enlist at the depot and get to France quick. The recruits were mostly men, either overage or underage, a repetition of regimental history, or with some slight physical disability which prevented them from enlisting in regiments more particular than the Welsh. I still have the roll of my first platoon of 40 men. The figures given for their ages are misleading. On enlistment, all overage men had put themselves in the late 30s, and all underage men had called themselves 18. But once in France, the overage men did not mind adding on a few genuine years. No less than 14 in the roll gave their ages 40 or over, and these were not all. Fred Prosser, a painter in civil life, who admitted to 48, was really 56. David Davies, collier, who admitted to 42, and Thomas Clark, another collier, who admitted to 45, were only 1 or 2 years junior to Prosser. James Burford, collier and fitter, was the oldest soldier of all. When I first spoke to him in the trenches, he said, "Excuse me, sir, will you explain what this here arrangement is on the side of my rifle?" "That's the safety catch. Didn't you do a musketry course at the depot?" "No, sir, I was a re-enlisted man, and I spent only a fortnight there. The old Lee Metford didn't have no safety catch." And I asked him when he had last fired a rifle. "In Egypt in 1882, he said. "Weren't you in the South African War?" "I tried to re-enlist, but they told me I was too old, sir. I had been an old soldier in Egypt. My real age is 63. He spent all his summers as a tramp, and in the bad months of the year worked as a collier, choosing a new pit every season. I heard him and David Davies one night discussing the different seams of coal in Wales and tracing them from county to county and pit to pit with technical comments. The other half of the platoon contained the underage section. I had 5 of these boys. William Bumford, collier, for instance, who gave his age of 18, was really only 15. He used to get in trouble for falling asleep on sentry duty, an offense punishable with death, but could not help it. I had seen him suddenly go to sleep on his feet while holding a sandbag open for another fellow to fill. So we got him a job as orderly to chaplain for a while, and a few months later, all men over 50 and all boys under 18 got combed out. Bumford and Burford were both sent to the base, but neither escaped the war. Bumford grew old enough by 1917 to be sent back to the battalion and was killed that summer. Burford died in a bombing accident at the base camp, or so I was told. The fate of hundreds of my comrades in France came to me merely as hearsay. The troop train consisted of 47 coaches and took 24 hours to arrive at Bethune, the railhead, via St. Omer. We detrained at about 9 p.m., hungry, cold, and dirty. Expecting a short journey, we had allowed our baggage to be locked in a van and then played nap throughout the journey to keep our minds off the discomfort. I lost 60 francs, which was over 2 pounds at the existing rate of exchange. On the platform in Bethune, a little man in filthy khaki, wearing the Welsh cap badge, came up with a friendly touch of the cap, most unlike a salute. He had orders to guide us to the battalion, at present in the Cambrin trenches, about 10 kilometers away. Collecting the draft of 40 men we had with us, we followed him through the unlit suburbs of the town, all intensely excited by the noise and flashes of the guns in the distance. None of the draft had been out before, except the sergeant in charge. They began singing. Instead of the usual music hall songs, they sang Welsh hymns, each man taking a part. The Welsh always sang when pretending not to be scared. It kept them steady, and they never sang out of tune. We marched towards the flashes and could soon see the flare lights curving across the distant trenches. The noise of the guns grew louder and louder. Presently, we were among the batteries. From about 200 yards behind us, on the left of the road, a salvo of 4 shells whizzed suddenly over our heads. This broke up Aberystwyth in the middle of a verse and sent us off our balance for a few seconds. The column of 4s tangled up. The shells went hissing away eastward. We saw the red flash and heard the hollow bang where they landed in German territory. The men picked up their step again and began chafing. A lance corporal dictated a letter home. "Dear Auntie, this leaves me in the pink. We are at present wading in blood up to our necks. Send me fags and a lifebelt. This war is a booger. love and kisses. The roadside cottages were now showing more and more signs of dilapidation. A German shell came over, then whoo, bump, crash, landed 20 yards short of us. We threw ourselves flat on our faces. Presently, we heard a curious singing noise in the air, and then, flop, flop, little pieces of shell casing came buzzing down all around. "They calls them musical instruments," said the sergeant. "Damn them," said my friend Frank Jones Bateman, cut across the hand by a jagged little piece. "The devils have started on me early." "Aye, they'll have a lot of fun with you before they're done, sir," grinned the sergeant. Another shell came over. Everyone threw himself down again, but it burst 200 yards behind us. Only Sergeant Jones remained on his feet. "You're wasting your strength, lads," he said to the draft. "Listen by the noise they make where they're going to burst." At Cambrin Village, about a mile from the front trenches, we were taken into a ruined chemist's shop with its colored glass jars still in the window, the billet of the 4 Welsh Company quartermaster sergeants. Here, they gave us respirators and field dressings. This, the first respirator issued in France, was a gauze pad filled with chemically treated cotton waste for tying across the mouth and nose. Reputedly, it could not keep out the German gas, which had been used at Ypres against the Canadian division, but we never put it to the test. A week or two later came the smoke helmet, a greasy gray felt bag with a talc window to look through, and no mouthpiece, certainly ineffective against gas. The talc was always cracking, and visible leaks showed at the stitches joining it to the helmet. Those were early days of trench warfare, the days of the jammed tin bomb and the gas pipe trench mortar, still innocent of Lewis or Stokes guns, steel helmets, telescopic rifle sights, gas shells, pillboxes, tanks, well-organized trench raids, or any of the later refinements of trench warfare. After a meal of bread, bacon, rum, and bitter stewed tea sickly with sugar, we went through the broken trees to the east of the village and up a long trench to battalion headquarters. The wet and slippery trench ran through the dull red clay. I had a torch with me and saw that hundreds of field mice and frogs had fallen into the trench but found no way out. The light dazzled them, and because I could not help treading on them, I put the torch back in my pocket. We had no mental picture of what the trenches would be like, and were almost as ignorant as a young soldier who joined us a week or two later. He called out excitedly to old Burford, who was cooking up a bit of stew in a Dixie apart from the others. "Hi, mate, where's the battle? I want to do my bit." The guide gave us hoarse directions all the time. "Hole right, wire high, wire low. Deep place here, sir, wire low." The field telephone wires had been fastened by staples to the side of the trench, and when it rained, the staples were constantly falling out and the wire falling down and tripping people up. If it sagged too much, one stretched it across the trench to the other side to correct the sag, but then it would catch one's head. The holes were sump pits used for draining the trenches. We now came under rifle fire, which I found more trying than shell fire. The gunner I knew fired not at people, but at map references, crossroads like artillery positions, houses that suggested billets for troops, and so on. Even when an observation officer in an aeroplane or captive balloon, or on a church spire directed the guns, it seemed random somehow. But a rifle bullet, even when fired blindly, always seemed purposely aimed. And whereas we could usually hear a shell approaching and take some sort of cover, the rifle bullet gave no warning. So, though we learned not to duck a rifle bullet, because, once heard, it must have missed, it gave us a worse feeling of danger. Rifle bullets in the open went hissing into the grass without much noise, but when we were in a trench, the bullets made a tremendous crack as they went over the hollow. Bullets often struck the barbed wire in front of the trenches, which sent them spinning with a head-over-heels motion. Ping, rockety-ockety-ockety-ockety, into the woods behind. At battalion headquarters, a dugout in the reserve line, about a quarter of a mile behind the front companies, the colonel, a twice-wounded regular, shook hands with us and offered us the whiskey bottle. He hoped that we would soon grow to like the regiment as much as our own. This sector had not long before been taken over from a French territorial division of men in the 40s who had a local armistice with the Germans opposing. No fire, and apparently even civilian traffic allowed through the lines. So this dugout happened to be unusually comfortable, with an ornamental lamp, a clean cloth, and polished silver on the table. The colonel, adjutant, doctor, second-in-command, and signaling officer had just finished dinner. It was civilized cooking, fresh meat and vegetables. Pictures pasted on the paper walls, spring-mattressed beds, a gramophone, easy chairs. We found it hard to reconcile these with the accounts we had read of troops standing waist-deep in mud and gnawing a biscuit while shells burst all around. The adjutant posted us to our companies. "Captain Dunn of C is your company commander," he told me. "The soundest officer in the battalion. By the way, remind him that I want to send in that list of DCM recommendations for the last show at once, but no more than 2 names or else they won't give us any. 4 is about the ration for any battalion in a dud show." Our guide took us up to the front line. We passed a group of men huddled over a brazier, small men, daubed with mud, talking quietly together in Welsh. They were wearing waterproof capes, for it had now started to rain, and cap comforters, because the weather was cold for May. Although they could see we were officers, they did not jump to their feet and salute. I thought that this must be a convention of the trenches, and indeed, it is laid down somewhere in the military textbooks that the courtesy of the salute must be dispensed within battle. But no, it was just slackness. We overtook a fatigue party struggling up the trench loaded with timber lengths and bundles of sandbag, cursing plaintively as they slipped into sump holes or entangled their burdens in the telephone wire. Fatigue parties were always encumbered by their rifles and equipment, which it was a crime ever to have out of reach. After squeezing past this party, we had to stand aside to let a stretcher case pass. "Who's the poor bastard, Di?" the guide asked, leading the stretcher bearer. "Sergeant Gallagher," Di answered. "He thought he saw a Fritz in no man's land near our wire, so the silly booger takes one of them new-issue percussion bombs and shoots it at him. Silly booger aims too low. It hits the top of the parapet and bursts back. Oh, man, it breaks his silly effing jaw and blows a great lump from his silly effing face, whatever. Poor silly booger, not worth sweating to get him back. He's put paid too, whatever." The wounded man had a sandbag over his face. He died before they got him to the dressing station. I felt tired out by the time I reached company headquarters, sweating under a pack valise like the men, and with all the usual furnishings hung at my belt. Revolver, field glasses, compass, whiskey flask, wire cutters, periscope, and a lot more. A Christmas tree, that was called. Those were the days in which officers had their swords sharpened by the armorer before sailing to France. I had been advised to leave mine back in the quartermaster sergeant's billet, and never saw it again, or bothered about it. My hands were sticky with the clay from the side of the trench, and my legs soaked up to the calves. At C Company headquarters, a 2-roomed timber-built shelter in the side of a trench connecting the front and support lines, I found a tablecloth and lamp again, whiskey bottle and glasses, shelves with books and magazines, and bunks in the next room. I reported to the company commander. I had expected a grizzled veteran with a breast full of medals, but Dunn was actually 2 months younger than myself, one of the Fellowship of Only Survivors. Captain Miller of the Black Watch in the same division was another. Miller had escaped from the Rue de Bois massacre by swimming down a flooded trench. Only survivors had great reputations. Miller used to be pointed at in the streets when the battalion was back in reserve billets. "See that fella? That's Jock Miller, out from the start and hasn't got it yet." Dunn did not let the war affect his morale at all. He greeted me very easily with, "Well, what's the news from England? Oh, sorry, first I must introduce you. This is Walker, clever chap from Cambridge, fancies himself as an athlete. This is Jenkins, one of those elder patriots who chucked up their jobs to come here. This is Price, joined us yesterday, but we liked him at once. He brought some damn good whiskey with him. Well, how long is the war going to last, and who's winning? We don't know a thing out here. And what's all this talk about war babies? Price pretends ignorance on the subject." I told them about the war, and asked them about the trenches. "About trenches," said Dunn. "Well, we don't know as much about trenches as the French do, and not near as much as Fritz does. We can't expect Fritz to help, but the French might do something. They are too greedy to let us have the benefit of their inventions. What wouldn't we give for their parachute lights and aerial torpedoes? But there's never any connection between the two armies, unless a battle is on. Then we generally let each other down. When I came out here first, all we did in trenches was to paddle about like ducks and use our rifles. We didn't think of them as places to live in. They were just temporary inconveniences. Now, we work here all the time, not only for safety, but for health, night and day. First at fire steps, then at building traverses, improving the communication trenches, and so on. Last comes our personal comfort, shelters and dugouts. The territorial battalion that used to relieve us were hopeless. They used to sit down in the trench and say, "Oh my God, this is the limit." Then they'd pull out a pencil and paper and write home about it. Did no work on the traverses or fire positions. Consequence, they lost half their men from frostbite and rheumatism, and one day the Germans broke in and scuppered a lot more of them. They had allowed the work we'd done in the trench to go to ruin, and left the whole place like a sewage farm for us to take over again. We got sick as muck, and reported them several times to brigade headquarters, but they never improved. Slack officers, of course. Well, they got smashed, as I say, and were sent away to be lines of communication troops. Now we work with the 1st South Wales Borderers. They're all right. Awful swine, those territorials. Usen't to trouble about latrines at all. Left food about to encourage rats. Never filled a sandbag. I only once saw a job of work that they did, a steel loophole for sniping. But they put it facing square to the front and quite unmasked, so 2 men got killed at it. Absolute death trap. Our chaps are all right, but not as all right as they ought to be. The survivors of the show 10 days ago are feeling pretty low, and the big new draft doesn't know a thing yet. "Listen," said Walker, "there's too much firing going on. The men have got the wind up over something. If Fritz thinks we're jumpy, he'll give us an extra bad time. I'll go up and stop them." Dunn went on. "These Welshmen are peculiar. They won't stand being shouted at. They'll do anything if you explain the reason for it, do and die, but they have to know their reason why. The best way to make them behave is not to give them too much time to think. Work them off their feet. They are good workmen, too, but officers must work with them, not only direct the work. Our timetable is breakfast at 8 o'clock in the morning, clean trenches and inspect rifles, work all morning, lunch at 12, work again from 1 till about 6, when the men feed again. Stand to at dusk for about an hour, work all night, stand to for an hour before dawn. That's the general program. Then there's sentry duty. The men do 2-hour sentry spells, then work 2 hours, then sleep 2 hours. At night, sentries are doubled, so working parties are smaller. We officers are on duty all day and divide up the night into 3 hourly watches." He looked at his wristwatch. "By the way," he said, "that carrying party must have brought up the RE stuff by now. Time we all got to work. Look here, Graves, you lie down and have a doss on that bunk. I want you to take over the watch before stand to. I'll wake you up and show you around. Where the hell's my revolver? I don't like to go out without it. Hello, Walker, what was wrong?" Walker laughed. A chap from the new draft. He had never fired his musketry course at Cardiff, and tonight he fired ball for the first time. It went to his head. He'd had a brother killed at Ypres and sworn to avenge him. So he blazed off all his ammunition at nothing, and 2 bandoliers out of the ammunition box besides. They call him the human Maxim now. His foresight's misty with heat. Corporal Perry should have stopped him, but he just leaned up against the traverse and shrieked with laughter. I gave them both a good cursing. Some other new chaps started blazing away, too. Fritz retaliated with machine guns and whiz-bangs. No casualties. I don't know why. It's all quiet now. Everybody ready? When they went off, I rolled up in my blanket and fell asleep. Dunn woke me up at about 1 o'clock. "Your watch," he said. I jumped out of the bunk with a rustle of straw. My feet were sore and clammy in my boots. I was cold, too. "Here's the rocket pistol and a few flares. Not a bad night. It stopped raining. Put your equipment on over your raincoat or you won't be able to get at your revolver. Got a torch? Good. About this flare business. Don't use the pistol too much. We haven't many flares, and if there's an attack, we'll need as many as we can get. But use it if you think there's something wrong. Fritz is always sending up flare lights. He's got as many as he wants. Dunn showed me around the line. The battalion frontage was about 800 yards. Each company held some 200 of these, with 2 platoons in the front line and 2 in the support line about 100 yards back. He introduced me to the platoon sergeants, more particularly to Sergeant Eastman, and told him to give me any information I wanted, then went back to sleep, asking to be woken at once if anything went wrong. I found myself in charge of the line. Sergeant Eastman, being busy with a working party, I went round by myself. The men of the working party, whose job was to replace the traverses, or safety buttresses, of the trench, looked curiously at me. They were filling sandbags with earth, piling them up bricklayer fashion, the headers and stretchers alternating, then patting them flat with spades. The sentries stood on the fire step at the corners of the traverses, stamping their feet and blowing on their fingers. Every now and then they peered over the top for a few seconds. 2 parties, each of an NCO and 2 men, were out in the company listening posts, connected with the front trench by a sap about 50 yards long. The German front line stretched some 300 yards beyond. From berths hollowed in the sides of the trench and curtained with sandbags came the grunt of sleeping men. I jumped up on the fire step beside the sentry and cautiously raised my head, staring over the parapet. I could see nothing except the wooden pickets supporting our protecting barbed wire entanglements and a dark patch or 2 of bushes beyond. The darkness seemed to move and shake about as I looked at it. The bushes started traveling, singly at first, then both together. The pickets did the same. I was glad of the sentry beside me. He gave me his name as Beaumont. "They're quiet tonight, sir," he said. "A relief going on." "I think so, surely." I said, "It's funny how those bushes seem to move." "Aye, they do play queer tricks. Is this your first spell in trenches, sir?" A German flare shot up, broke into bright flame, dropped slowly, and went hissing into the grass just behind our trench, showing up the bushes and pickets. Instinctively, I moved. "It's bad to do that, sir," he said, as a rifle bullet cracked and seemed to pass right between us. "Keep still, sir, and they can't spot you. Not but what a flare is a bad thing to fall on you. I've seen them burn a hole in a man." I spent the rest of my watch in acquainting myself with the geography of the trench section, finding how easy it was to get lost among cul-de-sac and disused alleys. Twice I overshot the company frontage and wandered among the Munster Fusiliers on the left. Once I tripped and fell with a splash into deep mud. My watch ended when the first signs of dawn showed. I passed the word along the line for the company to stand to arms. The NCOs whispered hoarsely into the dugouts, "Stand to, stand to," and the men tumbled with their rifles in their hands. Going towards company headquarters to wake the officers, I saw a man lying on his face in a machine gun shelter. I stopped and said, "Stand to there!" I flashed my torch on him and saw that one of his feet was bare. The machine gunner beside him said, "No good talking to him, sir." I asked, "What's wrong? Why has he taken his boot and sock off?" "Look for yourself, sir." I shook the sleeper by the arm and noticed suddenly the hole in the back of his head. He had taken off the boot and sock to pull the trigger of his rifle with one toe. The muzzle was in his mouth. "Why did he do it?" I asked. "He went through the last push, sir, and that sent him a bit queer. On top of that, he got bad news from Limerick about his girl and another chap. He belonged to the Munsters. Their machine guns overlapped the left of our company, and his suicide had already been reported." 2 Irish officers came up. "We've had several of these lately," one of them told me. Then he said to the other, "Well, I remember, Callahan, don't forget to write to his next of kin. Usual sort of letter. Tell him he died a soldier's death. Anything you like. I'm not going to report it as suicide." At Stand 2, rum and tea were served out. I looked at the German trenches through a periscope, a distant streak of sandbags. Some of these were made of colored cloth, whether for camouflage or from shortage of plain sacking, I do not know. The enemy gave no sign except for a wisp or 2 of wood smoke, where they too were boiling up a hot drink. Between us and them lay a flat meadow with cornflowers, marguerites, and poppies growing in the long grass, a few shell holes, the bushes I had seen the night before, the wreck of an aeroplane, our barbed wire, and theirs. 3/4 of a mile away stood a big ruined house. 1/4 of a mile behind that, a red brick village, Oshie, poplars, haystacks, a tall chimney, and another village, Haines. Half right, Pithead, and smaller slag heaps. La Basse lay half left. The sun caught the weather vane of the church and made it twinkle. In the interval between stand to and breakfast, the men who were not getting in a bit of extra sleep sat about talking and smoking, writing letters home, cleaning their rifles, running their thumbnails up the seams of their shirts to kill lice, gambling. Lice were a standing joke. Young Bumford handed me this one. "We was just having an argument as to whether it's best to kill the old ones or the young ones, sir. Morgan here says that if you kill the old ones, the young ones die of grief. But Parry here, sir, he says that the young ones are easier to kill, and you can catch the old ones when they go to the funeral." He appealed to me as an arbiter. "You've been to college, sir, haven't you?" I said, "Yes, I have, but so had Crawshay Bailey's brother, Norwich." The platoon treasured this as a wonderfully witty answer. Crawshay Bailey is one of the idiotic songs of Wales. Crawshay Bailey himself had an engine, and he couldn't make it go, and all his relatives in the song had similar shortcomings. Crawshay Bailey's brother Norwich, for instance, was fond of oatmeal porridge, but was sent off to Cardiff College for to get a bit of knowledge. After that, I had no trouble with the platoon. Breakfast at company headquarters consisted of bacon, eggs, coffee, toast, and marmalade. There were 3 chairs and 2 ammunition boxes to sit on. Accustomed to company commanders who never took junior officers into their confidence, I liked the way that questions of the moment were settled at mealtimes by a sort of board meeting with Dunn as chairman. On this first morning, we had a long debate on how to keep sentries awake. Dunn finally issued a company order forbidding them to lean against traverses. It made them sleepy. Besides, when they fired, the flash would come always from the same place. The Germans might fix a rifle on the spot after a time. I told Dunn of the bullet that passed between Beaumont and myself. "Sounds like a fixed rifle," he said, "because not one aimed shot in 100 comes as close as that at night. And we had had a chap killed in that very traverse the night we came in." The Bavarian Guards Reserve, who were opposite us at the time, seemed to have complete control of the sniping situation. Dunn gave me the characters of the NCOs in my platoon, which were trustworthy and which had to be watched. He had begun telling me just how much I could expect from the men at my platoon inspection of rifles and equipment when a soldier came rushing in, his eyes blank with horror and excitement. "Gas, sir! Gas! They're using gas!" "My God!" exclaimed Price. We all looked at Dunn, whose soldier servant the man was. Dunn said imperturbably, "Very well, Kingdom. Bring me my respirator from the other room and another pot of marmalade." The alarm had originated with smoke blowing across from the German trenches, where breakfast must also have been in progress. We knew the German mealtimes by a slackening down of rifle fire. Gas has become a nightmare. Nobody believed in the efficacy of our respirators, though advertised as proof against any gas the enemy could send over. Pink army forms marked "urgent" constantly arrived from headquarters to explain how to use these accessories, all contradictory. First, the respirators were to be kept soaking wet. Then, they were to be kept dry. Then, they were to be worn in a satchel. Then, again, the satchel was not to be used. Frank Jones Bateman, a quiet boy of 19, came to visit me from the company on our right. He mentioned with a false ease that he had shot a German just before breakfast. "Sights at 400, he said. He had just left rugby with a scholarship waiting for him at Clare, Cambridge. His nickname was Silent Night. Chapter 13. Here are extracts from letters that I wrote at this time. I have restored the names of places, which were forbidden to mention. May 21st, 1915. Back in billets again at a coal mining village called Le Bourse. It is not more than 3 miles and a half from the front line, but the miners are still working. As we came out of the trenches, the Germans were shelling the wood by Cambrin village, searching for one of our batteries. I don't think they got it, but it was fun to see the poplar trees being lopped down like tulips when the whiz-bangs hit them square. As we marched down the pave road from Cambrin, the men straggled along out of step and out of fours. Their feet were sore from having had their boots on for a week. They only have one spare pair of socks issued to them. I enclose a list of their minimum load, which weighs about 60 pounds. A lot of extras get put on top of this: rations, pick or shovel, periscope, and their own souvenirs to take home on leave. Greatcoat, 1. Tin mess, 1. Tin cover, 1. Shirt, 1. Socks, pair, 1. Soap, 1. Towel, 1. Housewife, 1. Holdall, 1. Razor, 1. Razor case, 1. Lather brush, 1. Comb, 1. Fork, 1. Knife, 1. Spoon, 1. Toothbrush, 1. Cardigan, 1. Cap, fatigue comforter, 1. Paybook, 1. Disc identity, 1. Sheet, waterproof, 1. Grease, tin of, 1. Field service dressing, 1. Respirator, 1. Spine protector, 1. Set of equipment, 1. Laces, pair, 1. Rounds ammunition, 150. Rifle and bayonet, rifle cover, 1. Oil bottle and pull-through, 1. Entrenching tool, 1. Well, anyhow, marching on cobbled roads is difficult, so when a staff officer came by in a Rolls-Royce and cursed us for bad march discipline, I felt like throwing something at him. Trent's soldiers hate the staff, and the staff know it. The principal disagreement seems to be about the extent to which trench conditions should modify discipline. The Labourse miners are old men and boys dressed in sloppy blue clothes with bulging pockets. Shell craters ring the pit head. I am billeted with a fatherly old man called Monsieur Hoydes, who has 3 marriageable daughters. One of them, uninvited, lifted up her skirt to show me a shell wound on the thigh that laid her up last winter. May 22nd. A colossal bombardment by the French at Souchez, a few miles away. Continuous roar of artillery, colored flares, shells bursting all along the ridge by Notre-Dame de Lorette. I couldn't sleep. The noise went on all night. Instead of dying away, it grew and grew till the whole air rocked and shook. The sky was lit up with huge flashes. I lay in my feather bed and sweated. This morning, they tell me there was a big thunderstorm in the middle of the bombardment. But, as Walker says, where the gunder ended and the thunder began was hard to say. The men took hot baths at the mines and cleaned up generally. Their rifles are all in an advanced state of disrepair, and many of their clothes are in rags, but neither can be replaced, we are told, until they get much worse. The platoon is billeted in a barn full of straw. Old Burford, who is so old that he refuses to sleep with the other men of the platoon, has found a private doss in an outbuilding among some farm tools. In the trenches, he will sleep on the fire step, even in the rain, rather than in a warm dugout with the other men. He says that he remembers the CO as a baby in long skirts. Young Bumford is the only man he'll talk to. The platoon is always ragging on Bumford for his childish simplicity. Bumford plays up to it and begs them not to be too hard on a lad from the hills. May 23rd. We did company drill in the morning. Afterwards, Jones Bateman and I lay on the warm grass and watched aeroplanes flying above the trenches, pursued by a trail of white shrapnel puffs. In the evening, I took a working party over to Vermeilles-les-Noyes to work on a second line of defense, trench digging and putting up barbed wire under an RE officer. But the ground was hard, and the men were tired out when they got back at 2 o'clock in the morning, after singing songs all the way home. They have one about Company Quartermaster Sergeant Finnegan, which goes to the Salvation Army tune of Whiter Than Snow. Coolness under fire, mentioned in dispatches for pinching the company rations, coolness under fire. Now he's on the peg, mentioned in dispatches for drinking the company rum, now he's on the peg. The chorus is, whiter than the milky coconuts, wash me in the water that you washed your dirty daughter in, and I shall be whiter than the milky coconuts. Nuts, nuts, oh nuts. Finnegan doesn't mind the libel at all. 2 young miners in another company disliked their sergeant, who had a down on them and gave them all the most dirty and dangerous jobs. When they were in billets, he crimed them for things they hadn't done. So, they decided to kill him. Later, they reported at battalion orderly room and asked to see the adjutant. This was irregular because a private is forbidden to address an officer without an NCO of his own company acting as a go-between. The adjutant happened to see them and asked, "Well, what is it you want?" Smartly slapping the small of the butt of their sloped rifles, they said, "We've come to report, sir, that we're very sorry, but we've shot our company sergeant major." The adjutant said, "Good heavens, how did that happen?" "It was an accident, sir." "What do you mean, you damn fools? Did you mistake him for a spy?" "No, sir, we mistook him for our platoon sergeant." So they were both court-martialed and shot by a firing squad of their own company against the wall of a covenant at Bethune. Their last words were the battalion rallying cry, "Stick it, the Welch!" They say that a certain Captain Haggard first used it in the Battle of Ypres when he was mortally wounded. The French military governor was present at the execution and made a little speech saying how gloriously British soldiers can die. You'd be surprised at the amount of waste that goes on in the trenches. Ration biscuits are in general use as fuel for boiling up Dixies because kindling is scarce. Our machine gun crew boil their hot water by firing off belt after belt of ammunition at no particular target, just generally spraying the German line. After several pounds worth of ammunition has been used, the water in the guns, which are water-cooled, begins to boil. They say they make German ration and carrying parties behind the line pay for their early morning cup of tea. But the real charge will be on income tax after the war. May 24th. Tomorrow, we return to the trenches. The men are pessimistic, but cheerful. They all talk about getting a cushy one to send them back to Blighty. Blighty is, it seems, Hindustani for home. My servant, Fry, who works in a paper bag factory at Cardiff in civil life, has been telling me stories about cushy ones. Here are 2 of them. A bloke in the Munsters once wanted a cushy, so he waves his hand above the parapet to catch Fritz's attention. Nothing doing. He waves his arms about for a couple of minutes. Nothing doing, not a shot. He puts his elbows on the fire step, hoists his body upside down, and waves his legs about till he gets blood to the head. Not a shot did old Fritz fire. "Oh," says the Munster man, "I don't believe there's a damned squarehead there. Where's the German army to?" He has to peek over the top. Crack! He gets it in the head. Fini. Another story. Bloke in the Camerons wanted a cushy, bad. Fed up and far from home he was. He puts his hands over the top and gets his trigger finger taken off. And 2 more beside. That done the trick. He comes laughing through our lines by the old Butillery. "See, lads," he says, "I'm off to bonny Scotland. Isn't that a beauty?" But on the way down the trench to the dressing station, he forgets to stoop low where the old sniper's working. He gets it through the head, too. Fine. We laugh fit to die. To get a cushy one is all that the old hands think of. Only 12 men have been with the battalion from the beginning, and all are transport men except one, Beaumont, a man in my platoon. The few old hands who went through the last show infect the new men with pessimism. They don't believe in the war. They don't believe in the staff. But at least they would follow their officers anywhere, because the officers happen to be a decent lot. They look forward to a battle, because that gives them more chances of a cushy one in the legs or arms than trench warfare. In trench warfare, the proportion of head wounds is much greater. Haking commands this division. He's the author of our standard textbook, Company Training. The last shows have not been suitable ones for company commanders to profit by his directions. He came round this morning to an informal inspection of the battalion and shook hands with the survivors. There were tears in his eyes. Sergeant Smith swore half aloud. Bloody lot of use that is. Busts up his bloody division and then weeps over what's bloody left. Well, it had nothing to do with me. I didn't allow myself to feel either for the general or for the sergeant. It's said here that Haking told General French that the division's morale has gone completely. So far as I can see, that is inaccurate. The division will still fight all right, but with little enthusiasm. It's said, too, that when the new army comes out, we are to be withdrawn and used on lines of communication for some months at least. I don't believe it. No one will mind smashing up over and over again the divisions that have got used to being smashed up. The general impression here is that the new army divisions can't be of much military use. May 28th. In trenches among the Quincy brick stacks. Not my idea of trenches. There has been a lot of fighting hereabouts. The trenches have made themselves rather than been made, and run in consequently in and out of the big 30-foot-high stacks of bricks. It is most confusing. The parapet of a trench which we don't occupy is built up with ammunition boxes and corpses. Everything here is wet and smelly. The Germans are very close. They have half the brick stacks, we have the other half. Each side snipes down from the top of its brick stacks into the other's trenches. This is also a great place for German rifle grenades and trench mortars. We can't reply properly. We have only a meager supply of rifle grenades and nothing to equal the German sausage mortar bomb. This morning about breakfast time, just as I came out of my dugout, a rifle grenade landed within 6 feet of me. For some reason, instead of falling on its head and exploding, it landed with its stick in the wet clay and stood there, looking at me. They are difficult to see coming. They are shot from a rifle with its butt on the ground, tilted, and go up a long way before turning over and coming down head first. I can't understand why this particular rifle grenade fell as it did. The chances were impossibly against it. Sausages are easy to see and dodge, but they make a terrible noise when they drop. We have had about 10 casualties in our company today from them. I find that my reactions to danger are extraordinarily quick, but everyone gets like that. We can sort out all the different explosions and disregard whichever don't concern us, such as the artillery duel, machine gun fire at the next company to us, desultory rifle fire. But we pick out at once the faint plop of the mortar that sends off a sausage, or the muffled rifle noise when a grenade is fired. The men are much afraid, yet always joking. The company sergeant major stands behind number 11 brick stack and shoots at sausages with a rifle as they come over, trying to explode them in the air. He says that it's better than pigeon shooting. He hasn't hit one yet. Last night, a lot of German stuff was flying about, including shrapnel. I heard one shell whishing towards me and dropped flat. It burst just over the trench where Petticoat Lane runs into Lundy Square. My ears sang as though there were gnats in them, and a bright scarlet light shone over everything. My shoulder got twisted in falling, and I thought I had been hit, but I hadn't been. The vibration made my chest sing, too, in a curious way, and I lost my sense of equilibrium. I was ashamed when the sergeant major came along the trench and found me on all fours, still unable to stand up straight. A corpse is lying on the fire step, waiting to be taken down to the graveyard tonight. A sanitary man, killed last night in the open while burying lavatory stuff between our front and support lines. His arm was stretched out stiff when they carried him in and laid him on the fire step. It stretched right across the trench. His comrades joke as they push it out of the way to get by. "Out of the light, you old bastard. Do you think you own this bloody trench?" Or else they shake hands with him familiarly. "Put it there, Billy boy." Of course they're miners and accustomed to death. They have a very limited morality, but they keep to it. It's moral, for instance, to rob anyone of anything except a man in their own platoon. They treat every stranger as an enemy until he proves himself their friend. And then there's nothing they won't do for him. They are lecherous, the young ones at least, but without the false shame of the English lecher. I had a letter to censor the other day, written by a lance corporal to his wife. He said that the French girls were nice to sleep with, so she mustn't worry on his account, but that he far preferred sleeping with her, and he missed her a great deal. June 6th. We have all been billeted in Bethune, a fair-sized town about 7 miles behind the front line. It has everything one wants: a swimming bath, all sorts of shops, especially a cake shop, the best I've ever met, a hotel where you can get a really good dinner, and a theater where we have brigade gaffs. I saw a notice this morning on a building by the Bethune-La Bassée Canal. Troops are forbidden to bomb fish, by order of the town major. Bethune is very little knocked about, except for the part called Faubourg d'Arras near the station. I am billeted with a family called Averlant Paul in the Avenue des Brouets, people of the official class, refugees from Poignant. There are 2 little boys and an elder sister who goes to what corresponds with the under-fifth of the local high school. She was worrying last night over her lessons and asked me to help her write out the theory of decimal division. She showed me her notes. They were full of abbreviations. I asked why she'd used abbreviations. She said, "The lady professor talked very fast because we were much hurried." Why were you hurried? Oh, because part of the school is used as a billet for your troops, and the Germans were shelling it, and we were always having to take shelter in the cellar, and when we came back each time, there was less and less time left. June 9th. I am beginning to realize how lucky I was in my gentle introduction to the Cambrin trenches. We are now in a nasty salient, a little to the south of the brick stacks, where casualties are always heavy. The company had 17 casualties yesterday from bombs and grenades. The front trench averages 30 yards from the Germans. Today, at one part, which is only 20 yards away from an occupied German sap, I went along whistling "The Farmer's Boy" to keep up my spirits, when suddenly I saw a group bending over a man lying at the bottom of the trench. He was making a snoring noise mixed with animal groans. At my feet lay the cap he had worn, splashed with his brains. I had never seen human brains before. I somehow regarded them as a poetical figment. One can joke with a badly wounded man and congratulate him on being out of it. One can disregard a dead man. But even a miner can't make a joke that sounds like a joke over a man who takes 3 hours to die after the top part of his head has been taken off by a bullet fired at 20 yards range. Beaumont, of whom I told you in my last letter, also got killed. The last unwounded survivor of the original battalion, except for the transport men. He had his legs blown against his back. Everyone was swearing angrily, but an RE officer came up and told me that he had a tunnel driven under the German front line, and that if my chaps wanted to do a bit of bombing, now was the time. So he sent the mine up. It was not a big one, he said, but it made a tremendous noise and covered us with dirt, and we waited for a few seconds for the other Germans to rush up to help the wounded away, and then chucked all the bombs we had. Beaumont had been telling how he had won about 5 pounds worth of francs in the sweepstake after the Rue de Bois show, a sweepstake of the sort that leaves no bitterness behind it. Before a show, the platoon pools all its available cash, and the survivors divide it up afterwards. Those who aren't killed can't complain. The wounded would have given far more than that to escape as they have, and the unwounded regard the money as a consolation prize for still being here. June 24th. We are billeted in the cellars of Vermel's, which was taken and retaken 8 times last October. Not a single house has remained undamaged in the town, which once must have had 2,000 or 3,000 inhabitants. It is beautiful now in a fantastic way. When we came up 2 nights ago, there was a moon shining behind the houses, and the shells had broken up all the hard lines of roofs and quaintly perforated the grim walls of a brewery. Next morning, we found the deserted gardens of the town very pleasant to walk about in. They are quite overgrown, and flowers have seeded themselves about wildly. Red cabbages and rose and Madonna lilies are the chief ornaments. One garden has currant bushes in it. I and the company sergeant major started eating along the front line from opposite ends without noticing each other. When we did, we both remembered our dignity, he as a company sergeant major and I as an officer. He saluted, I acknowledged the salute. We both walked away. A minute or two later, we both came back, hoping that the coast was clear, and again, after an exchange of salutes, had to leave the currents and pretend that we were merely admiring the flowers. I don't know why I behaved like that. The CMS is a regular, and therefore obliged to stop eating in the presence of an officer. So I suppose courtesy to his scruples made me stop too. Anyhow, along came a couple of privates and stripped the bushes clean. This afternoon we had a cricket match, officers versus sergeants, in an enclosure between some house out of observation from the enemy. Our front line is perhaps 3/4 of a mile away. I made top score, 24. The bat was a bit of rafter, the ball a piece of rag tied round with string, and the wicket a parrot cage with the clean, dry corpse of a parrot inside. It had evidently died of starvation when the French evacuated the town. I recalled the verse of Skeletons. Parrot is a fair bird for a laddie. God of his goodness he framed him and wrought. When parrot is dead, he doth not putrefy. Yea, all things mortal shall turn unto naught. Save man's soul, which Christ so dear bought, that never can die, nor never die shall. Make much of parrot, that popinjay royale. Machine gun fire broke up the match. It was not aimed at us. The Germans were shooting at one of our airplanes, and the bullets falling from a great height had a penetrative power greater than an ordinary spent bullet. This is a very idle life, except for night digging on the reserve line. We can't drill because we are too near the Germans, and no fortification needs doing in the village. Today, 2 spies were shot, a civilian who had hung on in a cellar and was apparently flashing news to the Germans, and a German soldier disguised as an RE corporal, found tampering with the telephone wires. We officers spend a lot of time revolver shooting. Jenkins brought out a beautiful target from the only undestroyed living room in our billet area, a glass case full of artificial fruit and flowers. We put it up on a post at 50 yards range. He said, "I've always wanted to smash one of these damn objects. My aunt has one. It's the sort of thing that would survive such an intense bombardment." I smothered a tender impulse to rescue it. So we had 5 shots each in turn. Everyone missed. Then we went up to within 20 yards and fired a volley. Someone hit the post and knocked the case off into the grass. Jenkins said, "Damn the thing, it must be bewitched. Let's take it back." The glass was unbroken, but some of the fruit had come loose. Walker said, "No, it's in pain. We must put it out of his suffering." He gave it the coup de grace from close quarters. The old Norman church here has been very much broken. What remains of the tower is used as a forward observation post by the artillery. I counted 8 unexploded shells sticking into it. Jenkins and I went in and found the floor littered with rubbish, broken masonry, smashed chairs, ripped canvas pictures, some of them looked several hundred years old, bits of images and crucifixes, muddied church vestments rotting in what was once the vestry. Only a few pieces of stained glass remained fixed in the edges of the windows. I climbed up by way of the altar to the east window and found a piece about the size of a plate. I gave it to Jenkins. "Souvenir," I said. When he held it to the light, it was St. Peter's hand with the keys of heaven, medieval glass. "I'm sending this home," he said. As we went out, we met 2 men of the Munsters. Being Irish Catholics, they thought it sacrilegious for Jenkins to be taking the glass away. One of them warned him, "Shouldn't take that, sir. It will bring you no luck." Jenkins got killed not long after. Walker was ragging Dunn this evening. "I believe you'll be sorry when the war's over, Skipper. Your occupation will be gone, and you'll have to go back on the square at the depot for 6 months and learn how to form 4s regimentally. You missed that little part of the show when you left Sandhurst and came straight here. You'll be a full colonel by then, of course. I'll give the sergeant major half a crown to make you really sweat. I'll be standing in civvies at the barrack gate laughing at you." One of our company commanders here is Captain Ferber, whose nerves are in pieces. Somebody played a dirty trick on him the other day, rolling a bomb, undetonated of course, down the cellar steps to frighten him. This was thought a wonderful joke. Ferber is the greatest pessimist in France. He's laid a bet with the adjutant that the trench lines won't be more than a mile from where they are in this sector 2 years hence. Everyone laughs at Ferber, but they like him because he sings sentimental Cockney songs at the brigade gaffs when we are back in Bethune. Chapter 14. With the advance of summer came new types of bombs and trench mortars, heavier shelling, improved gas masks, and a general tightening up of discipline. We met the 1st Battalions of the New Army and felt like scarecrows by comparison. Our battalion went in and out of Cambrin and Quincy trenches, with billets in Bethune and the neighboring villages. By this time I had caught the pessimism of the 1st Division. Its spirit in the trenches was largely defensive, the policy being not to stir the Germans into more than their usual hostility. But casualties remained very heavy for trench warfare. Pessimism made everyone superstitious, and I found myself believing in signs of the most trivial nature. Sergeant Smith, my 2nd sergeant, told me of the officer who had commanded the platoon before I did. "He was a nice gentleman, sir, but very wild. Just before the Rue de Bois show, he says to me, 'By the way, Sergeant, I'm going to get killed tomorrow. I know that, and I know that you're going to be all right. So see that my kit goes back to my people. You'll find their address in my pocketbook. You'll find 500 francs there, too. Now remember this, Sergeant Smith. You keep 100 francs yourself and divide up the rest among the chaps left.' He says, 'Send my pocketbook back with my other stuff, Sergeant Smith, but for God's sakes, burn my diary. They mustn't see that. I'm going to get it here.' He points to his forehead. And that's how it was. He got it through the forehead all right. I sent the stuff back to his parents, I divided up the money, and I burned the diary. One day, walking along a trench at Cambrin, I suddenly dropped flat on my face. 2 seconds later, a whiz-bang struck the back of the trench, exactly where my head had been. The sergeant who was with me, walking a few steps ahead, turned round. 'Are you killed, sir?' The shell was fired from a battery near Le Brigues farm, only 1,000 yards away, so that I must have reacted simultaneously with the explosion of the gun. How did I know that the shell would be coming my way? At Bethune, I saw the ghost of a man named Private Challoner, who had been at Lancaster with me, and again in F Company at Wrexham. When he went out with a draft to join the 1st Battalion, he shook my hand and said, "I'll meet you again in France, sir." In June, he passed by our C Company billet, where we were just having a special dinner to celebrate our safe return from Quincy. New potatoes, fish, green peas, asparagus, mutton chops, strawberries and cream, and 3 bottles of pomard. Private Challoner looked in at the window, saluted, and passed on. I could not mistake him or the cap badge he wore, yet no Royal Welsh battalion was billeted within miles of Bethune at the time. I jumped up, looked out of the window, and saw nothing except a fag end smoking on the pavement. Challoner had been killed at Festubert in May. Constant mining went on in this Cambrin-Quincy sector. We had the prospect of being blown up at any moment. An officer of the R.E. Tunneling Company won the Victoria Cross while we were there. A duel of mining and countermining had been going on. When the Germans began to undermine his original boring, he rapidly tunneled beneath them. It was touch and go who would get ready first. He won. But when he detonated his mine from the trench by an electric lead, nothing happened. So he ran down again, retamped the charge, and got back just in time to set it off before the Germans fired theirs. I had visited the upper boring on the previous day. It ran about 20 feet under the German lines. At the end of the gallery, I found a Welsh miner on listening duty, one of our own battalion, who had transferred to the Royal Engineers. He cautioned me to silence. I could distinctly hear the Germans working somewhere below us. He whispered, "So long as they work, I don't mind. It's when they bloody stop." He did his 2-hour spell by candlelight in the cramped and stuffy dead end, reading a book. The mining officer had told me that the men were allowed to read. It didn't interfere with their listening. The book was a paperbacked novelette called From Mill Girl to Duchess. The tunneling companies were notorious thieves, by the way. They would snatch things up from the trench and scurry off with them in their borings, just like mice. After one particularly dangerous spell of trenches, I had bad news in a letter from Charterhouse. Bad news from home might affect a soldier in one of two ways. It might either drive him to suicide, or recklessness amounting to suicide, or else seem trivial by contrast with present experiences and be laughed off. But, unless due for leave, he could do nothing whatever to remedy matters. A year later, in the same sector, an officer of the North Staffordshire Regiment heard from home that his wife was living with another man. He went out on a raid that night and got either killed or captured, so the men with him said. There had been a fight, and they came back without him. After 2 days, he was arrested at Bethune, trying to board a leave train. He had intended to go home and shoot up the wife and her lover. The officers who court-martialed him for deserting in the face of the enemy were content with the sentence of cashiering. He went as a private soldier to another regiment. I never heard what happened to him afterwards. The bad news came in a letter from a cousin of mine still at Charterhouse. He said that Dick was not at all the innocent fellow I took him for, but as bad as anyone could be. I remembered that my cousin owed me a grudge and decided that this must be a very cruel act of spite. Dick's letters had been my greatest standby all these months, whenever I felt low. He wrote every week, mostly about poetry. They were something solid and clean to set off against the impermanence of trench life and the sordidness of life in the billets. I was now back in Bethune. 2 officers of another company had just been telling me how they had slept in the same room with a woman and her daughter. They had tossed for the mother, because the daughter was a yellow-looking, scaly little thing like a lizard. The Red Lamp, the army brothel, was around the corner in the main street. I had seen a queue of 150 men waiting outside the door, each to have his short turn with one of the 3 women in the house. My servant, who had stood in the queue, told me that the charge was 10 francs a man, about 8 shillings at that time. Each woman served nearly a battalion of men every week for as long as she lasted. According to the assistant provost marshal, 3 weeks was the usual limit, after which she retired on her earnings, pale but proud. I was always being teased because I would not sleep even with the nicer girls, and I excused myself, not on moral grounds or grounds of fastidiousness, but in the only way that they could understand. I said that I didn't want a dose. A good deal of talk in billets concerned the peculiar bed manners of Frenchwomen. She was very nice and full of games, but when I said to her, "S'il vous plaît, ôte-toi la chemise, ma chérie," she wouldn't. She said, "Oh, non, 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 mon lieutenant, ce n'est convenable." I was glad when we got back to the trenches. There, I had a more or less reassuring letter from Dick. He told me that my cousin did have a spite against him and me, and admitted that he had been ragging about in a silly way, but that nothing bad had happened. He said he was very sorry, and would stop it for the sake of our friendship. At the end of July, Robertson, one of the other Royal Welsh officers attached to the Welsh, and myself, had orders to proceed to the Laventey sector. We were to report to the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Welsh Fusiliers. Frank Jones Bateman and Hanmer Jones, 2 more of us, went to the 1st Battalion. The remaining 2 of the 6 had already gone back, McClellan sick, and Watkin with bomb wounds that have kept him limping ever since. We were sorry to say goodbye to our men, who all crowded round to shake hands and wish us luck. Nor did we look forward to a fresh start with a new company and new regimental customs. But it would be worth it just to serve with our own regiment. Robertson and I agreed to take our journey as leisurely as possible. Laventey lay only 17 miles off, but our orders were to proceed by train, so a company mess car took us down to Bethune. We asked the railway transport officer what trains he had for Laventey. He told us that one would be going in a few minutes. We decided to miss it. No other train ran until the next day, so we stopped the night at the Hôtel de la France, in which the Prince of Wales, then a lieutenant in the 40th Siege Battery, was billeted sometimes. We did not find him in. I had spoken to him once, in the public bath at Bethune, where he and I were the only bathers one morning. Dressed in nothing at all, he graciously remarked how bloody cold the water was, and I loyally assented that he was too bloody right. We were very pink and white, and did exercises on the horizontal bar afterwards. I joked to Frank Jones Bateman about it. I have just met our future king in a bath. Frank said, I can trump that. 2 days ago, I had a friendly talk with him in the ASC latrines. The prince's favorite rendezvous was the Globe, a cafe in the Bethune Market Square reserved for British officers and French civilians. I once heard him complain indignantly that General French had refused to let him go up into the line. The next day, Robertson and I caught our train. It took us to a junction, the name of which I forget, where we spent a day botanizing in the fields. No other train arrived until the following day, when we went on to Burgett, a railhead still a number of miles from Laventie. There, a mess car was waiting for us in answer to a telegram we had sent. We finally rattled up to battalion headquarters in Laventie High Street, having taken 54 hours to come those 17 miles. We saluted the adjutant smartly, gave our names, and told him that we were 3rd Battalion officers posted to the regiment. He did not shake hands with us, offer us a drink, or say a word of welcome. I see, he said coldly. Well, which of you is senior? No, never mind. Give your particulars to the RSM. Tell him to post whoever is senior to A Company and the other to B Company. The regimental sergeant major took our particulars and introduced me to Hilary Drake Brockman, a young second lieutenant of A Company to which I had been posted. He was a special reservist of the East Surrey Regiment, and contemptuously known as the Surrey Man. He took me along to the company billet. When out of earshot of battalion headquarters, I asked him, "What's wrong with the adjutant? Why didn't he shake hands or give me any sort of decent welcome?" The Surrey Man said, "Well, it's your regiment, not mine. They're all like that here. You must realize that this is one of the only 4 regular infantry battalions in France that has remained still more or less its old self. This is the 19th Brigade, the luckiest in France. It hasn't been permanently attached to any division, but gets used as Army Reserve to put in wherever one has been badly knocked. So except for the retreat, where it lost about a company, and Fromelles, where it lost half of what was left, it's been practically undamaged. More than 200 of the wounded have rejoined since. All our company commanders are regulars, and so are all our NCOs. The peacetime custom of taking no notice of newly joined officers is still more or less kept up for the first 6 months. It's hard enough on the Sandhurst chaps, but worse for special reservists like you and Rugg and Robertson. And it's worse still for outsiders like me." We were going down the village street. The men sitting about on the doorstep jumped up smartly to attention as we passed and saluted with a fixed, stony glare. They were magnificent-looking fellows. Their uniforms were spotless, their equipment khaki blancoed, and their buttons and cap badges twinkled. We reached company headquarters, where I reported to my company commander, Captain G.O. Thomas. He was a regular of 17 years' service, a well-known polo player, and a fine soldier. This is the descriptive order that he would himself have preferred. He shook hands without a word, waved me to a chair, offered a cigarette, and continued writing his letter. I found later that A was the best company I could have struck. The Surrey Man asked me to help him censor some company letters before going over to the battalion mess for lunch. They were more literate than the Welsh regiment ones, but duller. On the way to the mess, he asked me whether I had been out in France before. I was attached to the 2nd Welsh Regiment for 3 months. I commanded a company there for a bit. "Oh, did you? Well, I'd advise you to say nothing at all about it. Then they'll not expect too much. They treat us like dirt, but it will be worse for you than for me because you're a full lieutenant. They'll resent that with your short service. There's one lieutenant here with 6 years' service and several second lieutenants who have been out since the autumn. 2 special reserve captains have already been foisted on the battalion. The senior officers are planning to get rid of them somehow. The senior officers are beasts. If you open your mouth or make the slightest noise in the mess, they jump down your throat. Only officers of the rank of captain are allowed to drink whiskey or turn on the gramophone. We've got to jolly well keep still and look like furniture. It's just like peacetime. Mess bills are very high. The mess was in debt at Quetta last year, so they're economizing now to pay that back. We get practically nothing for our money but ordinary rations, and we aren't allowed to drink the whiskey. We've even got a polo ground here. There was a polo match between the 1st and 2nd Battalions the other day. The 1st had all their decent ponies pinched last October when they were massacred at Ypres, and the cooks and transport men had to come into the line and prevent a breakthrough, so the 2nd won easily. Can you ride? Not decently? Well, subalterns who can't ride like angels have to attend riding school every afternoon while we're in billets. They give us hell, too. 2 of us have been at it for 4 months and haven't passed out yet. They keep us trotting round the field with cross stirrups most of the time and on pack saddles instead of riding saddles. Yesterday, we were called up suddenly without being given time to change into breeches. That reminds me, you notice everybody's wearing shorts? It's a regimental order. The battalion thinks it's still in India. The men treat the French civilians just like niggers. Knock them about, talk army Hindustani at them. It makes me laugh sometimes. Well, what with a greasy pack saddle, bare knees, crossed stirrups, and a wild new transport pony that the transport men had pinched from the French, I got a pretty thin time. The colonel, the adjutant, the second in command, and the transport officer stood at the 4 corners of the ring and slogged at the ponies as they came round. I fell off twice and got so wild with anger, I nearly decided to ride the second in command down. Funny thing is that they don't realize how badly they're treating us. It's such an honor to be serving with the regiment, so better pretend you don't care what they do or say. I protested. But this is all childish. Is there a war on here or isn't there? The Royal Welch don't recognize it socially, he answered. Still, in the trenches, I'd rather be with this battalion than any other I have met. The senior officers do know their job, whatever else one may say about them, and the NCOs are absolutely to be trusted, too. The 2nd Battalion was peculiar in having a battalion mess instead of company mess, another peacetime survival. The Surrey man said grimly, "It's supposed to be more sociable." We went together into the big chateau near the church. About 15 officers of various ranks were sitting in chairs reading the week's illustrated papers, or the seniors at least, talking quietly. At the door, I said, "Good morning, gentlemen," the new officer's customary greeting to the mess. No answer. Everybody glanced at me curiously. The silence that my entry had caused was soon broken by the gramophone, which began caroling, "We've been married just 1 year, and oh, we've got the sweetest, we've got the neatest, we've got the cutest little oil stove." I found a chair in the background and picked up the field. The door burst open suddenly, and a lieutenant colonel with a red face and angry eye burst in. "Who the blazes put that record on?" he shouted to the mess. "One of the bloody warts, I expect. Take it off, somebody. It makes me sick. Let's have some real music. Put on the Angelus." 2 subalterns, and the Royal Welch, a subaltern had to answer to the name of Wart, sprang up, stopped the gramophone, and put on When the Angelus is Ringing. The young captain who had put on We've Been Married shrugged his shoulders and went on reading. The other faces in the room remained blank. "Who's that?" I whispered to the Surrey man. He frowned. "That's Buzz-Off," he muttered, "the second in command." Before the record had finished, the door opened and in came the colonel. Buzz-Off reappeared with him. Everybody jumped up and said in unison, "Good morning, sir," this being his first appearance that day. Instead of returning our loyal greeting and asking us to sit down, he turned spitefully to the gramophone. "Who on earth puts this wretched Angelus on every time I come into the mess? For heaven's sake, play something cheery for a change." With his own hands, he took off the Angelus, wound up the gramophone, and put on We've Been Married Just 1 Year. At that moment, a gong rang for lunch, and he abandoned his task. We filed into the next room, a ballroom with mirrors and a decorated ceiling, and took our places at a long, polished table. The seniors sat at the top. The juniors competed for seats as far away from them as possible. Unluckily, I got a seat at the foot of the table, facing the colonel, the adjutant, and Buzz-Off. Not a word was spoken down my end, except an occasional whisper for the salt or the beer, very thin French stuff. Robertson, who had not been warned, asked the mess waiter for whiskey. "Sorry, sir," said the mess waiter. "It's against orders for the young officers." Robertson was a man of 42, a solicitor with a large practice, and had stood for Parliament in the Yarmouth division at the previous election. I saw Buzz-off glaring at us and busied myself with meat and potatoes. He nudged the adjutant. "Who are those funny ones down there, Charlie?" he asked. "New this morning from the militia. Answers the names of Robertson and Graves." "Which is which?" asked the colonel. "I'm Robertson, sir." "I wasn't asking you." Robertson winced but said nothing. Then Buzz-off noticed something. "T'other Wart's wearing a wind-up tunic." Then he bent forward and asked me loudly, "You there, Wart, why the hell are you wearing your stars on your shoulder instead of your sleeve?" My mouth was full, and everybody had his eyes on me. I swallowed the lump of meat whole and said, "Shoulder stars were a regimental order in the Welsh regiment, sir. I understood that it was the same everywhere in France." The colonel turned, puzzled, to the adjutant. "Why on earth is the man talking about the Welsh regiment?" And then to me, "As soon as you have finished your lunch, you will visit the master tailor. Report at the orderly room when you're properly dressed." In a severe struggle between resentment and regimental loyalty, resentment for the moment had the better of it. I said under my breath, "You damned snobs, I'll survive you all. There'll come a time when there won't be one of you left in the battalion to remember this mess at Laventille." We went up to the trenches that night. They were high command trenches because water was struck whenever one dug down 3 feet. The parapet and parados had been built up man-high. I found my platoon curt and reserved. Even on sentry duty at night, my men would never talk confidentially about themselves and their families, like my platoon in the Welsh regiment. Townsend, the platoon sergeant, was an ex-policeman who had been on the reserve when war broke out. He used to drive his men rather than lead them. A Company held Red Lamp Corner. The front trench broke off short here and started again farther back on the right, behind a patch of marsh. A red lamp hung at the corner, invisible to the enemy. After dark, it warned the company behind us on our right not to fire left of it. Work and duties were done with a silent, soldier-like efficiency, quite foreign to the Welsh regiment. My first night, Captain Thomas asked whether I would like to go out on patrol. It was the regimental custom to test new officers in this way, and none dared excuse himself. During my whole service with the Welsh, I had never once been out in no man's land, even to inspect the barbed wire, the wire being considered the responsibility of the battalion intelligence officer and the Royal Engineers. When Hewitt, the Welsh machine gun officer, used to go out on patrol sometimes, we regarded this as a mad escapade. But both battalions of the Royal Welsh Fusiliers had made it a point of honor to dominate no man's land from dusk to dawn. There was never a night at Laventille when a message did not come down the line from sentry to sentry. "Pass the word. Officers' patrol going out." My orders for this patrol were to see whether a certain German saphead was occupied by night or not. Sergeant Townsend and I went out from Red Lamp Corner at about 10 o'clock, both carrying revolvers. We had pulled socks, with the toes cut off, over our bare knees to prevent them showing up in the dark and to make crawling easier. We went 10 yards at a time, slowly, not on all fours, but wriggling flat along the ground. After each movement, we lay and watched for about 10 minutes. We crawled through our own wire entanglements and along a dry ditch, ripping our clothes on more barbed wire, glaring into the darkness until it began turning round and round. Once I snatched my fingers in horror from where I had planted them on the slimy body of an old corpse. We nudged each other with rapidly beating hearts at the slightest noise or suspicion. Crawling, watching, crawling, shamming dead under the blinding light of enemy flares. And again, crawling, watching, crawling. A 2nd Battalion officer who revisited these Laventille trenches after the war ended told me the other day of the ridiculously small area of no man's land compared with its seeming immensity on the long, painful journeys that he had made over it. It was like the real size of a hollow in one's tooth compared to how it feels to the tongue. We found the gap in the German wire, and at last came within 5 yards of the saphead. We waited quite 20 minutes, listening for any signs of its occupation. Then I nudged Sergeant Townsend, and, revolver in hand, we wriggled quickly forward and slid into it. It was about 3 feet deep and unoccupied. On the floor were a few empty cartridges and a wicker basket containing something large and smooth and round, twice the size of a football. Very, very carefully, I groped and felt all around it in the dark. I was afraid that it might be some sort of infernal machine. Eventually, I dared lift it out and carry it back, suspecting that it might be one of the German gas cylinders we had heard so much about. We got home after making a journey of perhaps 200 yards in rather more than 2 hours. The sentries passed along the word that we were in again. Our prize proved to be a large glass container, quarter-filled with some pale yellow liquid. This was sent down to battalion headquarters, and from there to the divisional intelligence officer. Everybody seemed greatly interested in it. The theory was that the vessel contained a chemical for redampening gas masks, though it may well have been the dregs of country wine mixed with rainwater. I never heard the official report. The colonel, however, told Captain Thomas in the hearing of the Surrey man, "Your new wart seems to have more guts than the others." After this, I went on patrol fairly often, finding that the only thing respected in young officers was personal courage. Besides, I had cannily worked it out like this. My best way of lasting through to the end of the war would be to get wounded. The best time to get wounded would be at night and in the open, with rifle fire more or less unaimed and my whole body exposed. Best also to get wounded when there was no rush on the dressing station services and while the back areas were not being heavily shelled. Best to get wounded, therefore, on a night patrol in a quiet sector. One could usually manage to crawl into a shell hole until help arrived. Still, patrolling had its peculiar risks. If a German patrol found a wounded man, they were as likely as not to cut his throat. The Bowie knife was a favorite German patrol weapon because of its silence. We inclined more to the Kosh, a loaded stick. The most important information that a patrol could bring back was to what regiment and division the troop opposite belonged. So if it were impossible to get a wounded enemy back without danger to oneself, he had to be stripped of his badges. To do that, quickly and silently, it might be necessary first to cut his throat or beat in his skull. Sir Piers Mostyn, a Royal Welsh lieutenant who often went out patrolling at Laventey, had a feud with a German patrol on the left of the battalion frontage. Our patrols usually consisted of an officer and 1 or at the most 2 men. German patrols of 6 or 7 men under an NCO. German officers did not, as one of our sergeant majors put it, believe in keeping a dog and barking themselves. So they left as much as they decently could to their NCOs. One night, Mostyn caught sight of his opponents. He had raised himself on his knees to throw a percussion bomb when they fired and wounded him in the arm, which immediately went numb. He caught the bomb before it hit the ground, threw it at them with his left hand, and in the confusion that followed, got back to the trench. Like everyone else, I had a carefully worked-out formula for taking risks. In principle, we would all take any risk, even the certainty of death, to save life or to maintain an important position. To take life, we would run, say, a 1 in 5 risk, particularly if there was some wider object than merely reducing the enemy's manpower, for instance, picking off a well-known sniper or getting fire ascendancy in trenches where the lines came dangerously close. I only once refrained from shooting a German I saw, and that was at Quincy, some 3 weeks after this. While sniping from a knoll in the support line where we had a concealed loophole, I saw a German, perhaps 700 yards away, through my telescopic sights. He was taking a bath in the German third line. I disliked the idea of shooting a naked man, so I handed the rifle to the sergeant with me. "Here, take this. You're a better shot than I am." He got him, but I had not stayed to watch. About saving the lives of enemy wounded, there was a disagreement. The convention varied with the division. Some divisions, like the Canadians and a division of lowland territorials, who claimed they had atrocities to avenge, would not only avoid taking risks to rescue enemy wounded, but go out of their way to finish them off. The Royal Welsh were gentlemanly. Perhaps a 1 in 20 risk to get a wounded German to safety would be considered justifiable. An important factor in calculating risks was our own physical condition. When exhausted and wanting to get quickly from one point in the trenches to another without collapse, we would sometimes take a shortcut over the top, if the enemy were not nearer than 400 or 500 yards. In a hurry, we would take a 1 in 200 risk. When dead tired, a 1 in 50 risk. In battalions where the morale was low, 1 in 50 risks were often taken in laziness or despair. The Munsters of the 1st Division were said by the Welsh to waste men wicked, by not keeping properly under cover while in the reserve lines. The Royal Welsh never allowed wastage of this sort. At no time in the war did any of us believe that hostilities could possibly continue more than another 9 months or a year, so it seemed almost worthwhile taking care. There might even be a chance of lasting until the end, absolutely unhurt. The 2nd Royal Welsh, unlike the 2nd Welsh, believed themselves better trench fighters than the Germans. With the 2nd Welsh, it was not cowardice, but modesty. With the 2nd Royal Welsh, it was not vainglory, but courage. As soon as they arrived in a new sector, they insisted on getting fire ascendancy. Having found out from the troops whom they relieved all possible information as to enemy snipers, machine guns, and patrols, they set themselves up to deal with them one by one. Machine guns first. As soon as a machine gun started traversing down a trench by night, the whole platoon farthest removed from its fire would open 5 rounds rapid at it. The machine gun would usually stop suddenly, but start again after a minute or two. Again, 5 rounds rapid, then it gave up. The Welsh seldom answered a machine gun. If they did, it was not with organized local fire, beginning and ending in unison, but in ragged, confused protest all along the line. The Royal Welsh almost never fired at night, except with organized fire at a machine gun or a persistent enemy sentry, or a patrol close enough to be distinguished as a German one. With all other battalions I met in France, there was a continuous random popping off. The sentries wanted to show their spite against the war. Flares were rarely used in the Royal Welsh, except as signals to our patrols that they should be starting back. When the enemy machine guns had been discouraged, our patrols would go out with bombs to claim possession of no man's land. At dawn next morning came the struggle for sniping ascendancy. The Germans had special regimental snipers, trained in camouflaging themselves. I saw one killed at Quincy, who had been firing all day from a shell hole between the lines. He wore a sort of cape made of imitation grass. His face was painted green and brown, and his rifle was also green-fringed. A number of empty cartridges lay beside him, and his cap bore the special oak leaf badge. Few of our battalions attempted to get control of the sniping situation. The Germans had the advantage of having many times more telescopic sights than we did, and bulletproof steel loopholes. Also, a system by which snipers were kept for months in the same sector until they knew all the loopholes and shallow places in our trenches, and the tracks that our ration parties used above ground by night, and where our traverses occurred, and so on, better than most of us did ourselves. British snipers changed their trenches with their battalions every week or two, and never had time to study the German trench geography. But at least we counted on getting rid of the unprofessional sniper. Later, we secured an elephant gun that could send a bullet through enemy loopholes, and if we failed to locate the loophole of a persistent sniper, we tried to dislodge him with a volley of rifle grenades, or even by ringing up the artillery. It puzzled us that when a sniper had been spotted and killed, another sniper would often begin operations next day from the same position. The Germans probably underrated us and regarded their loss as an accident. The willingness of other battalions to allow the Germans' sniping ascendancy helped us. Enemy snipers, even the professionals, often exposed themselves unnecessarily. There was one advantage of which no progress or retreat of the enemy could rob us, namely, that we always more or less faced east. Dawn broke behind the German lines, and they did not realize that, for several minutes every morning, we could see them, while still invisible ourselves. German night wiring parties often stayed out too long, and we could get a man or two as they went back. Sunsets went against us, of course, but sunset was a less critical time. At night, our sentries had orders to stand with their heads and shoulders above the parapet and their rifles in position. This surprised me at first, but it implied greater vigilance and self-confidence in the sentry, and also put the top of his head above the level of the parapet. Enemy machine guns were trained on this level, and it would be safer to get hit in the chest or shoulders than in the forehead. The risk of unaimed fire at night being negligible, this was really the safest plan. It happened in battalions which did not insist on the head and shoulder rule, but let their sentries just steal an occasional peep over the top, that an enemy patrol would sneak up unseen to the British wire, throw a few bombs, and get safely back. With the Royal Welch, the barbed wire entanglement became the responsibility of the company it protected. One of our first acts on taking over trenches was to inspect and repair it. We did a lot of work on our wire. Captain Thomas kept extremely silent, but from shyness, not sullenness. Yes and no were the limit of his usual conversation. He never took us subalterns into his confidence about company affairs, and we did not like asking him too much. He proved most conscientious in taking his watch at night, which the other company commanders did not always do. We enjoyed his food hampers, sent every week from Fortnum and Mason. We messed by companies when in trenches. Our one complaint was that Buzzoff, who had a good nose for a hamper, used to spend longer than he would otherwise have done in the company mess. His presence embarrassed us. Thomas went on to leave England about this time. I heard of his doings there accidentally. He had walked through the West End in mufti, astonished at the amateur militariness that he met everywhere. To be more in keeping with it, he gave elaborate awkward salutes to newly joined second lieutenants and raised his hat to dugout colonels and generals, a private joke at the expense of the war. At Laventille, I used to look forward to our spells in trenches. Billet life spelt battalion mess, also riding school, which turned out to be rather worse than the Surrey man had described. Parades were carried out with peacetime punctiliousness and smartness, especially the daily battalion guard changing, which, every now and then, it was my duty to supervise as orderly officer. On one occasion, after the guard changing had ended and I was about to dismiss the old guard, I saw Buzzoff cross the village street from one company headquarters to another. As he went by, I called the guard to attention and saluted. After waiting for half a minute, I dismissed the guard, but Buzzoff had not really gone into the billet. He was hiding in the doorway. Now, he dashed out with a great show of anger. As you were, stand fast, he shouted to the guard. And then to me, Why in hell's name, Mr. Graves, didn't you ask my permission to dismiss the parade? You've read the King's regulations, haven't you? And where the devil are your manners anyhow? I apologized, explaining that I thought he had gone into the billet. This made matters worse. He bellowed at me for arguing, then asked where I had learned to salute. At the depot, sir, I answered. Then by heavens, Mr. Grave, you'll have to learn to salute as the battalion does. You'll parade every morning before breakfast for a month under Staff Sergeant Evans and do an hour's saluting drill. He turned to the guard and dismissed them himself. This was not a particular act of spite against me, but an incident in the general game of chasing the warts, at which all conscientious senior officers played, and honestly intended to make us better soldiers. I had been with the Royal Welch about 3 weeks when the 19th Brigade moved south to the Bethune sector to fill a gap in the 2nd Division. The gap had been made by taking out the Brigade of Guards to include in a Guards Division then being formed. On the way down, we marched past Lord Kitchener. Kitchener, we were told, commented to the Brigadier on the soldier-like appearance of the leading battalion, which was ourselves, but said cynically, "Wait until they've been a week or two in the trenches. They'll soon lose some of that high polish." He apparently mistook us for a new army formation. The first trenches we went into on arrival were at the Quinchy brick stacks. My company held the canal bank frontage, a few hundred yards to the left of where I had been with the Welsh regiment at the end of May. The Germans opposite wanted to be sociable. They sent messages over to us in undetonated rifle grenades. One of these was evidently addressed to the Irish battalion we had relieved. "We all German corporals wish you English corporals a good day and invite you to a good German dinner tonight with beer, ale, and cakes. Your little dog ran over to us, and we keep it safe. It became no food with you, so it runs to us. Answer in the same way, if you please." Another grenade contained a copy of the Neueste Nachrichten, a German army newspaper printed at Lille, giving sensational details of Russian defeats around Warsaw with immense captures of prisoners and guns. But what interested us far more was a full account in another column of the destruction of a German submarine by British armed trawlers. No details of the sinking of German submarines had been allowed to appear in any English papers. The battalion cared as little about the successes or reverses of our allies as about the origins of the war. It never allowed itself to have any political feelings about the Germans. A professional soldier's duty was simply to fight whomever the king ordered him to fight. With the king as colonel-in-chief of the regiment, it became even simpler. The Christmas 1914 fraternization, in which the battalion was among the first to participate, had had the same professional simplicity. No emotional hiatus, this, but a commonplace of military tradition, an exchange of courtesies between officers and opposing armies. Quenchy-bred rats. They came up from the canal, fed on the plentiful corpses, and multiplied exceedingly. While I stayed here with the Welsh, a new officer joined the company, and, in token of welcome, was given a dugout containing a spring bed. When he turned in that night, he heard a scuffling, shone his torch on the bed, and found 2 rats on his blanket, tussling for the possession of a severed hand. The story circulated as a great joke. The colonel called for a patrol to visit the side of the towpath where we had heard suspicious sounds on the previous night, and to see whether they came from a working party. I volunteered to go at dark, but that night the moon shone so bright and full that it dazzled the eyes. Between us and the Germans lay a flat stretch of about 200 yards, broken only by shell craters and an occasional patch of coarse grass. I was not in my own company, but lent to B, which had 2 officers away on leave. Child Freeman, the company commander, asked, "You're not going out on patrol tonight, Graves, are you? It's almost as bright as day." "All the more reason for going," I answered. "They won't be expecting me. Will you please keep everything as usual? Let the men fire an occasional rifle and send up a flare every half hour. If I go carefully, the Germans won't see me." While we were having supper, I nervously knocked over a cup of tea, and after that, a plate. Freeman said, "Look here, I'll phone through to battalion and tell them it's too bright for your patrol." But I knew that if he did, Buzzoff would accuse me of cold feet. So one Sergeant Williams and I put on our crawlers and went out by way of a mine crater at the side of the towpath. We had no need to stare that night. We could see only too clearly. Our plan was to wait for an opportunity to move quickly, to stop dead and trust to luck, then move on quickly again. We planned our rushes from shell hole to shell hole, the opportunities being provided by artillery or machine gun fire, which would distract the sentries. Many of the craters contained corpses of men who had been wounded and crept in there to die. Some were skeletons, picked clean by the rats. We got within 30 yards of a big German working party who were digging a trench ahead of their front line. Between them and us, we counted a covering party of 10 men lying on the grass in their greatcoats. We had gone far enough. A German lay on his back about 12 yards off, humming a tune. It was the Merry Widow Waltz. The sergeant from behind me pressed my foot with his hand and showed me the revolver he was carrying. He raised his eyebrows inquiringly. I signaled no. We turned to go back, finding it hard not to move too quickly. We had got about halfway when a German machine gun opened traversing fire along the top of our trenches. We immediately jumped to our feet. The bullets were brushing the grass, so to stand up was safer. We walked the rest of the way home, but moving irregularly to distract the aim of the covering party if they saw us. Back in the trench, I rang up brigade artillery and asked for as much shrapnel as they could spare, 50 yards short of where the German front trench touched the towpath. I knew that one of the night lanes of the battery supporting us was trained near enough to this point. A minute and a quarter later, the shells started coming over. Hearing the clash of downed tools and distant shouts and cries, we reckoned the probable casualties. The next morning, at stand to, Buzzoff came up to me. "I hear you were on patrol last night?" "Yes, sir." He asked for particulars. When I told him about the covering party, he cursed me for not scuppering them with that revolver of yours. As he turned away, he snorted, "Cold feet." One night at Quincy, we had orders from divisional headquarters to shout across no man's land and make the enemy take part in a conversation. The object was to find out how strongly the German front trenches were manned after dark. A German-speaking officer in the company among the brick stacks shouted through a megaphone, "Wie geht's Ihnen, Kameraden?" Somebody shouted back in delight, "Ach, Tommy, hast du denn Deutsch gelernt?" Firing stopped, and a conversation began across the 50 yards or so of no man's land. The Germans refused to disclose what regiment they were, or talk any military shop. One of them shouted out, "Le jeune mademoiselle de la Bosse est bon pour coucher avec? Le mademoiselle de Bethune bon aussi, eh?" Our spokesman refused to discuss sex. In the pause that followed, he asked after the Kaiser. They replied respectfully that he was in excellent health, thank you. "And how is the Crown Prince?" he asked them. "Oh, bother the Crown Prince," shouted somebody in English, and was immediately suppressed by his comrades. After a confusion of angry voices and laughter, they all began singing Die Wacht am Rhein. The trench was evidently very well held indeed. I now had a trench periscope, a little rod-shaped metal one sent me from home. When I poked it above the parapet, it offered only an inch-square target to the German snipers, yet a sniper at Quincy in May drilled it through exactly central at 400 yards range. I sent it back as a souvenir, but my mother, practical as usual, returned it to the makers and made them change it for a new one. My dugout at Quincy was a rat-riddled culvert beside the towpath. When we went back to support billets, I dossed in the cellar of a ruined house at Cambrin Village, lit by a couple of shell holes through the floor above. But when back in reserve billets at Bethune, I had a beautiful Louis XVI bedroom at the Chateau Montmorency with mirrors and tapestries, found the bed too soft for comfort, and laid my mattress on the parquet floor. Chapter 15. By the end of August 1915, particulars of the coming offensive against La Bassée were beginning to leak through the young staff officers. The French civilians knew about it, and so, naturally, did the Germans. Every night now, new batteries and lorry trains of shells came rumbling up the Bethune-La Bassée road. Other signs of movement included sapping forward at Vermelles and Cambrin, where the lines lay too far apart for a quick rush across, and the joining up of the sap heads to make a new front line. Also, orders for evacuation of hospitals, the appearance of cavalry and new army divisions, issue of new types of weapons. Then, Royal Engineer officers supervised the digging of pits at intervals along the front line. They were sworn not to reveal what these were for, but we knew that it would be gas cylinders. Ladders for climbing quickly out of the trenches were brought up by the lorry road and dumped at Cambrin Village. As early as September 3rd, I had a bet with Robertson that our division would attack from the Cambrin-Quincy line. When I went home on leave 6 days later, the sense of impending events had become so strong that I almost hated to go. Leave came round for officers about every 6 or 8 months in ordinary times. Heavy casualties shortened the period. General offenses cut leave altogether. Only one officer in France ever refused to go on leave when his turn came, Cross of the 52nd Light Infantry, the 2nd Battalion of the Oxford and Bucks Light Infantry, which insisted on its original style as jealously as we kept our C in Welch. Cross is alleged to have refused leave on the following grounds. My father fought with the regiment in the South African War and had no leave. My grandfather fought in the Crimea with the regiment and had no leave. I do not regard it in the regimental tradition to take home leave when on active service. Cross, a professional survivor, was commanding the battalion in 1917 when I last heard of him. London seemed unreally itself. Despite the number of uniforms in the street, the general indifference to and ignorance about the war surprised me. Enlistment remained voluntary. The universal catchword was business as usual. My family were living in London now at the house formerly occupied by my uncle Robert van Rank, the German consul general. He had been forced to leave in a hurry on August 4th, 1914, and my mother undertook to look after the house for him while the war lasted. So, when Edward Marsh rang me up from the Prime Minister's office at Downing Street to arrange a meal, someone intervened and cut him off. The telephone of the German consul general's sister was, of course, closely watched by the anti-espionage section of Scotland Yard. The Zeppelin scare had just begun. Some friends of the family came in one night and began telling me of the Zeppelin air raids, of bombs dropped only 3 streets off. "Well, do you know," I said, "the other day I was sleeping in a house, and in the early morning, a bomb dropped next door and killed 3 soldiers who were billeted there, a woman and a child." "Good gracious," they cried. "What did you do then?" "It was at a place called Bouvry, about 4 miles behind the trenches," I explained. "And I was tired out, so I went to sleep again." "Oh," they said, "but that happened in France." And the look of interest faded from their faces as though I had taken them in with a stupid catch. "Yes," I agreed, "and it was only an airplane that dropped the bomb." I went up to Harlech for the rest of my leave and walked about on the hills in an old shirt and a pair of shorts. When I got back to France, the actor, a regular officer in A Company, asked me, "Had a good time on leave?" "Yes." "Go to many dances?" "Not one." "What shows did you go to?" "I didn't go to any shows." "Hunt?" "No." "Slept with any nice girls?" "No, I didn't. Sorry to disappoint you." "What the hell did you do then?" "Oh, I just walked about on some hills." "Good God," he said. "Chaps like you don't deserve leave." On September 19th, we relieved the Middlesex Regiment at Cambrin and were told that these would be the trenches from which we attacked. The preliminary bombardment had already started, a week in advance. As I led my platoon into the line, I recognized with some disgust the same machine gun shelter where I had seen the suicide on my first night in the trenches. It seemed ominous. This was by far the heaviest bombardment from our own guns we had seen yet. The trenches shook properly, and a great cloud of drifting shell smoke obscured the German lines. Shells went over our heads in a steady stream. We had to shout to make our neighbors hear. Dying down a little at night, the racket began again every morning at dawn, a little louder each time. "Damn it," we said. "There can't be a living soul left in those trenches." But still, it went on. The Germans retaliated, though not very vigorously. Most of their heavy artillery had been withdrawn from this sector, we were told, and sent across to the Russian front. More casualties came from our own shorts and blowbacks than from German shells. Much of the ammunition that our batteries were using came from the United States and contained a high percentage of duds. The driving bands were always coming off. We had 50 casualties in the ranks and 3 officer casualties, including Buzzoff, badly wounded in the head. This happened before steel helmets were issued. We would not have lost nearly so many with those. I got 2 insignificant wounds on the hand, which I took as a favorable omen. On the morning of the 23rd, Thomas came back from battalion headquarters carrying a notebook and 6 maps, one for each of us company officers. "Listen," he said, "and copy out all this skite on the back of your maps. You'll have to explain it to your platoons this afternoon. Tomorrow morning, we go back to dump our blankets, packs, and greatcoats in Bethune. The next day, that's Saturday the 25th, we attack." This being the first definitive news we had been given, we looked up, half startled, half relieved. I still have the map, and these are the orders as I copied them down. First objective: Les Briques Farm. The big house plainly visible to our front, surrounded by trees. To get this, it is necessary to cross 3 lines of enemy trenches. The first is 300 yards distant, the second 400, and the third about 600. We then cross 2 railways. Behind the second railway line is a German trench called the Brick Trench. Then comes the farm, a strong place with moat and cellars and a kitchen garden strongly staked and wired. Second objective, the town of Oshi. This is also plainly visible from our trenches. It is 400 yards beyond the farm and defended by a first line of trench halfway across and a second line immediately in front of the town. When we have occupied the first line, our direction is half right, with the left of the battalion directed on Tall Chimney. Third objective, village of Haines. Conspicuous by a high-spired church, our eventual line will be taken up the railway behind this village, where we will dig in and await reinforcements. When Thomas had reached this point, the actor's shoulders were shaking with laughter. "What's up?" Thomas asked irritably. The actor giggled. "Who in God's name is responsible for this little effort?" "Don't know," Thomas said. "Probably Paul the Pimp or someone like that." Paul the Pimp was a captain of the divisional staff, young, inexperienced, and much disliked. He wore red tabs upon his chest and even on his undervest. "Between the 6 of us, but you youngsters must be careful not to let the men know. This is what they call a subsidiary attack. There will be no troops in support. We've just got to go over and keep the enemy busy while the folks on our right do the real work. You notice that the bombardment is much heavier over there. They've knocked the Hohenzollern redoubt to bits. Personally, I don't give a damn either way. We'll get killed whatever happens." We all laughed. "All right, laugh now. But by God, on Saturday we've got to carry out this funny scheme." I had never heard Thomas so talkative before. "Sorry," the actor apologized. "Carry on with the dictation." Thomas went on. "The attack will be preceded by 40 minutes discharge of the accessory, which will clear the path for 1,000 yards so that the 2 railway lines will be occupied without difficulty. Our advance will follow closely behind the accessory. Behind us are 3 fresh divisions and the cavalry corps. It is expected that we will have no difficulty in breaking through. All men will parade with their platoons, pioneers, servants, etc., to be warned, all platoons to be properly told off under NCOs. Every NCO is to know exactly what is expected of him and when to take over command in case of casualties. Men who lose touch must join up with the nearest company or regiment and push on. Owing to the strength of the accessory, men should be warned against remaining too long in captured trenches where the accessory is likely to collect, but to keep the open, and above all, to push on. It is important that if smoke helmets have to be pulled down, they must be tucked in under the shirt." The actor interrupted again. "Tell me, Thomas, do you believe in this funny accessory?" Thomas said, "It's damnable. It's not soldiering to use stuff like that, even though the Germans did start it. It's dirty, and it'll bring us bad luck. We're sure to bungle it. Take those new gas companies. Sorry, excuse me this once. I mean accessory companies. Their very look makes me tremble. Chemistry dons from London University, a few lads straight from school, 1 or 2 NCOs of the old soldier type, trained together for 3 weeks, then given a job as responsible as this? Of course they'll bungle it. How could they do anything else? But let's be merry. I'm going on again. Men of the company. What they are to carry. 200 rounds of ammunition. Bomb throwers, 50, and signalers, 150 rounds. Heavy tools carried in sling by the strongest men. Waterproof sheet in belt. Sandbag in right tunic pocket. Field dressing and iodine. Emergency ration, including biscuit. 1 tube helmet, to be worn when we advance, rolled up on the head. It must be quite secure and the top part turned down. If possible, each man will be provided with an elastic band. 1 smoke helmet, old pattern, to be carried for preference behind the back where it is least likely to be damaged by stray bullets, etc. Wire cutters, as many as possible, by wiring party and others. Hedging gloves by wire party. Platoon screens for artillery observation. to be carried by a man in each platoon who was not carrying a tool. Packs, capes, greatcoats, blankets will be dumped, not carried. No one is to carry sketches of our position or anything to be likely of service to the enemy. That's all. I believe we're going over first with the Middlesex in support. If we get through the German wire, I'll be satisfied. Our guns don't seem to be cutting it. Perhaps they're putting that off until the intense bombardment. Any questions? That afternoon, I repeated the whole rigmarole to the platoon and told them of the inevitable success attending our assault. They seemed to believe it, all except Sergeant Townsend. "Do you say, sir, that we have 3 divisions and the cavalry corps behind us?" he asked. "Yes," I answered. "Well, excuse me, sir, I'm thinking it's only those chaps on the right that'll get reinforcements. If we get half a platoon of Mons Angels, that's about all we will get." "Sergeant Townsend," I said, "you're a well-known pessimist. This is going to be a really good show." We spent the night repairing damaged trenches. When morning came, we were relieved by the Middlesex and marched back to Bethune, where we dumped our spare kit at the Montmorency barracks. The battalion officers messed together in a chateau nearby. This billet was claimed at the same time by the staff of a new Army division, due to take part in the fighting next day. The argument ended amicably with the division and battalion messing together. It was, someone pointed out, like a brutal caricature of the Last Supper in duplicate. In the middle of the long table sat the 2 pseudo-Christs, our colonel and divisional general. Everybody was drinking a lot. The subalterns, allowed whiskey for a treat, grew rowdy. They raised their glasses with, "Cheerio! We will be messing together tomorrow night in La Bassée." Only the company commanders were looking worried. I remember C Company Commander especially, Captain A.L. Sampson, biting his thumb and refusing to join in the excitement. I think it was Child Freeman of B Company who said that night, "The last time the regiment visited these parts, we were under decent leadership. Old Marlborough had more sense than to attack the La Bassée lines. He massed them and went around." The GSO of the new Army Division, a staff colonel, knew the adjutant well. They had played polo together in India. I happened to be sitting opposite them. The GSO said, rather drunkenly, "Charlie, see that old silly woman over there? Calls himself General Commanding. Doesn't know where he is, doesn't know where his division is, can't even read a map properly. He's marched the poor sods off their feet and left his supplies behind. God knows how far back.